Marion Zimmer Bradley's Sword of Avalon by Diana L. Paxson. Narrated by Lorna Raver. Copyright 2009 by the Marion Zimmer Bradley Literary Trust and Diana L. Paxson. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Diana L. Paxson and Scoville Galen Gauche Literary Agency, Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2009 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Prologue. Morgane speaks. They say that the old sleep little, as if they have no need of rest with the body's last sleep so near. Whether it is age or the weight of memory that keeps me restless, at night my sleep is broken, and I rise early. This morning I left my bed without waking my maidens, to walk by the lake just at that misty hour between the dark and the dawning, when the birds sing forth their promise that the light will return. As the first rays of the sun glimmered through the clouds, a gleam of light pierced the waters, and for a moment I saw the blazing length of the sword. Time converged around me, and once more I was in the sacred barge of Avalon, and Arthur lay dying in my arms. Lancelot cast Excalibur into the lake and saw it received by the lady. My breath stopped as I waited to see if her hand would reappear, returning the sword from the depths to choose a new king to save Britannia. Vision followed vision, but what I saw was fire. The metal first forged in the fires of heaven, hailed as a thing of power by the folk who dwelled on the chalk before ever a druid or adept from the drowned islands came to these shores. I saw the fires of the forge in which a master smith, fleeing his people's doom, had made it into a sword to fit the hand of a king. Hidden and renewed, broken and reforged, in the time of Britannia's greatest need, it had returned to bring victory. I stared, and clearing vision showed me the surface of the lake, gray and still once more. Then I wept, and even that image blurred. The dark people of the hills who had been the sword's keepers were gone. Water, not fire, hid the blade Arthur wielded, and there was no king of the ancient line to call it forth again. The gleam that I had seen had been the leap of a fish, no more. And yet, as I began to walk again, I realized that the tears in my eyes were not from despair. When Excalibur went into the lake, I knew it for the end of an age, the loss of all that I had loved. And yet, behind its shield of mist, Avalon endures. The star steel was only metal until the skill of a smith and the passion of a priestess ensouled it. What they did in those days, when the world they knew seemed doomed, may be done again, if the lady of the forge takes up her hammer once more. The sword is gone, but hope does not die. Part 1. The Crucible. Chapter 1. Fire! The acrid reek of burning thatch catches in her throat, then smoke sets her coughing, panic flaring along her limbs as red light flickers across the floor. She snatches up the wailing child. The hide across the door is wrenched away. Beyond, she glimpses figures and the gleam of blades. A woman screams with a shrill intensity that cuts across the clash of bronze weapons and the battle cries. The scream is her own, and yet the self that knows this is somehow detached from the hot breath of the flames. The baby coughs and struggles, strong limbs, strong spirit fighting to survive. A roof beam crashes across the doorway, and she whimpers, racked by an anguish beyond her body's pain. She stares through the flames, seeking an escape, and enemy faces leer back at her. She recoils and sinks to the floor, smoke stealing her breath as a cry severs soul from sense. So dies the son of 100 kings. And awareness whirls outward. She sees the thatched roofs of the royal enclosure collapsing as the fire spreads. The bullhorns mounted above the great gate crash down. The bodies of warriors, startled naked from sleep, lie scattered on the bloody ground as enemies pile up the looted cauldrons of bronze, the fine weavings, the cups and ornaments of gold. Time speeds, and the charred timbers of Azani-Lir become sodden lumps that are soon covered by green. But the flames spread, and the Aigiru, the Ai-Ilf, the Ai-Utu, and then the Ai-Achsi, and the Ai-Ushan, and even the Ai-Siwanet far to the north are engulfed in turn. The tribes of the island of the mighty tear at each other's throats like starving dogs as generations pass. And when ships with painted sails approach the white cliffs of the island, there is no one to face the fair-haired warriors who leap onto the sand, their striped and checkered garments swirling about their knees. They rampage across the countryside, burning whatever the earlier wars have left. And the songs, the arts, the wisdom of the 7 tribes are as if they had never been. "Goddess, what can save us?" her spirit cries. And in answer she hears a call. From the stars will come the sword of the king. "Lady, are you ill? What's wrong?" Shuddering, Anderel opened her eyes. Kiri was bending over her, her old face creased in concern. Smoke hung in the air, but it carried the sharp scent of burning charcoal, not thatch, not the smell of roasting flesh. She caught her breath, fixing her gaze on the soot-blackened ceiling of the smithy on the Maiden's Isle, and trees and sunlight on the green peak of the Tor. Summer had come at last to the marshlands. For the moment the clouds had retreated, and everything living made the most of Manawa's light. An exultant tide of greenery choked the watercourses and hung above the pools. Insects hummed in the humid air. "Sit you down, my lady," scolded Kiri, helping her to the bench by the open side of the shed, where a light breeze wafted from the direction of the sea. "You came over faint, what with the heat of the day and the forge." Kiri looked accusingly at the smith. "Do not blame me," he frowned. "She knows better than to lean over the fire." The smith-priest wore only a loincloth beneath the heavy hide apron. Anderel wished she could do the same, but the blue draperies of the high priestess were a symbol of her dignity, and old Kiri, who had attended her since she was small, would not have let her leave the Tor without the fine linen veil. "You screamed," said little Ellet, fanning her. "I thought you were burned." "I'm all right. I was seeing pictures in the flames." "Was it a vision, lady?" Ellet's blue eyes grew round. Her brown hair was fine and inclined to escape its braid, fluffing around her face like the feathers of a young bird. "Goddess, I hope not," Anderel exclaimed. "Azani-Lir was burning. They were all killed, even Irnana's child." She brushed back a strand of heavy dark hair and sighed. She and Irnana were both descended from the old line that had provided so many priests and priestesses to rule Avalon. But her cousin had inherited their height and the family's red hair, while Anderel took after the slender dark folk of the lake village, or perhaps, as legend had it, after the folk of that other world that was only a heartbeat from their own. Kiri's lips thinned. There had always been raiding back and forth among the tribes and clans of the Island of the Mighty, but in the past year the situation had gotten worse. The older priestesses spoke of a time when the weather was warmer, but the rains came more often with each year, and the floods remained longer, turning every piece of high ground in the vale into an island, as if Bonner had decided to permanently turn his face of destruction on the world. Men muttered that one day there might be no summer at all. And the bull of Azan, who led the warriors of the tribe, was old, his grown sons killed in the battle in which the sister's son, who should have been his heir, had died as well. He had taken Irnana to wife 3 years before. My cantor was their only child. "We've had no word," said Aaron, frowning. "The fields were stubble," Anderil said slowly. "This was later in the summer, Nar Inabi's season, when the hay harvest is done." "It was a heat-born fancy," Kiri proclaimed. Anderil sighed. She was surrounded by people who had known her since she was an infant, already designated as heir by the word of her grandmother and the will of the stars. She had first put on the ornaments of the high priestess when her breasts were barely grown. It was only to be expected that they should treat her as an icon, and not as an adult with a mind of her own. But she was 18 now, and expecting a child. She laid a palm upon the swell of her belly. Perhaps when they saw her with a babe at the breast, they would realize that she was a woman grown. "Drink this water now, my love, and let the fear fade. To dwell on such things does no good to you or the child." Perhaps, thought Anderil, sipping from the bronze cup. Or perhaps it was a warning. Terrifying as the vision had been, it was the cry that haunted her. The loss of any child was a tragedy. The death of her cousin's child would be a personal sorrow, but the voice had lamented my cantor as something greater, as the heir to the royal line that had come to the island of the mighty from the drowned lands across the sea. She could not prevent tribal raids, even when they threatened those dear to her. But to safeguard that heritage was most certainly a part of her duty as Lady of Avalon. "Rest now, my little one, and we'll send for a litter to bear you back to the Tor." Anderil nodded and drew down the veil, grateful now for its protection. Better that Kiri should believe her tired than start asking why she still frowned. Anderil flinched as the landscape of her vision came into view. They were passing through the opening in the stone fence that wound along the edge of the down. The fields of Azan were bright with the stubbled gold of harvest. To her right, a line of grave mounds paralleled the road. To the left rose the stark stones of the great henge. The track descended to cross the shallow bed the Aman had carved through the plain, with the clanhold beyond. Crops on the plain ripened faster than they did in the marshes around Avalon. Durin came up beside her, fair brows creasing in concern. "It's nothing. The child kicked me," she said quickly. "You should not have walked so far," he said repressively. When priests and priestesses lay together in the great rite, they were not supposed to remember who the mortals carrying the power of the gods had been. But everyone knew that Durin had begotten the babe now stirring in her womb, and he was inclined to behave as if he were her husband, as well as the father of the child. "Would you have me swaying in a litter for all those miles? Or bouncing in one of King Uldan's chariots? Walking is easier, I assure you." Anderil suppressed her urge to snap at him. He would have forgiven her. Everyone said that pregnant women were often short-tempered. But she was the Lady of Avalon, and ought to be beyond such frailty. "In your condition I would have had you stay at the Tor," he replied, his fair skin reddening, "and not make this journey at all." He was not alone in that, she thought with a sigh. When she announced her intention to visit her cousin in Azan, everyone from old Kiri on down had yammered objections. Kiri was too old to travel so far, but she had sent Ellet, who was utterly devoted, if a little naive, along as her deputy. Anderil set herself to endure their solicitude. She knew Irnana, and she knew the old king. They would not have listened to a messenger. Would they listen to her? "Well, we will be there soon. Durin mastered his own irritation and glanced at her with the smile that always lifted her heart. The gods had blessed him with beauty beyond the ordinary. She hoped their child would take after him. Sweet with distance, they heard the calling of a horn. They had been seen, and soon her cousin's people would welcome her with something cool to drink and a soft place to lie down. Despite her proud words to Durin, the ache in her back was constant now. The track led toward the royal clanhold, a ditched enclosure with a bank and palisade. Men came running along the paths that led in from the fields to the smaller gateways. The thatched cones of several roundhouses showed above the fencing, and the crosspiece above the main gate was crowned by a pair of aurochs horns and a sun-disk of gilded bronze. The shaggy red cattle grazing in the home pasture lifted their heads in momentary curiosity as the party from Avalon passed. As they drew nearer, the warriors of the king's household formed two lines. They were big men in woolen kilts cinched by broad leather belts, holding round shields of painted leather and broad-bladed ceremonial spears. From inside the compound she heard the deep boom of a drum. Anderl lifted her hand in blessing as they passed. "Achi, Achi," came the murmur of salutation. As the warriors raised their spears in salutation, the setting sun flashed on golden arm rings and spear points of polished bronze. The display went far to explain why King Uldan's neighbors envied him. She suppressed a shiver of apprehension as they passed beneath the shadow of the horns. "You can see that we are well defended." The king set down his golden beaker of barley beer. He was a big man and still strong, though the muscle was beginning to sag on the strong bones, and gray frosted his brown hair. He gestured at the circle of stout pillars that supported the roof of the feasting hall, carved and painted in chevrons and spirals that glowed and faded as the firelight rose and fell. Strong they might be, but the walls, whitewashed on the outside and hung with fine weaving within, were no more than plastered wicker. An enemy that breached the palisade would have no trouble getting through. "The wolves may howl around my gates, but none will pull me down," he continued, "whether they go on 2 legs or on 4. Anderl sighed. This last season both kinds had grown bolder. A wolf pack roamed the hills above the plain, but it was the Ushan, whose lands lay beyond the estuary to the north, whose raids had decimated the herds of the Amenhead clan. The mutton that had been simmered with herbs and barley for the feasting lay like a lump in her belly. This was not going well. "That is what the body's eyes see," she said patiently. "But I have been trained to see with the spirit, and vision showed me these roofs in flames." The sight of the hearth fire brought it back again. Irnana sniffed. "Such talk of visions may impress the common folk, cousin, but I grew up on Avalon, too. Did our teachers not tell us that time is always the hardest thing to pin down in prophecy?" She patted Anderl's arm. "I remember how I fretted when I was carrying my cantor. You have said yourself that the day was warm. Is it not more likely that this is some fancy born of your own fears?" Anderl bit back her first retort. Irnana might be married to the most powerful king in the Isle of the Mighty, but she must always defer to Uldan's sister, Zamara, who was the queen. The priestess suspected that her cousin had always resented the fact that it was Anderl, not she, who had been chosen to rule in Avalon. Surely my own fears would have shown me danger to the babe in my womb. She laid her hand protectively on the hard curve of her belly, where the growing infant stretched and turned. "The child I am trying to save is yours." "Anderl," said the king, "we do appreciate your concern, but the responsibility and the right to protect my son belong to me, not to the Lady of Avalon." He drained his beaker and held it out to be refilled by the girl who was carrying the ale bucket around the hall. And Darrell held her hand across the opening to her own cup. She had drunk enough, and did not need to add ale-sickness to the other discomforts of pregnancy. She shifted on the cushioned bench, but she suspected that for her there would be no comfortable position until the child was born. "And who do you think would attack us?" asked Irnana. "The Iushan worry our northern border, but their war leader is Eltan, a boy without the prestige to mount a serious campaign, and the Iutu to the southwest have always been our friends." "Not all enemies are outside your borders," Darrell said in a neutral tone. "Are the chieftains of all your clans content with your rule?" Uldan's face darkened.
"Priestess, you go too far. Do you think I do not know my men, warriors with whom I have shed blood, who have guarded my back when we faced our foes?"
He gestured toward the benches that circled the fire. And Darrell recognized the clan chiefs from Amonhead and Oak Hill, Carnava and Belsira and the rest, and wondered. She knew that Galed of Oak Hill, for instance, had recently lost his family to one of the illnesses that periodically swept the land, and floods had drowned Amonhead's fields. Did their chieftains still believe in the luck of the old bull? "They see you growing old and your sister without a son." And Darrell lowered her eyes. She felt Durin stiffen protectively beside her and laid a hand on his arm. "There's none so deaf as the man who refuses to hear."
"They have been content to follow me for 20 winters and more," Uldan went on. "The plain is the heart of our land. How could it be ruled from Amonhead, or Carnava, or Oak Hill?"
"We guard the great henge," Irnana said proudly, "and the ancestral mounds. This is the sacred center of Azan." "Does anybody still care?" Darrell asked bitterly. "You and I are descended from the people of wisdom who raised the henge, and we were brought up on tales of its power. But what does it mean to the clan mothers of the Aesir? Who cares about grave mounds when our people bury the ashes of their dead in pots in the soil? If they did, Carnava might challenge you. Their circle of stones is just as holy as the henge. But from them I believe you safe. I only hope that you know the other 4 clans as well as you think you do."
"Peace."
Durin's soft voice took the sting from his reproof. He smiled at Irnana, and the other woman sat back with a sigh. Durin had that effect on most women, Darrell reflected, trying to suppress bitterness. When they came together in the ritual, she had carried the power of the goddess, as he did that of the god, and now she carried his child. But would he have even looked at her if she had not been the Lady of Avalon?
"Surely you know your own people best,"
he went on, and the tension faded from the air. "Perhaps," Darrell thought grimly, "I must speak with Samara." It did not bode well that she had not come to the welcome feast. The queen was older than her brother and would bear no more sons. To continue the royal line, Uldan had to hold on to power until my Cantor was old enough to lead the warriors for Zamara's daughter. To keep track of the shifting stresses and alliances within the tribe was the job of the queen. Unless grief for her son had completely overwhelmed her, Zamara would know where any danger might be. "Enough of such talk," Irnana spoke into the silence. "I refuse to be frightened by such vapors when it is clear that the plain has been blessed by the gods. You must walk out with me tomorrow and see how this year's heifers have grown." As if in agreement, the child in Darrell's belly kicked strongly. Irnana noted Darrell's flinch and laughed. "Do you have another warrior in there who will spar with my Cantor?" Darrell shook her head. The priestesses had assured her that the child was a girl, a daughter to inherit the leadership of Avalon. Though what use would that be if the tribes destroyed each other? We should strive to leave our children a better world, she thought unhappily, as her cousin rattled on. You have spent too much time at your prayers, Lady of Avalon. No doubt the babe will appreciate the motion if you take some exercise. She gestured to the girl who had brought the ale to continue onward, and Anderl did the same, but Durin and Uldan both held out their beakers to be refilled. Perhaps that was just as well. If they drank together, Durin's charm might accomplish what Anderl's authority could not. "Shall we go, cousin? Let the men drown their wits if they will. They will regret it when morning comes." Irnana rose. "Indeed, if you mean to drag me all over the plain tomorrow, I had better get what rest I may." And Darrell managed a smile. The bed was too soft. In the house of the Lady of Avalon, even the high priestess slept on a pallet of straw on the floor. At Azan, the bed-place reserved for honored guests was of a different order entirely. A yielding mattress of goose down laid atop one of straw, supported by a web of rope strung across a frame. Each time Anderl or Ellet turned, it creaked and swung. Anderl had expected to fall asleep quickly. The younger priestess had nodded off as soon as they retired, but Anderl lay wakeful, listening to the snorts and whistles coming from the other sections. The partitions of wicker or woven wool between the posts and the wall did little to muffle the sound. Even the disciplines that were a part of the training of a priestess had brought her no more than a few hours of rest. True sleep eluded her, and at length she sighed and carefully levered herself upright. Ellet stirred with a mumbled query. "Sleep, child," she whispered. "I am only going to relieve myself. There's no need for you to get up, too." It was true enough that with the baby sitting on her bladder, it had been months since she had been able to sleep the night through. But whether the reason was discomfort or anxiety, Anderl could no longer bear to lie still. She parted the hangings that defined their sleeping place and carefully stepped over Durin, who snored on a straw pallet laid just outside. The dim glow of the coals gave enough light for her to thread her way between the warriors who lay by the fire, and eased out past the hide that curtained the main door. It was the still hour just before dawn, dank and chill. Ground fog curled among the buildings. Anderl took a deep breath as she emerged from behind the wicker screen and coughed as an acrid reek caught in her lungs. Shock pebbled the skin of her arms. That was no fog. This was smoke, illuminated by the first faint glow of a fire. The thatch of one of the smaller roundhouses was burning. For a moment, despair paralyzed her limbs. It was the scene of her vision. But in her vision, she had not been here. She swallowed a shout as she lumbered back across the yard. What good was a warning if she could not use it to change the outcome? Swiftly she slipped through the door, bending to shake the shoulder of the first sleeping warrior. "Up, man! There are foes within the ward. But quietly, and you may take them by surprise before they know you are warned." She felt rather than saw the ripple of motion as the word was passed. Men leaped to their feet, scrambling to snatch swords from their pegs on the posts and shields from the wall. Anderl clung to one of the uprights. Indoors, she risked being trapped in a burning building, but would she be safer outside? No man of the tribes would knowingly harm the Lady of Avalon, but even if she had been wearing the blue robes of her calling instead of a shift and a shawl, they might not have recognized her in the dark. She tried to convince herself that she was safest here. Metal clanked and someone swore. She heard Uldan's voice, low but firm, and felt her galloping heartbeat slow. The lack of imagination that had made him ignore her warning kept him from panic now. Tall forms shoved past her, gathering in front of the doorway. Then a curt command sent them pounding forward. There was a cry, a clash of bronze. "Eyes ear!
"Wear the horns of the bull!" came the full-throated roar. "And fear the fang, ocean!" drawn out in a wolf's shrill howl in reply. She should have expected it. The tribe to the north was under constant pressure from mountain dwellers who had suffered worse still. No doubt the heifers of which Irnana had boasted were already on their way to the Iushan fields. Productive land was the greatest treasure, but gold and bronze could buy food from those who could still get grain to grow. Someone stirred up the hearth fire, and she met Ellet's horrified gaze. Durin was struggling to his feet, blinking at the commotion around him. "Get our cloaks! Irnana, are you here?" But the king's wife was already pushing toward her. Red hair streaming wildly, she clutched at Anderel's arm. Outside the shouting was louder, the scent of smoke stronger now. "Help me get to my cantor!" For a heartbeat the priestess stared. Then she remembered that the child slept with his nurse in one of the other roundhouses. Anderel quailed at the turmoil she could hear outside. Her spirit, if not her body, had been weakened by Kiri's cosseting. No use to protest, she was unable to help. Uldan's men were fighting. Ellet and Durin looked to her for direction. Pregnant or not, she would have to use whatever powers she had. And if the Lady of Avalon cannot find a few spells for protection, she thought then, our line deserves to fail. "We will go together. Be still and remember your training," she said aloud. "Take a deep breath, blur the air around you. If we rush out in a panic, they will cut us down." She hoped Zamara had the sense to stay inside. Her house was in the center of the enclosure, marked by the standard on its pole. Even the Iushan wolves would not dare to kill a queen. "We must be shadows." She drew power from the earth and wrapped it around them, extending her inner awareness to sense the flow of energies outside. There was no one near. She squeezed Irnana's arm and drew her through the door. The body of one of the house guards lay before it. Other forms littered the ground nearby. But near the main gate, bronze flared as struggling figures moved in and out of the fitful glow. A woman screamed as a warrior forced her down, tearing at her clothes. Anderel's gut twisted as a child's wail went on and on. "Which house?" she whispered as they edged forward, and Irnana pointed toward a smaller building behind the house of the queen. Behind them, light flared as someone set a torch to the thatch of Uldan's feasting hall. Men were running in and out of the building, bundling goods and gear into the woolen hangings that had insulated the walls. If Irnana had not begged her help, she would have been inside. Could either rank or magic have protected her against men maddened by battle lust and greed? They had nearly reached the house where my cantor slept with the other children. Anderel recoiled, hands flashing a gesture of warding as a slight figure darted toward them, then recognized her as one of the maids who had served in the hall. "My lady, you're safe!" She clutched at Irnana's arm. "Be quiet, you fool!" hissed Anderel. But it was already too late. The girl's movement had caught the attention of one of the warriors, as the scurry of a mouse will bring an owl. As the man leaped toward them, Anderel tensed, then recognized the bulky figure as the chieftain from Oak Hill who had been in the feasting hall. "Gaelid!" cried Irnana. "Guard us! I must get to my son!" The man shook his head, lips curling in a mirthless grin. "Let Uldan's spawn die as my sons died. Uldan has lost the favor of the gods." For a moment Irnana stood staring. "Was it you? Are you the traitor who let in the wolves?" Gaelid's gaze kindled as he looked her up and down, firelight glinting on the bands that confined the many braids of his hair. "Indeed, and you are a bleating ewe, but a pretty one. I'll spare you to warm my bed if you behave." Fury blazed in her face. "No,
And Darrell could see it so clearly because the children's house was on fire. As Galed reached for her, Irnana ducked under his arm and dove through the doorway. As the man turned back and Darrell drew herself up, rage and terror beating in her veins. "Do you dare to oppose the power of Avalon?" His eyes widened. What was he seeing? This was the first time Darrell had put on the glamour of the Dark Mother in earnest. She had not known if she could, especially now. It was need that had unleashed the power, observed that part of her mind that was not gibbering, need channeled by the disciplines of Avalon. She had never truly needed that power before. "You will stand aside," she said in a compelling voice. "We are not your enemies." Her heart leaped as she realized that the cruel triumph in his face was giving way to fear. She turned to follow Irnana through the door. "And Darrell, it's too late!" Durin grabbed her arm. Heat seared her face, and she realized that not only the thatching but the walls were aflame. Had smoke already overwhelmed those within? She reached out with her spirit and heard a child's wailing cry. "So dies the son of 100 kings!" "No!" And Darrell denied the words that reverberated in memory. The smoldering hide that curtained the door was pulled aside. Through a swirl of smoke she glimpsed Irnana with her son clasped to her breast. "Save him!" And Darrell jerked free of Durin's grasp and leaned into a blast of heat like a demon's forge, staggering as Irnana thrust the child into her arms and swayed back, robed and crowned in flame. In the next moment her triumphant smile contorted, and Darrell reeled away, shutting her eyes as the vision of splendor turned to a horror of blazing hair and crisping skin. Her scream broke Galed's trance. Seeing the child in her arms, the warrior grinned and swung up his sword. "And Darrell!" yelled Durin, thrusting past her to grab Galed's arm. "Run!" Ellet shoved her away from the struggling men, and Darrell saw Durin break loose. His anguished gaze sought hers. Galed turned as well. Durin shouted his name, and the priest threw himself into the swing of Galed's sword. "Run!" The plea came to her heart, not her ears. Weeping, she allowed Ellet to drag her away. Chapter 2. "My lady, we can't stop here." Ellet stared at the dim bulk of the barrow. "This is a place of ghosts." She clutched at my cantor, who began to cry. Despite her words, the younger priestess was reeling where she stood. Ellet had carried the baby most of the way across the ford of the Aman and up the rise, and even her youthful energy had come to an end. "The ancestors will not hurt us, but if we exhaust ourselves now, we will join them." And Darrell got her own breathing under control. "I am carrying a child too," she thought grimly, "though she weighs less than Irnana's boy." She looked back the way they had come. The scene below was the reverse of the one on which she had gazed when they arrived. The reek of burning thatch had replaced the scent of hay. The beasts that grazed in the fields had been driven off. The roundhouses that had seemed so snug behind their palisade were now cones of flame in whose light black figures capered. Thank the gods she could not hear the screaming any more. But on the track behind them nothing moved. Were the Ocean wolves simply too busy looting to go after fugitives now? Images of those last moments in the clan hold wrenched Darrell's heart. She had seen Galed's blow bring Durin down. He died to save us. When we are safe, I will mourn him. That litany kept her moving down the road. Galed would come after them. Durin's sacrifice had bought them time, not safety, and it was up to Darrell to use it well. When pursuit did come, they would expect to find the fugitives on the road to Avalon. It was only a matter of time. A dog howled, and Ellet began to tremble once more, obviously remembering stories of the demon Guayota who haunted lonely places and was said to take the form of a hound. "You are right. I think we must leave the road." "But where can we go?" Ellet gazed at the gently rolling landscape around them, lumped with the barrows built by men whose names had faded from memory, but whose power dwelt here still. "Let me take my cantor." The priestess drew the whimpering child from the girl's arms. The boy was barely 3 months old, but big for his age. After a few moments, Ellet's breathing began to ease, and Daryl's gaze moved to the henge, its uprights blocks of shadow beneath the stars. Even from here she could feel the energy it focused as a faint buzz along her nerves. At Avalon it was said that it had been built by a priest from beyond the seas, who was an ancestor both to her and to the babe in her arms. She had been taught the disciplines to wake its powers, and to do so might be dangerous to her own unborn child. Their situation was not so desperate, not yet. But my cantor was descended from the men who had built the barrows, as well as those who had built Avalon. Perhaps they would be willing to help him. "Old ones," she called softly, "grandmothers, grandfathers of Azan, hear me. Behold your heir." She held the squirming baby high and slowly turned. He ceased to whimper and stared. Ellet's eyes were huge in her pale face as she too felt the change in the air. Something was listening. And Daryl took a deep breath and went on. "The clan hold has fallen, and enemies pursue him. Only you can help us now. Come forth to guard the way. Confuse those who come after us." Her grip tightened on the boy's strong limbs. "By blood of your blood and bone of your bone, I adjure you. Lead them astray, and guide us safely home." And Daryl staggered and clutched at the child as a sudden wind whispered around her. When she could see again, the grass was still, but her awakened sight showed a glimmer of radiance above the barrow. The same light glowed above the other mounds scattered across the plain. It blazed from the mighty stones of the henge. "Can you see?" She turned to Ellet, fear giving way to wonder. She touched the girl's forehead, and Ellet gasped. The plain had long held some of the isle's richest farmlands. Its dead were many, and they were mighty, and they were still here. A kingdom of the dead lay all around them, and their peace was giving way to a throbbing anger that raised the goose-flesh along Anderel's arms. "Come," she whispered, stepping onto a path that led off from the road. Now she could see many such trails leading between the rectangular outlines of ancient fields. To surface sight they were invisible, but the earth remembered. All times were present here. The land held the memory of every action for those who had eyes to see. "But how will we find our way?" Ellet clutched at her arm. "See how the trail leads us? From one barrow to another the ancestors will pass us along." My cantor had fallen asleep, warm and limp in her arms. She smiled a little and handed him back to the girl. They continued in this manner while the stars wheeled toward morning, moving easily along the ancient trackways, except where new walls of stone had been built across the path. In the gray hour just before the dawn, my cantor woke again, crying with a fretful intensity. And Daryl looked around her with a sigh. The glimmering light that had guided them was fading with the approach of day. To the north, a last glow crowned a large barrow whose sloping sides were obscured by brush and trees. The baby had begun a desolate whimpering. "He's hungry," said Ellet. "We'll stop at the next stream," the priestess replied. "We can drip water into his mouth from a corner of my veil." And indeed, when they did so, the baby sucked greedily, but it seemed only moments before he was crying again. The energy that had carried Anderl so far was fading as well. When she tripped for the second time, saved only by a back-wrenching twist from a fall, she knew that they must find not only food but a place of refuge, and soon. But where could they go? Anderl forced herself to take a deep breath and let her exhalation carry the pain away. She was still tired, but for a moment at least she could stand in balance upon the earth, and remember that she was something more than a stumbling creature of flesh and bone. The sky was filling with radiance. Old disciplines straightened her back, brought her arms up in salutation to the coming day. "O beautiful upon the horizon of the east! Lift up thy light unto day, O eastern star! Day star, awaken, arise! Niterat," she added in silent prayer to the goddess, "you who from the darkness gives birth to day, have mercy upon this little one. Hide us from our foes." For a moment Manawa's golden arc burned upon the horizon. Dazzled, she shut her eyes, and with the image still imprinted upon her inner eyelids, turned and took a step away. In the moment between the lifting of her foot and its descent, she heard a bleating that did not come from the child. "What is it?" came Ellet's voice from behind her. "The lady's answer," and Darrell fought to keep her voice from shaking. "Come!" Together they pushed upward through the tangle of hawthorn, dog rose, and bramble that had grown up around the base of the old mound. Ellet squeaked as something moved behind an elder bush, black and then white. Were there two creatures there? Carefully, Anderl lifted a trail of bramble, met the baleful glare of the she-goat trapped by her horns among the branches, and stifled a laugh. Sheep, the silly creatures, were always having such mishaps, but it was unusual to find a goat in such a fix. "Never fear us, Nanny," she said softly as the goat wrenched at the branches and bleated again. "Have you lost your kid?" she asked, seeing the swollen udder swing as the animal moved. "Here's a youngling that has lost his mother. Perhaps we can help each other." There was a small clear space beneath the ash trees that grew at the top of the mound. For a long moment the yellow slit-pupiled eyes held hers in an evaluating stare. Then the she-goat's head drooped, resting in the branches rather than fighting them as the tension left her limbs. Her front half was black, the back white with black spots. No wonder she had been hard to see. So, and Darrell moved forward until she could stroke the goat's ragged flank. Heavier guard hairs hid a soft undercoat. The branches of the elder were festooned with tufts of fleece where the goat had struggled to get free, and all the nearby twigs grazed bare. "Be easy, then, and we will take care of you." "Ellet," she said in a low voice, "bring the baby and hold him beneath her teats." Humming softly, she stroked down the she-goat's flank with one hand, and with the other felt down the udder. The goat stirred a little at the touch, but did not try to kick or jerk away. "Be still, and I will ease you," murmured the priestess, blessing the tradition that required the priestesses to learn the practical skills that maintained the community. She angled the teat towards the child's pursed lips and squeezed. A thin stream of milk hit his mouth and dribbled down his chin. For a moment my cantor stared in astonishment. Then his mouth opened. The second squirt went in before he could decide whether or not to cry. He coughed, swallowed, and opened his mouth again. About the time the goat's milk began to fail, my cantor's eyes closed and he subsided into peaceful sleep for the first time since their escape. And Darrell sat back with a sigh and held out her arms. "I can take care of him now. I want you to use your belt for a tether and take the goat back to that rivulet to drink. She must be nearly dry." "And what about you?" "I drank when we crossed it. You and I can go without more water until nightfall, and so can Mistress Nanny once she has drunk her fill. Keep your ears open. You can let her graze a little, but you must both be back here before full day." "And if the Iushan wolves find me?" asked the younger woman as she unlaced the branches that had trapped the goat's horns. "Why, you're naught but a girl from a farmstead nearby, who lost yourself seeking this strayed goat and spent the night in the fields. They will be looking for a woman with a baby, and I assure you that at the moment no one would take you for a priestess of Avalon." With her brown hair and blue eyes, burrs in her shawl, and the hem of her sleeping shift ragged and mud-stained, Ellet was a typical, if rather grimy, daughter of this land. "Try to sound stupid, and don't lose your nerve, and I think they will leave you alone." "I'll pretend it's Master Belkacem quizzing us on the lineage of the high priestesses," the girl said dryly. "Name lists always turn my brains to wool." And Darrell leaned back against the trunk of the ash tree as the girl and the goat picked their way lightly down the side of the mound. This sense of safety was an illusion, but at least she was sitting still. She had not known how completely their dash across the countryside had exhausted her. Just at this moment, she did not think she could have moved if the entire Iushan war band had appeared below. They remained on the mound throughout the day, sleeping fitfully while the goat, whom they had named Ara, continued to trim the undergrowth beneath the ash trees. She proved a bountiful producer of milk, providing enough to feed my cantor and the two priestesses as well. With that, berries from among the branches and some cresses Ellet had brought back from the stream, they felt strong enough to continue, leading the goat, once darkness fell. A second night's journey was uneventful, and they found another mound on which to shelter when daylight came. They had seen no pursuers, and by the third morning, Darrell was beginning to believe they had evaded their enemies. Their wanderings had forced them north of their best route, but if taking a roundabout way home cost them time, it gained them safety. "Old Kiri would have an apoplexy to see me now," thought Darrell, marching along with her skirts kirtled up beneath her swaying belly and her hair knotted and wound around a thorn. Until this journey had proved her endurance, she had not realized that she herself had doubted it. But she could see the gaunt hollows in Ellet's cheeks and knew her own must be the same. A diet of berries and goat's milk was not sufficient for such an extended use of energy. "If I remember right, just over that hill is the settlement from which Krifa came." "Wasn't she the tall girl who told such good stories? She was just finishing her training when I arrived, and then she went off to serve at Karnava." "She did, and I think her people would be willing to help a priestess who had become separated from her escort." "Just one priestess?" Ellet looked at her warily. And Darrell nodded. "I believe that we are safe, but there's no need to take foolish chances. I will stay in that wood by the old tomb with my cantor and Ara, while you go and ask for some bread and cheese in the name of Avalon." "And if they try to keep me there?" "They will hardly dare object if you declare you must go out to the wood to make an offering." The mound was old enough to have lost the earth that covered one end. The denuded stones that had framed the first tomb looked pink in the morning light. A dark opening beyond them suggested another chamber farther within. After a greeting to those whose bodies had lain here, Anderl tied the goat's tether to a hazel trunk, curled up against one of them, and settled my cantor in the crook of her arm. Thank the gods he was not yet crawling. For a time it was enough to enjoy the solid support of earth and stone. Somewhere above her a warbler was greeting the sun with a descending "hoo-eet" that ended in a trill. She gazed upward through the canopy of beech leaves until she could see the pale greenish shape of the bird. Here was peace, she thought drowsily. Both the subtle stresses of life in Avalon and the violence of the attack on Azan seemed far away. Whatever passions had ruled those buried here had long ago faded. She tried to stay awake and watch for Ellet's returning, but the warming air drew her into a sweet embrace. It was not the light footstep of the girl that woke her, but the hard tread of sandaled feet. And perhaps her sleep had not been so deep as she believed, for without need to think, Anderl found herself pushing my cantor through the gap between the stones and forcing her swollen body through the opening after him.
"I saw something move,"
came a man's voice dulled through earth and stone. Anderl curled into the dirt, her heart hammered in her chest. Surely it must be resonating like a drum in this chamber of stone.
"By the tomb," a second man answered. "This place belongs to the dead, and they don't walk by day."
Had she pulled all of her draperies within? She strained to see over the curve of her hip.
"Then why are ye hanging back, Isri?"
This in the accent of the north.
"The chief says we're to check every farm, every hiding place. I don't know if ghosts can hurt ye, but Ramdane surely can."
"This land has too many tombs," came the second voice again. "The dead aid their sorceress, or we would have found a trail." A little earth shifted down as someone climbed up the mound. Anderl fought a vision in which his weight shifted the balance that held the stones, of great masses sliding to crush her and the child. At least, she thought grimly, they would have a worthy burial.
"By the hunter's prong, it's a goat!" the first voice exclaimed. "Then I thank him," answered the northerner. "'Twill be a nice change from boiled barley."
Anderl tensed, unconsciously squeezing the child, but my cantor's protest was covered by Ara's sudden bleat.
"Leave it alone," one of the other men cried. "It might be an offering."
"Old ones, hide us, and I will give you an offering in truth," the priestess prayed. "Set fear in their hearts until they flee." Abruptly she sensed that she was not alone. The warriors could feel it as well.
"If you want your balls to wither and your crops to die, you go right ahead, but I'm getting out of here now."
The sounds of crushed leaves and breaking branches told her when first one, then the second man went away.
"Very well, but I think ye spineless fools," the northern man replied. "Still, if ye had any backbone, I suppose we'd not have taken Azan." His muttering faded as he, too, retraced his steps through the wood. For a long time Anderl lay trembling, but presently her heartbeat slowed and her tense muscles began to ease. Reason told her that the warriors had been too frightened to return, but just now that was not enough to persuade her to leave this earthen womb. It had never before occurred to her to envy the ancestors, but here they were sheltered by eternal stone, all passion spent, all danger past. Or at least a part of them, she thought then. Another part lived in the blood and bone of their descendants, and yet another moved from life to life across the centuries, seeking to work out its destiny. And that one would outlast even these stones. From time to time a memory of other times would surface in the meditations of one of the people of Avalon. Even little Ellet had dreamed of using an antler pick to hack at the soil of the tor to create the spiral path around it.
The elder priests thought it likely that she had been one of the acolytes who came to Avalon from the sea kingdoms that lay now beneath the waves. But Anderel's visions were of the sinking, of the last cataclysmic explosion when the mountain shattered and her city died in flame. If it was indeed there, then I did not survive it, she realized suddenly. Perhaps that is why foreseeing the destruction of Azan frightened me so. My cantor stirred in her arms, and she turned on her side to make more room. And who were you in those days, my little one? Are you the child who was saved to inherit a new land? Although at the moment it was enough to have saved him from the burning. It was said that Mikhail, who built the great henge, had come of a line of kings, though he had lived his life as a priest, not a ruler. It seemed to her then that the darkness had become a tapestry on which dim figures moved, fighting, dancing, shifting great stones. Still striving to understand, she slept as deeply as any of the ancestors. When Anderel woke again, the band of light that filtered in through the opening to the tomb was barely brighter than the gloom inside. For a moment she could not think where she was, much less what had awakened her. Then she heard the bleat Ara made when they had not given her enough water or food. Whoever had come was someone whom the she-goat expected to take care of her. The priestess smiled in the darkness and gathered her forces to send a mental call. "My lady," came Ellet's soft voice from outside, "where are you? Have you turned invisible?" Her voice wavered. There were stories that some adepts of Avalon had known how to do just that. "It's safe now. The evil ones have gone." My cantor squeaked in protest as Anderel pushed him through the opening, and Ellet gasped. When she got her own head and shoulders through the gap, she saw the girl staring, fingers twitching in a warding sign. "I'm no ghost," the priestess suppressed a laugh, "but I am surely grateful to the spirits who sheltered me. When the Ushen came, they thought Ara was an offering. If you have brought any food, we should leave some in the tomb." Ellet recovered enough to hold out a bulging sack. "You must be hungry, and poor Ara is more than ready to be milked again." She took a wooden bowl and a water-skin from the bag and let the goat drink, then settled herself at the black-spotted flank and laid my cantor in her lap. Anderel stretched carefully. The last light glowed in the west, and the new moon was already high. She sensed that Ellet had spoken truly, for a palpable peace lay on the land. She rummaged in the bag and drew out 2 barley cakes, setting one at the entrance to the tomb. "But what happened to you?" she asked as she began to eat. "Did the wolves come to the farm, too?" "They did indeed, and we owe Haoud and his people the blessing of Avalon. The wretches lined us up in the farmyard while they poked their spears into the thatching and the storage pits. Haoud told them that I was his sister, who had never been quite right since she had the fever, and I pulled my hair over my eyes and gibbered and drooled until they gave up any ideas they might have had about what to do with me." Ellet grinned. "They carried off what food they could find," she went on. "But in these times folk have learned how to hide their supplies. There was enough left to feed them and spare us some provisions as well. Surely another day or 2 will bring us to the Tor." She looked at Anderel hopefully. The priestess nodded. "And what will I do if the Ushen follow us?" she wondered then. The lake people had no warriors. Our magic is for healing and growth, not destruction. If only I could draw the marsh mists around us and hide us from the world. Perhaps by the time they reached the Tor, the gods would have given her some counsel. But first, they had to get there. Chapter 3. Anderl and Ellet came to the village of the lake people on the 4th day after the fall of Azan. The sky flushed with pink as the sun lifted over the eastern hills, but mist still swathed the platforms on which the villagers had built their dwellings, so that from the higher ground the buildings seemed to float above water. A few dogs began to bark in answer to Ara's bleat, and in moments people were appearing at the edge of the platforms. Presently Badger shouldered through the crowd, still rubbing sleep from his eyes, with his mother, Willow Woman, behind him. He was young to be headman of the village, named for the white streaks that had appeared at his temples when his father died. "Holy One, you are here!" He hurried across the causeway, bending to make the sign of reverence at heart and brow. "We hear of the burning, and then no word. We feared—" Anderl suppressed a grimace. She could well imagine how the news of the fall of Azan would have been received at Avalon. "What have you heard?" "They say the king and all his family dead." His gaze moved to the baby. "Irnana and her baby burned in the fire." "My cousin ran into the children's house to try to save him," Anderl answered truthfully, "and the roof fell before she could escape." She shuddered, remembering. "We hear that Durin was killed in fighting." Badger sent her a quick glance. "Some say the ancestors took you to live with them in the mounds." The priestess nodded, wondering at the way people could sometimes sense the truth even when they did not understand it. Ellet's laugh was a little too shrill. "We have had such a journey, but the goddess watched over us. She sent Ara here." She rubbed the goat's paw between the horns, "so that we could feed the child." Eyes rounded as the people realized that Anderl held a baby in her arms. "This is an orphan we rescued on our journey," she said clearly. Clucking, Badger's mother pushed past her son. "Baby not the only one needs feeding. You two come with me. There is porridge hot on the fire." She lifted the corner of the blanket, and my cantor opened his dark eyes and favored her with a searching stare that made her laugh. Willow Woman had been Anderl's nurse when she was a baby. Anderl's own grandmother came from the same family, and there was no one whom she would trust more to watch over my cantor. She was still thinking about that as she settled gratefully onto a down-filled leather cushion by the fire that burned on its stone slab in the center of the long room. The clay plastering of the smoke-stained walls rippled slightly over the woven withies beneath. The scents of drying fish and wood smoke were among her earliest memories. Avalon was her life, but this felt like home. "Irnana's boy?" asked the older woman as Anderl unfolded the baby's wrappings, and she saw the red hair and dark eyes. "He looks strong." "Thanks to Keiratra," answered Ellet, "or he might well have died before we found the goat." "That, too, was a miracle," Anderl said then. "It was all as I saw in my vision, Mother, except that I was there. This child has a destiny, but until he is old enough to claim it, the world must think that he did die." "Even the folk of Avalon?" The old woman's dark eyes gleamed. "Especially them," Anderl said ruefully. "The Ocean and the traitors who aided them will come seeking my cantor when they hear I have returned, and those who are sworn to serve the truth find it hard to lie." "Then he must be hidden. You know Redfern, Osprey's woman? She has new baby and much milk. She will take him if I say." Willow Woman reached out to stroke the bright hair. "We shave his head for now. Later we use nut dye. He is big already as a child of 5 moons. Anyone sees him, they will think him older, and ours." Anderl sank back on the cushion, only now allowing herself to recognize that the anxiety she had carried had been a greater burden than the child. She sipped gratefully at the yarrow tea the old woman ladled into a cup carved from oak wood. "Ellet, you go find Redfern. Tell her to come." When the girl had gone, Willow Woman turned to Anderl. "Now, you tell me how it is with you." For a moment, Anderl could only stare. "I don't know," she said slowly. "I have thought only about the next danger, the fear. Durin died to save me. I want to mourn for him, but I feel nothing, not even gratitude to be alive."
"That will come," Willow Woman nodded. "Now you need rest."
And Darrell nodded. Her backache had returned, and she wriggled on the cushion, trying to ease the strain. From outside she heard laughter and turned as Ellet pushed past the hide that curtained the doorway, followed by a round-faced woman who must be Redfern. She clearly had some of the blood of the tribes. She might even be able to pass my Cantor off as her own child. But what inspired instant trust was Redfern's smile. And Darrell reached out, and Willow Woman passed the warm bundle across. She cuddled the boy to her breast and felt her eyes fill as he nuzzled against her, searching lips making soft sucking sounds. He began to fuss as he found nothing there. "After the past few days I will miss him as if he were my own child. But he needs to be fed." She looked up at Redfern. "Willow Woman tells me that you have the milk and the love to take another child. All children are sacred to the ones who care for them, but the gods have told me that this boy's life is important to all the people of this land. Do you understand this? Do you understand that because of it he has enemies? We will do all we can to protect you and him, but you could be in danger. Are you willing to run that risk and care for this child?"
"Give me the boy," said Redfern simply, opening the doe-skin cape she wore over her skirt. Beneath it her full breasts were bare. As she took the baby into her arms, the milk began to flow. An expert adjustment popped one rosy nipple into the seeking mouth, and the woman sighed. Then she looked at Darrell once more. "You speak true, Holy One. All children a gift of the gods. This I say to you. As I give this boy my milk, he becomes my own flesh. As my own, I protect him. No more can I do for any baby, no matter whose son." "Yes," breathed Darrell. "The goddess speaks in me. She will watch over you, and I will come to see him when I can. Thank you." She shifted on the cushion, felt moisture, and looked down, wondering if she had spilled her tea. But the warm wetness was spreading between her thighs. She looked at Willow Woman in confusion and tried to rise. "I am sorry. I think I've wet myself and spoiled your cushion." Willow Woman and Redfern exchanged glances, and the younger woman laughed.
"I take this little one away now and feed him more. I think that soon you will have baby of your own to fill your arms." For a long moment Darrell simply stared. Then she felt the muscles of her belly contracting and understood that her labor had begun. Durin had promised that when the child came he would sing her past all pain. She wondered if she would be able to hear him from the other world. "The baby is coming?" Ellet squeaked. "Now? Lady, shall I send for Kiri to come over from Avalon?" Unable to speak until the next contraction had passed, Darrell shook her head. "Willow Woman has helped dozens of babies into this world, and with Keratra's blessing I trust her to deliver mine. Send no word to Avalon. They must know only that I arrived here with a baby, and I will leave as I came, with a baby in my arms. And to that, all of you can truthfully swear." Tirilan. The name fell from Darrell's lips like the chiming of a sistrum. Her sign was that of the peacemaker. Belkacem had read the stars for her, and Merivale scried her future in the sacred pool. She will be a singer, and much loved. Darrell treasured the words. Like her father, she thought as she leaned over the cradle to tuck the blanket more closely around the sleeping infant. Like her father, the child had curling fair hair, and Darrell did not think it was only a mother's besotted love that saw in her child's sleeping twitches the beginnings of Durin's heart-stopping smile. Since Tiralan's birth, thoughts of Durin had often been with her, moments of grief alternating with a bittersweet memory, an anguished joy. As winter's rain flooded the marshes, life continued at the Tor almost as before. The mist that hung above the reeds seemed to separate them from the world, as the old lore said the people of wisdom had known how to do. But occasionally someone would come from the lake village with rumors from Azan. To the north, the weather had been even more severe. Even in this season, when men huddled close to home, rumors still swept the land. It was said that in the fire, Uldan's son had been transformed like ore in a furnace and been taken up to live with the gods. It was said that the ancestors had taken him into the mounds. It was said that he was hidden in a dozen different places across the land, from which he would return to destroy his enemies when he became a man. The stories about her own journey were equally fantastic. Now they said that she had spent those 4 lost days in the other world and given birth to her daughter there, or within a mound, which was very nearly the same thing so far as popular belief was concerned. "They may well think you a child of the hidden realm," thought Anderel, bending over the cradle once more. The cradle was very old, carved with the symbol of Manawa's winged son that the wise ones had brought from the drowned lands. The sleeping child frowned a little in her sleep, then turned and settled once more. "You are not a child of the hollow hills," her mother thought then, "but of the gods." She looked up as Ellet pushed through the door. "Lady!" At Anderel's frown, the younger woman straightened and took a deep breath. "Lady, a boy from the lake village has come. He says that Galed of Amonhead is here with a dozen warriors. He demands a boat to bring them across to the Tor." "Have they searched the houses?" Ellet shook her head. "They are only interested in Avalon. Badger told the lad to say he can hold them for a little, but they will start killing if he delays too long." "Send him back," she said swiftly. "Tell Badger to let them come." Anderel chose to await the traitor beneath the winged sun on the pediment of the Temple of Light, with her senior clergy behind her, all of them robed in shining white, brows bound with the diadems of their grades. The robes were woven of heavy linen, bleached to the whiteness of a cloud on a sunny day, and embroidered around the hems with sigils in gold. As the visitors approached, she realized that Galed was followed by men of his own clan. Belkacem stepped forward to bar their way with his staff. Carved and gilded to resemble a serpent, it was a thing of beauty, but no match for a spear. "Who comes in arms to disturb the peace of Avalon?" The old man's voice still had power. "Lay aside your weapons, men of blood, or depart, for you will find no answers here." Galed's grin broadened, but the men behind him were glancing about uneasily.
"Do you think such tricks will scare me?"
he began, then realized that his warriors had begun to edge away.
"Still, I believe that we are more than a match for women and old men," he added swiftly. "We will put down our weapons if they make you afraid."
"They will be safe here," Belkacem said pleasantly, indicating a bench set in the hillside. "I will appoint a worthy guardian." He gestured again, and Lenora, who at 7 was the youngest of the maidens they were training, came gravely forward and seated herself on the grass. The warriors looked faintly scandalized as they unbuckled sword belts and laid their spears beside her upon the ground. Anderel bit her lip to hide laughter. "If you come in peace, you are welcome." Lenora's older sister offered them a golden cup that brimmed with ale. "Drink without fear," the priestess said sweetly, though she could see that it was amusement, not anxiety, that glinted in Galed's eyes. But it did not matter what the traitor thought, if they could overawe his men. Galed handed back the cup, his scarred features as carefully grave as those of the child. When Anderel looked at him, she saw that face was overlaid by the soot-streaked image of the man who had laughed as Irnana burned and struck Durin down. For a moment she closed her eyes, knowing that she had to deal with the man he was now. His frame was heavy with muscle, and the frustrated hunger in his pale eyes had become a wary confidence. The cruel droop of his black mustache had not changed. He had dressed for this meeting like a king, though the Aesir queen had refused to make him one. How badly did that eat at his soul! His kilt was of fine russet wool, the mantle that covered his sleeveless tunic of the same weave. Heavy golden bracelets circled his forearms, and cloak and belt were clasped with gold. But if he had changed, so, she thought, had she. No longer ungainly with pregnancy, she stood straight as an image in the formal robes, her face a pure oval within the draped veils and the headdress that added a handspan to her height, bearing the triple moon of Avalon. Galed eyed her as if he would like to unveil the woman behind those stiff folds. "Imagine what you will," the priestess thought with bitter amusement. "I am not a woman now, but the voice of the goddess, and she will make him hear. Come." With the graceful gliding tread she had learned when she was no older than Lenora, Andariel led the way to the hall.
"We are honored by your greeting," said Galed when they had been seated near the hearth. "But you need not have taken the trouble. Our errand is simple. Now that the country is becoming more peaceful, we have come for Uldan's child."
Andariel met his gaze without blinking, glad her veils hid the racing pulse at her throat. "And what would you do with the boy if he was here?"
"Queen Zamara has asked us to find her nephew," answered one of the warriors, "so that we may raise him as heir to the Aesir."
He might even believe what he was saying, thought Andariel as she considered him, but she had not missed the cynical glint in Galed's eye. "Alas, this is only Avalon, not the other world," she replied bitterly.
"Do not play with me."
His tone sharpened.
"Irnana passed the baby to you, and I saw you carry him away. It is known that you brought an infant with you when you returned to the Tor."
"Both those things are true, but, alas, the one does not guarantee the other," Belkacem said sadly. "Irnana's child never reached Avalon. The infant of whom you have heard is the lady's own child." If they had not stood on the knife edge of disaster, Andariel would have laughed at the confusion of frustration, uncertainty, and disbelief in Galed's eyes. "You may understand why I did not understand that you were searching for us, so that you might care for the boy," she said tartly. "But the way was hard, and we had no milk for him. My own babe was not born until we were nearly here, or I would have fed him at my own breast. I am sorry," she added with lowered gaze.
"I don't believe you," Galed snapped.
Andariel looked up at him. "Do you not? Elit, bring Tiralan to us here." They sat in stiff silence until Elit returned with the baby, awake now and fussing softly in her arms. At 3 months old her hair was a golden halo. Andariel had not known many infants, but surely it was not only a mother's partiality that saw beauty in the tiny features, despite the dubious gaze with which the baby was regarding all these strange men. "This is my daughter, the heir of Avalon," Andariel said calmly. "Would you like me to undo her clout so that you may assure yourselves that she is indeed a maid?" One of the men flushed, and the others had the grace to look embarrassed. It was clear to all that this delicate child could not be Uldan's strong red-headed son.
"That will not be necessary," Galed said stiffly.
For a moment longer his gaze held Andariel's, an odd mixture of lust and respect in his eyes. Tirelon's face reddened, and Ellet thrust her into her mother's arms, where she began to rootle against the heavy fabric, and then to cry. Abruptly, Darrell realized that there was no opening in the ceremonial robes through which she could nurse her, and in a moment her breasts were going to begin leaking in response to the baby's cries.
"You may search the isle," Belkacem offered earnestly, "but I swear by the light that this is the only infant of either gender to be found among us here."
"Search if you will," and Darrell rose, settling the baby against her shoulder. "But for this child, at least, I have milk, and I had better feed her before she deafens us all."
"If you swear to it, then I am sure it is true. But even truth can sometimes lie."
Galed lifted his hand like a fighter saluting his foe.
"I will not forget, lady."
Their eyes met, and she heard the unspoken words,
"And I will be watching you."
As a chilly winter unwillingly gave way to an equally wet spring, the people of the village reported an unusual number of strangers in the area. Galed was keeping his word, thought Darrell, and denied her heart's craving to go to the lake village to visit my cantor, whom Redfern, following village custom, called Woodpecker. Thus, it was not until just after the boy's first birthday, when the priesthood on the Tor had finished the ceremonies surrounding the summer solstice, that she crossed the lake to preside over the villagers' midsummer festival. Darrell sat on the platform on which the headman's house was built, helping Willow Woman to plait wreaths for the evening's dancing from flowers and leafy branches the children had brought in from the marsh. Tirelon lay sleeping in a cradle by her side. "If I did not trust our observations of the heavens, I would think we were celebrating the turning of spring." She threaded a few primroses among the yellow cresses already twined into the braid of bulrush with a sigh.
"It's so," the older woman agreed. "Many trackways through the marsh are underwater still."
"This year the isles of the summer country are islands indeed." Beyond the platform, sunlight glittered on the open waters of the lake and the channels that wound through the reeds.
"The water meadows are still water. Not many places for the sheep and goats to graze or gather seeds. Next winter I think we will live on dried fish and waterfowl and berries."
"Be thankful you have them," Darrell said grimly. "They tell me that it has been too cold to grow much on the old farms on top of the downs, and those that lie too low are so wet the cattle are getting hoof rot and the seeds drown in the fields." She turned as a trill of laughter rippled up from below. One of the older girls was watching over the toddlers as they played on the ground that had been bared beneath the pilings as the waters receded. My cantor was among them, walking already, and tall and strong. "The boy looks well, and he has grown. If anyone asks, we can say he is a year older than his milk brother Grebe."
"Redfern's milk is good," Willow Woman replied.
They both laughed as he sat down suddenly in the mud, brows lifting in an expression of comical surprise. In the next moment he was pulling himself upright once more. The sun struck rusty glints from his dyed hair.
"She loves Woodpecker as if he's her own."
"I know, but we cannot keep him here forever. Tiny children all look much the same, but as he grows older, even the hair dye will not be enough to make people think he comes from here. Already there are legends that Uldan's son was reborn from the fire."
"To take Woodpecker while he is young will be very hard on both him and Redfern," the older woman said slowly.
"I will wait as long as I can," Darrell sighed. "It may be safest to move him from one village to another."
"Maybe, but that is the future," Willow Woman replied. "We have to keep him safe now, or he has no future. You still know mighty magic. Protect the lake village, and he will stay safe within."
Darrell stared at her, the new wreath into which she was plaiting purple loosestrife and flowering rush trembling in her hands. "Not just the village. When we make the circuit of the 7 sacred islands," she said slowly, "then I can weave the spell." The alliance between the people who had once hunted the marshes and the sun-haired priests and priestesses who had come from across the sea had endured for 1,000 years. Each race had its own mysteries, and the two strains, mingling, had given birth to a tradition that drew on the powers of both the earth and the stars. From this had come the spiral path that linked the inner and outer realities of the Tor itself, and knowledge of the paths the earth energies followed as they flowed through the land. The Tor was linked to several of the smaller hills that rose above the fens. A map of these islands formed a shape that they also saw in the stars. The priests knew it as the Chariot of Light, or Keratra's Wain. But the people of the marshes saw in that constellation the upper part of a bear. To honor that protecting power, it had become the tradition to follow the path from isle to isle upon Midsummer Day. At midnight the long, low boats set forth. When the boats moved from marsh to river, she could feel the difference in their motion, but beyond that, it was as if they floated between the worlds. When the sound of voices roused her, the sky was growing lighter, and before them rose the tree-clad hump of the Watch Hill. Already the birds were chorusing their own salutation to the coming day. As the first sliver of gold edged the eastern hills, the boatmen flung their torches into the water. Above them, and Darrell began the song. How beautiful upon the horizon! The Lord of Day is coming, robed in light. Awaken, children of earth, as he arises. Light fills the soul as it fills the land. Awaken, O my people, to light and to life. She bent, hands moving in the sign of salutation. Hail to thee, Manoa, Lord of Light, she called on the god by his ancient name. Touch the path we take today with power, that we may be protected from those who would wish us harm. Slowly her arms lifted as she stretched to embrace the light that spilled down the hillsides and lit the waters as if the torches had set them aflame. Her own breath caught as she felt that same fire ignite within her, and only learned afterward that to the others she had seemed limned in light. She turned to the north. As light blesses the land, I invoke the spirits of this hill to ward against all foes. As she went back down the path, and Darrell could feel the power she had raised, spinning out behind her like a thread of light. In the boats, men from the settlement below the hill waited to pull them on the return journey. This first leg was the longest, following the winding course of the river. To either side, long grasses waved from a raised bog, interspersed with heather and a tangle of birch and alder. The dragonflies were already flitting above the water, and now and again a fish would leap to greet the day. By the time they reached the low isle where once a great warrior had fought a spirit of darkness, the sun was halfway towards noon. They left an offering and made the short crossing to the Hill of the Wild Powers. This place also was not meant for human habitation, though hunters came here sometimes to keep vigil and beg the favor of the powers who guarded the game. Some, it was said, came away with the favor of those powers, but others fled, maddened by sudden fears, and ran until they collapsed from exhaustion or the bog sucked them down. And Darrell sensed the spirit of the hill as a chaotic but not unfriendly energy. As she drew the sunfire past, she felt it waken. "If enemies come, fill them with your terror," she prayed. "Witless and wandering may they find their doom." And it seemed to her that something on the island grinned in answer. Now they wound their way southward through level lowlands. Herons stalked where the yellow flags stood proudly, and the blue flowers of brooklime captured bits of sky. Just at the hour of noon they came to the Isle of Birds. Badger's village was just beyond it, built out into the marsh to leave the solid ground for growing crops and grazing. The only structure on the hillock was a shrine. Flocks of clamoring waterfowl sought the air around her. As she scattered the grain that was their offering, they settled once more, gabbling in satisfaction. And Darrell gazed back the way they had come, strengthening her hold on the thread of power. She stood, hands lifted to the sky. "Hail to thee, brightness of the nooning! O sun, in thy splendor, ruler of the sky! Each leaf and each blade, each bird and each beast lives by the love of the Lord of Light. Blessed be the sun's holy fire." When she returned to the boats, Willow Woman was waiting with food and drink. Redfern had come too, with my cantor slung on one hip, gazing around him with the same eager curiosity as the ducklings that followed their mothers in chuckling lines among the reeds. As she embraced the other woman, she dropped a kiss upon the boy's brow. "Rejoice in the light, son of 100 kings. Can you see the shining web that stretches yonder? I am spinning it to protect you." And though she knew her words could mean nothing to a child so young, it seemed to her that his eyes were tracking that invisible radiance across the waving reeds. Leaving the village and the hill behind them, the boats turned westward toward the isle where the sacred oak tree grew. When age and the winds of winter brought an old tree down, an acorn that had been saved was carefully nurtured until it could stand alone against the storms. Here the priestess poured out ale and tied a riband of fine linen around the trunk as the custom was, but she bound the line of light to the tree as well. The sun was curving westward as they turned toward the Maiden's Isle. Aaron came down to meet her in a clean tunic for once, for on this day the forge was cold, and the only fire burning was the one in the sky. As he saw her, his eyes grew wide. "Lady, walk in the light." He bowed. And Darrell smiled, for he was the first, except for the child, who had seen that she was attempting something more than the usual ritual. "Master Smith, I ask your blessing on my work, and the blessing of the Lady of the Forge." He bowed again and stepped aside to escort her into the smithy. The image of the goddess in the niche in the wall was shaped out of lead from the hills north of the vale, with a cylindrical base to suggest a skirt, and nubbins of breast on her torso. Years had blurred any features that might have been sketched beneath her headdress, but she stood like a priestess with upraised arms. This was one deity whom the people of wisdom had not brought with them, but recognized as the upwelling spirit in the human heart and in the land. Aaron had garlanded her niche with summer flowers, and Darrell came to a halt, feeling the sun thread as a warmth against her back, and reached out to gather and offer it to the power that image represented. "Archie," she murmured, "here is another fire for you to hold. Strengthen this barrier and guard this land. Guard the child who is our hope, and when he is grown, forge the weapon that will bring him victory." She waited and heard a rushing like the sound of the wind in the trees or the fire hissing in the coals, but the fire was out and the air was still, and the sound was a voice that whispered to her soul, "In the crucible he will be tried, shaped in the mold, forged until he is a weapon fit for my hand." She must have staggered, for when she opened her eyes, Aaron was holding her arm and offering her water. Only the tor remained, and Darrell could feel the tension as she climbed and circled the stones that crowned it, for the sun was beginning to sink toward the distant sea. But the power in the hill was stronger than she had ever felt it, as if eager to accept her binding. She stumbled down to the boats that waited to push off toward the lake village once more. As they crossed the last open water toward the village, the sky was flaming with its own midsummer fires. It had been a very long day, and she felt weary to her bones, the skein of light stretched taut behind her. The boat passed the village and drew up on the high ground beyond it. With the approach of night the birds had hidden themselves among the rushes, and the hilltop was very still. In the west, the sun set fire to the cloud banks above the distant sea. She slitted her eyes against that final blaze of glory as she chanted the evening hymn. How beautiful upon the horizon! The Lord of Light is descending, seeking his rest. Sleep, O children of earth, as earth is sleeping. Light lives within you, lives in the land. Sleep and find healing until he returns once more. As the last fiery sliver disappeared, she grasped the thread of light and linked it to the pulse flowing down from the watch hill where they had begun, a loop of power to safely bind the 7 islands of the Vale of Avalon. Chapter 4. Woodpecker, the Lady of Avalon is here! At his brother's words, Woodpecker's eyes flew open, and he surged upright, casting the blanket of woven rabbit skins aside. The shiny lady! He always called her that in his mind, even though she was as small and dark of eyes and hair as many of the people in the village. She lived on the magic island to the south of the lake village. Maybe that was why light seemed to gather around her. Woodpecker belted his kilt, flung the rabbit-skin blanket around his shoulders, for this early the spring air still held a chill, and followed his brother to the hearth. "They got here last night," chattered Grebe as they gulped down the hot porridge that Redfern insisted on setting before them. "I heard the voices." The shiny lady visited them once or twice a year. Somehow things would always be arranged so that she saw him. Of course she saw all the village children, and sometimes there were sweets to go with her blessing. But Woodpecker always had the feeling that she was looking at him especially closely. It made him uneasy, as if he was different from the others. But he already knew that. There was something wrong with his hair. His mother kept it cut short, and every month she had to treat it with a medicine that left it dry and dull. "Slow down!" panted Grebe as Woodpecker slung on his carry-sack and led the way towards the headman's dwelling. "They won't be awake yet. They were all up late talking." "How do you know?" mumbled Woodpecker. "I woke up when Papa came in, and I heard, of course. As usual, you slept through it all." "We'll wait, then. I'll play you at Spellikins," he added conciliatingly, hunkering down at the edge of the platform. He pulled out the bag his father had made for him from the skin of a vole, and tipped the bundle of slender sticks into his hand. It was a game of which his little brother, who was clever-handed though not strong, was very fond. "Why do you care so much, anyway?" asked Grebe as Woodpecker evened the ends and tossed them into the air. "She's pretty," he answered as Grebe took first turn, flipping sticks aside with the carry-stick and collecting them in one hand. "Like somebody I saw in a dream." He did not mention that sometimes the dreams were nightmares of fire and terror from which the bright lady rescued him. "And she gives me presents." "Oh-ho!" said the younger boy, then swore as his hand twitched and a tangle of sticks began to roll apart. "Your turn," he conceded, but Woodpecker was not listening. The door to the headman's house had opened, and she was there, talking to someone behind her. This time, though, was different. Beside her stood a girl, a little thing with light hair, who carried with her the same kind of glow. The lady turned, saw Woodpecker standing there, and smiled. "Is that you, Woodpecker? You have grown." The Lady of Avalon spoke the dialect of the lake village well. As Grebe gathered up the spelikans, Woodpecker shuffled his feet, recognizing the usual response adults gave when they did not know what to say. In his case, it was usually true. He was as tall as Redfern's oldest boy, who was 12 and went hunting with the men. "This is my daughter, Tiralon," the lady said then. "Will you be kind to her and show her the village? But don't let her fall into the lake. Tiri cannot swim." Woodpecker and Grebe exchanged glances. The girl was small, but she must be at least 6. By that age, every child of the lake village could swim like a frog. "We'll take care of her," Grebe said brightly, and earned another smile. "Come on, then," muttered Woodpecker, leading the way back toward his mother's house, though he had no idea what they were going to do. "Why are you called Woodpecker?" Tiri asked, using the mode of speech of the tribes. At least she was not shy. "'Cause I always get into things, I guess," he replied, wishing he had paid more attention to Willow Woman's lessons in the tribal tongue. "I thought it was maybe because your hair sticks out around your head like a baby bird." There was no malice in her tone, but he could feel himself flushing angrily. "You look all pale and thin, like something under log. I think I call you Worm." "Are you going to gobble me up?" she retorted. "I'd like to see you try." He blinked. She seemed to be growing brighter. "A glowworm, maybe. Warns off things that want to eat her because she tastes bad." She frowned, as if trying to work out whether that was another insult or a compliment. By the time they reached Redfern's door, more children had joined them. Beaver, who at 9 was almost as big as Woodpecker and inclined to challenge him, Alder, a leggy girl with a long black braid who looked at Tiri as if she had come from another world, and Goosey and Gander, who were twins. "Does your name have meaning?" asked Alder when they had made introductions. "Our names have meanings in the old language of the wise," responded the girl from Avalon with her first smile. "Mine means sweet singer. My father was a bard." Woodpecker blinked and looked away. Definitely shiny, he thought, like her mother. It must be nice to know where your talents and features came from. He loved his parents dearly, but he found it hard to see anything of himself in them at all. "We can teach her to swing from the branch of the willow tree?" asked Beaver. "If it breaks, she'll fall in, and she can't swim, and anyway, the water is still cold," Alder replied. "We could go out in a boat," Goosey offered shyly. He turned to the girl. "Have you seen marshes? They real pretty in spring." "But she can't swim," objected Grebe. "She had to go in a boat to get here, didn't she?" growled Woodpecker, though he would have believed it if they had told him the Lady of Avalon could fly. "You can hold on to her if you're afraid she'll fall in." "I would like to see the marshes," Tiri said clearly. "Do you paddle or push your boats with a pole?" Woodpecker looked at her with more respect. At least she knew something about boats. "Not tall enough to use pole well," he admitted. "But I paddle fast. I won boys' race at midsummer last year." Beaver, whom he had beaten in that race, glowered. "We don't need to go fast, Woodpecker, just safe," said Alder repressively. "Come on." The folk of the lake village were too accustomed to the gaggle of chattering children to notice the golden head among them as they scrambled down the ladders and piled into the long, low boats that the villagers carved from the trunks of trees. Woodpecker helped Tiri to get into the boat behind him with Grebe and Alder, while Beaver and the twins took the other craft. "There are wooden trackways through marshes," said Alder as they eased away from the pilings, "but they are under water for a long time now. Boat's easier. You go anywhere." Tiri gripped the sides as they slipped past the new green reeds and sedges that were pushing up through the yellow tangle where last year's crop had been cut for thatching, but settled back when a long stroke of the paddle sent the craft into the open water beyond. They called it a lake, but it was nowhere very deep, a sheet of water covering the low-lying ground to the west of the Isle of Birds and the Tor. The water glimmered with a nacreous sheen beneath the pale sky. "Where are you taking us?" Tiri asked. "If lucky, see animals," he replied. "The birds come north." He pointed to a flock of mixed waterfowl bobbing on the water. Beyond them, a flicker of white emerged from behind some reeds. "Look! A swan!" More careful strokes brought them around the northern edge of the Isle of Birds and into what gradually resolved into a sluggish stream that fed into the lake from the rising ground to the north, where fen carr and raised bog supported a tangle of trees. "Will we see bears?" "Do you want to?" He looked at her in surprise. She might seem weak and pale, but he was beginning to suspect that she had more spirit than any of them. He usually had to work pretty hard to persuade the others when he had a really interesting plan. "We have a legend that there was once a bear, or maybe a bear spirit, that lived in a cave on Avalon." "I never hear of bear in the marshes," observed Alder. "I think too wet for them, especially now. On higher ground, sometimes deer." "Oh," Tiri said dismissively. "Well, it is very pretty here." Stung Woodpecker frowned. "You want excitement?" he said slowly. "We go to Wild God's Isle." "It's forbidden!" Grebe exclaimed. "We can't go there." "You can go back in the other boat with Beaver if you're afraid," Woodpecker said over his shoulder, digging the paddle into the water and driving the boat forward. A squawking pintail duck flurried up from the reeds as they passed, and Tiralan laughed. "It's too far," said Alder. "No farther than from here back to the Tor," he answered, though he supposed it would take longer to thread his way through the fen than to cross the open lake. He had only made this journey twice since he'd been old enough to accompany the midsummer warding, and winter floods could change the channels. But all the children of the lake had a good sense of direction. He could feel the invisible link between the sacred islands. If he followed it, he would reach his goal. "What will we find on this forbidden isle?" Tiri sounded amused. "Wild things," Alder said tartly. "Spirits," added Grebe. "Sometimes they drive people mad." "My mother commands spirits," Tiralan said dismissively. "You can't scare me with that tale." Woodpecker was sure that was true, but her mother was not here. Distracted, he felt the boat lurch as it grazed a hidden stump. It was solid enough, but could easily be overturned. By the time they reached the ridge of higher ground from which the hill rose, it was nearly noon, and the breakfast porridge seemed very far away. Still, the marshes held food for those who knew how to find it. They would have to keep their eyes open when they reached the isle. The stream narrowed, curving around the base of what seemed to be a hill, though it was hard to make out its shape through the trees. If he remembered right, a little ways ahead it joined another stream and continued on toward the Watch Hill. This was it, then. Woodpecker stood, balancing carefully, and leaped to a protruding root. Grebe tossed him the rope tied to the boat's bow, and when the others had clambered out, they pulled the craft onto the muddy shore. "Now we walk." He grinned at Tiralan's expression as she eyed the morass of mud and scum and decaying leaves. "Better you take off your shoes," he told her. He and the other children were already barefoot. Relenting, he held out a hand to steady her until they reached firmer ground. "I am happy to see how well the village has survived the winter," said Anderl. It was a fine day, and after weeks of cloud and rain, they were grateful to sit on benches set on the platform on which the headman's house was built and take in the sunshine. Badger grinned. "Here we already know how to live with water. Otter's house got wet, but this summer we built his platform higher." "We look already at the places where we plant and gather," added his mother. We won't have so much seed for bread this year, but more water is good for fishing and birds. We won't starve." And Darrell nodded. "I will send some of our younger ones to help you. It will be good for them to learn just how much work getting food can be. Most of our food used to come from Azan. We are still getting some from farmers who are grateful for our help in the past, but of course there is nothing from the king."
"I hear that Gaelid of Amenhead rules now in Azan-Ilir."
Badger, who was sitting on the edge of the platform, leaned over to spit into the water below. "He says it is as protector for the queen, but Zamara is still kept at Karnava, and I am told that these days his house guard are all Iushan wolves." She shivered, remembering.
"I think King Eltan glad to have some place to send them so they don't make trouble at home. His uncle tries to kill him last summer, but Gaelid owes him everything, makes a dependable ally."
"Dependable?" And Darrell laughed bitterly. "He betrayed his own king. Why should Eltan think that Gaelid will not do the same to him?"
"Maybe the wolf warriors are there to watch him,"
observed Redfern's husband, who was called Stalker.
"I think there's few chieftains who sleep easy these days." Badger picked up his own clay mug of tea. "If good men, they grieve because they can't save all their people, or they use all their wealth to help and get weak. And they fear their people if they are bad." "Fear and hunger make good excuse for hate,"
said Stalker.
"Many old scores get paid off now."
"Then everyone ends afraid of everyone else," observed Willow Woman. "And when enemies come, they don't stand together." And Darrell shivered again, although the spring sun was warm on her shoulders. They could ask the stars whether there would be a good harvest, but if the stars foretold disaster, they could not conjure food from grass. Against the forces that were changing their world, the magic of Avalon seemed to have little power. If the prayers of a priest had no more effect on the floods than a chieftain's curse, why should the clans share what little they had with Avalon? "What we cannot cure, we must learn to endure." Kiri's watchword came to mind. Surely the future held more than this slow disintegration of all order, or why had the visions driven her to Azan to rescue my Cantor? "When the son of 100 kings is grown, he will restore our world," she told herself sternly. "Our task is to preserve the pieces until then." She shook herself and looked at the others. "Surely it is past time for the noon meal. Shall we call the children to share it? I had only a glimpse of Woodpecker this morning. I should like to see how he has grown."
"Grown?"
grinned his foster father.
"He grows like the marsh reed in the spring, every day taller."
"Go call them," said Willow Woman, setting a hand on her son's shoulder to steady herself as she got to her feet. "I will give another stir to the stew." The old woman had brought out wooden bowls filled with a steaming mix of roots and grains with some dried meat before Stalker came back again, and when he climbed up the ladder to the platform, he was frowning.
"It is good you started eating. The children are not here. People say my boys and your daughter go off with Alder and Beaver and the twins, the ones they usually play with. Their boats are gone."
And Darrell looked from him to Badger. "They went out in boats? Is that safe?"
"Our children learn boats when they learn to walk," the headman replied. "But it's strange they don't come back for food."
"Could they have gotten lost in the marshes?" Suddenly the patchwork of greenery and gleaming water seemed more confused than beautiful. And Darrell had grown up among the marshes, but when she had to cross them, she stuck to the wood-paved trackways.
"I would not think so," Badger said slowly. "Always you can see the hills to north and south, and today the sun shows the way west. They know the way to come. Still, they might be stuck somewhere."
"Nothing in the marsh to hurt them. Willow Woman said quickly. "But maybe you men best go looking, eh? We wait." "And plan how to make them sorry for frightening us so," added Anderl. Tiralan was a good-natured child, but she had a mind of her own. This would not be the first time she had eluded her watchers. By the time Badger and Stalker returned, the sun was halfway between its nooning and the horizon. They had searched the area around the lake village, but boats left no tracks upon the water, and of the children there was no sign.
"They must have gone farther, but which way?"
Stalker asked in frustration. "When they see it's getting dark, they come back to us," offered Willow Woman. "If they can." And Darrell got to her feet, staring out across the landscape. Which direction would they have gone? A priestess of Avalon might not know how to navigate the reed beds, but she could ride the currents of power. She closed her eyes, inner senses extending to the borders she herself had strengthened the previous summer, feeling for the ebb and flow of energy within the area they protected, and the particular signature of her child. She turned to the men. "We will go out again, and I will go with you. There is something that way," she pointed northward, "that calls me. When we are closer, I will know for sure." The bank of the stream was choked with willows whose lower branches were still draped with drying clumps of reed left there by the winter floods. Woodpecker heard a muffled squawk and turned to help Teary pick fragments of a wagtail nest from her hair. Beaver and Grebe followed. After a vigorous discussion, Alder had agreed to stay at the boats with the twins. "I thought you said that people came up here sometimes," Teary complained.
"At midsummer," he answered repressively. "But comes winter, shoreline always change. Still, should be there, you see, by birches. Path goes up the hill."
A strand of white trunks glimmered beyond the buckthorn thicket. When they emerged, they could see a wavering line of short green grass leading upward. At first, Woodpecker wondered if it really was a path, but presently he noticed where branches had been intentionally trained so that they would not block the way. The hair rose on his neck. Humans were only guests in this place, and not very welcome. But he was not yet frightened enough to turn tail.
"Be careful," he said aloud. "Don't break branches, and keep your voices down."
Grebe gave him a curious look. His brother had always been a canny one, using wit to make up for his lack of size, and he would know that although Woodpecker could move as softly as any boy trained to hunt the small, cautious game that was all a child's bow could bring down, he was not noted for caution. As the path grew steeper, the others glanced at him more often. They felt it too, he thought uneasily, that feeling that they were being watched by something that, if not an enemy, was certainly no friend to humankind. "I wish we had brought an offering," said Grebe softly. "I have a piece of bannock," whispered Tiralan. "I should have thought of that." Woodpecker bit his lip. That was the least of the things he should have thought of. When they got home, if they got home, Redfern would have his hide. But he sensed that to show fear now would attract the kind of attention they wanted to avoid. Finishing the climb carefully but boldly was their best choice now, and then turning around and heading home, and accepting whatever punishment his parents chose. A soft piping from above brought all four to a halt, staring. "A redshank," stated Grebe, but it did not sound quite like the red-legged marsh bird he remembered. Suddenly it seemed very dark beneath the trees. The way had grown steeper, and Woodpecker's legs were aching. He looked back to see how the others were doing. Grebe and Beaver were panting, but Teary seemed to dance along. No doubt she was used to climbing, he thought resentfully, remembering the height of the tor. He jumped as the bird, it must be a bird, gave that odd piping call once more. It had sounded nearly at his elbow. He looked wildly around, but could see nothing but moving leaves. He had not heard the wind rising, only a vague whisper that seemed to come from all around him. Nor did there seem to be a direction to the movement of the leaves. It made his head swim. He felt a small hand grip his elbow and turned. Tiralon had gone as still as a startled doe. "What is it?" "Something is watching us," she breathed in his ear. He nodded, oddly comforted to know that she could feel it too. That sense of attention was all around them, but it seemed to him that it would only grow worse if they stayed there. "There are no bears in the vale," Beaver was muttering. "There are no bears." No, thought Woodpecker, but there might be worse things. He wished he had paid more attention to the hunters' tales. "Hush," murmured Tiri. "There are spirits here. I can almost understand their words." "That doesn't take magic," Woodpecker thought, shivering. "They are telling us we don't belong here." But the branches were swaying, so he could hardly see the path. "Then tell them we mean no harm." "It's coming!" Beaver exclaimed suddenly and gathered himself to run. Woodpecker made a wild grab for his tunic. "Shut up and take my hand!" The need to take care of the others steadied him, and he started upward once more. Only Tiri seemed unafraid. He put Beaver between Tiri and Grebe and took her other hand. As they inched their way upward, he was aware of surprise at how natural that seemed. For a moment he remembered holding on to her as the world fell apart around them, but in that memory they were both grown-ups, so perhaps it was a dream. As they moved along, he could hear her whispering words in some other language. He thought it was the old tongue the priests used on the tour. Woodpecker tried to imitate her sounds, and found them coming easily, which also seemed odd, since he had never heard them before. The tumult around them was increasing. Branches lashed angrily, and sticks and stones seemed to give way intentionally beneath each step. "Stop it," he thought. He ought to be able to stop it. He used to know how. But that was ridiculous, he told himself. That must have been in his dream. Tiralon said another word. Woodpecker started to repeat the syllables and felt them change in his mouth. For a moment, a word hung in the air. In the next moment it was echoed by a rumble of thunder. The world went black and then bright again, and everything was suddenly still. The children looked at one another, too surprised to speak, though Tiralon was eyeing Woodpecker with an odd, considering gaze. "There's the path," Woodpecker said finally. "Come." Light filtered through the young leaves to dapple the earth before them, but though the woods were still mysterious, the tension that had threatened them was gone. A golden butterfly floated across their path. Grebe touched his shoulder and pointed, and Woodpecker glimpsed the graceful shape of a deer. Now that he knew to look, he could see more of them, moving like the children toward the top of the hill. Golden light filled the air before them. As their eyes adjusted, they saw a small clearing carpeted with new grass and open to the blue sky. Deer were grazing there, the rich russet of their summer coats gleaming through the ragged remnants of winter's shaggy hair. He counted 4 hinds, 2 of them accompanied by dappled fawns. Beyond them, a little apart, another larger animal grazed. As Woodpecker took a step forward, that other deer lifted its head. The boy stared, as first the velvety half-grown antlers, then the massive neck and shoulders rose into view. The hinds threw up their heads in alarm and vanished into the woods, followed by their offspring. But the stag's head turned, and for a long moment Woodpecker was transfixed by that dark, dispassionate gaze. "I know you," said that look, "but you are too young and weak to concern me. We shall meet again when you are grown."
With a snort, the crowned head turned, and the stag paced disdainfully away. In moments the antlers had merged with the branches, the red-brown form with the shadows, until Woodpecker wondered if the deer had been there at all. Where they had been, beams of sunlight moved and flickered as they passed through the trees, for the sun was already sinking toward the west. Tirelon slipped beneath Woodpecker's outstretched arm and skipped across the grass, lifting her face to the light. "The spirits are here," she called. "Cannot you see them? Oh, come and join the dance."
"What does she mean?" whispered Grebe. "Who is she dancing with?"
For Tiri certainly was dancing, her pale hair lifting, the skirts of her white tunic flaring like the wings of a swan as she dipped and twirled. She stretched out her arms, laughing, and for a moment Woodpecker thought he could see the radiant forms that danced with her. But he stood where he was. He had his own vision, and she had hers. He never knew how long he stood watching that strange dance as the sun sank toward the distant sea. But a moment came when the sun's rays failed, and Tirelon stood alone in the clearing, light fading from her eyes as it was beginning to fade from the sky. Woodpecker went to her. "It's all right," he said softly, "but we must go. The powers of day bless us, but I don't know about powers of night." And as he took her hand, he heard from below the voice of the Lady of Avalon calling them. Anderl sat in the bow of the low barge with her daughter in her arms. Ahead, the pure peak of the Tor rose like the sure center of the world. It would be good to be home. But the more she thought about it, the more disturbed she was by the children's story of what had happened on the Wild God's Isle.
"Will we go back to the lake village soon?"
Tirelon looked up at her. "Do you wish it?" Tiri nodded.
"Woodpecker is fun."
Anderl suppressed an impulse to ask how she could consider clambering around in the wilderness all day and driving her mother half mad with worry amusing. She had yelled at them loudly enough the night before, in between hugging her daughter until she squeaked in protest to assure herself that the girl was really unharmed. Stalker, who was clearly appalled at the danger into which his sons had led the daughter of the Lady of Avalon, had hauled both boys off for a switching and sent them supperless to bed.
"Are you still angry?"
asked Tiri, who could read her mother very well.
"He was very sorry. I think he was trying to show off for me."
Anderl wondered. The younger lad had yelled while he was being punished, but Woodpecker had made no sound at all.
"I was very glad when you came to get us,"
the girl added reassuringly.
"How did you know where to look?"
The girl was priestess-born, thought Anderl, and precocious. Perhaps she was old enough to understand. "You know how each year I renew the wards around the 7 sacred isles? I could feel a change in the energy connecting the islands, so I thought we should look there. The closer we got, the more I felt that something was wrong. That's why I was so upset with you last night. I was afraid."
"I understand," Tirelon said wisely. "I was afraid too. Something that did not like us was there. I was chanting all the prayers I could remember."
"Did you, my darling?" Anderl smiled. "I am glad that you remembered them. Which one were you saying when you heard that clap of thunder? The feeling changed." It had happened just as they were leaving the open water for the stream, thunder from a clear sky, and in the next moment an overwhelming sense that all would be well.
"Oh, that wasn't me,"
the child replied.
"Woodpecker started to say the prayers with me, and when I got to the part about protection from wind and storm, he said a different word, and then we were safe. I could tell."
"What word?" Anderl whispered.
What did he say?"
"He said—"
Tiralon shook her head.
"I can hear it, but I can't say it. It isn't mine."
And Darrell shivered as for a moment a much older soul looked out from the girl's eyes.
"It was the word of thunder,"
Tiralon said then. "I must not let her see that I am surprised," and Darrell thought numbly. "Woodpecker is a child of the lake village, but my cantor is the son of 100 kings. Is it so strange that he should remember? What does Woodpecker think happened?"
"Oh, he doesn't know what he did," she grinned. "But whatever it was, I know that we've done it before. He's not like the other boys in the village. I think you should bring him to Avalon."
"I wish we could." And Darrell's voice trembled. If the power was already emerging in him, he needed to be trained. It had been some time since she had caught the scent of Galen's spies. Perhaps she had finally convinced him that the child was lost. If she found other talented children to teach, she could hide Woodpecker among them. "I would like that." She gave her daughter a hug. "We shall see." Chapter 5. As the first full moon after the turning of autumn drew near, the Lady of Avalon traveled to the great henge to honor the ancestors. The paths were already sodden with the approach of winter, the old bracken on the hillsides limp and brown. It was said that this feast had once marked the end of the harvest, but what harvest there was had ended a moon ago. In the traditions of Avalon, Nar-Inabi had passed his rule to Banner the Destroyer. The souls they had come to guide would have a wet journey home. The great passage graves had been abandoned generations ago, but every 7 years the spirits of the dead still flowed down the river to make their pilgrimage to the henge, and from there to the other world. In every farmstead and village the oldest woman in the household would preside over the ceremonies for the dead of the family, midwifing their transition into the other world as she assisted at the birthing of each new child of her line. And this year, as in most of the years that Darrell could remember, far too many families would have lost a member to whom they must now bid farewell. But the sisterhood of the Tisaharin, the 7 priestesses who guided the spiritual life of the tribes, had another task, and for this they had called the Lady of Avalon, who served all the tribes but was bound to none of them, to aid. They passed the crossroads and the line of mounds that Darrell remembered all too well from her flight from Azan-Ilir, and came suddenly to the rim of the shallow valley that the Aman, swollen now to a small river instead of its usual gentle stream, had cut through the plain. To their left the storm-stripped branches of the oaks clawed at a cloudy sky. Across the river other travelers were passing the charred timbers that once had guarded the High King's home. As they drew closer, Darrell recognized the rain-capes of tightly woven rushes that the Aigiru wore. "Let us wait here," she told her men. "If they have trouble with the crossing, they may be glad of our assistance." But the fens of the Aigiru country were even more extensive than those that surrounded Avalon, and the lady's escort managed to ford the stream with a minimum of splashing and swearing. As the newcomers started up the bank, Darrell came alongside the tented wagon in which the priestess was riding. "Lina, I hope you are well. I will not ask if you have had a pleasant journey," said Darrell, as a thin hand lifted the leather flap and she glimpsed a pale face within. "Let me see. By pleasant, do you mean 2 lamed horses, and the coughing sickness that hit 3 of my men so hard they had to be left along the way?" Darrell nodded. This was the beginning of the dark time, the season that belonged to the powers that dwelt below. "And this year, how have your people fared?" "My country is like yours, mostly fenland, so we know how to deal with water, although if we truly had webbed feet like the frogs our tribe is named for, we would be better off. But now we have to fight off raiders from the great land," Lina went on. "I suppose that times are bad there as well." "I don't know why they should think that things here are any better," she said bitterly. "But I questioned the one man we took alive. He told me that their land lies so low that when the wind blows from the west, it is easy for the sea to rush in. The great city of Circles loses ground every year, so the men without families take to their boats to see what they can find elsewhere." "We should not be surprised," Anderl sighed. "Is it not the same here? As one tribe is forced from its lands and attacks another, and they attack their neighbors in turn? It's like an avalanche. One little stone starts to move, and before you know it, half the mountain is moving." Ahead the ground rose slightly. Now they could see the huddle of tents fashioned of raw wool or oiled leather, and booths roofed with rough thatching that had been set up around the entrance to the processional way. This gathering was nothing to compare with the vast crowds that in former days had gathered here for the festival, but an impressive turnout all the same. Beyond them lay the pens where the hairy red cattle waited to be slaughtered for the feasting or traded to improve the stock of other tribes. One of Anderl's men lifted the horn to his lips and blew 3 long blasts. People began to emerge from the tents, drawing their mantles over their heads against the fine drizzle that had begun to fall once more. She shivered, only now allowing herself to admit how welcome she would find a bowl of hot soup and the warmth of a fire. "At the turning of autumn I gazed into the mother's pool, but all I could see was the swirl of the water, everything dissolving, everything being swept away." Kaisa Zan of the Aiutu looked up, firelight gleaming in the water that welled from her eyes. She was the youngest of the priestesses, a sturdy girl with a wealth of auburn hair. "It takes no seeress to interpret that," observed Leka, who came from the Iaxi, the people of the ram. "You are afraid of floods, so that is what you will see." She dipped up another helping of stew, a mixture of mutton and beef and assorted roots and grains, as various as the women who were eating them. The flicker of the fire set their shadows to dancing with the images on the woven hangings that warmed the inner wall of the roundhouse. It was the only permanent building in the encampment, a sturdy structure with a roof of heavy thatch that came down nearly to the ground outside. Over the central hearth, a precious bronze cauldron of stew was simmering, and oatcakes toasted on flat stones at the edge of the fire. "You can afford to smile," Kaisa Zan answered bitterly. "You live in the dales. But how would you like your hills to become islands? If that happens, sheep are all you will be able to raise." "Peace," counseled Lina. "We are here to take counsel for our people. It serves no purpose for us to tear at each other." She looked around the circle with a quelling glance, firelight lending a fugitive color to her silver hair. Nuya, who was the younger sister of Uldan and Zamara, and high priestess of the Aizir, sat as far away as possible from Sarin of the Iushin. They had not spoken to one another since they arrived. "Have we had any word from Olavi?" she asked. "They say the roads to the north are already covered in snow," answered Sarin. "I almost did not come myself," she added with a glance at Nuya. "You have not made me feel very welcome here. But it is needful. Many of my tribe have died too." "All of us have too many to call this year," said Leka. "But you can hardly blame the rest of us for resenting your king's way of trying to solve his problems. It is bad enough that Eltan has seized lands in the territory of another tribe. Those he does not kill, he enslaves, and they are grateful to glean the leavings from their own harvests." "And his creature Galid is worse," added Kaisa Zan. "His men scavenge like wild dogs, attacking farms and destroying what they cannot carry away. Does he think that if he destroys Azan, Zamara will approve him as king?" "He is like a wild dog that attacks a sheepfold," said Leka, "rending and slaying for the pleasure of destruction." "As does any beast divorced from its true nature," observed Shizurat, "whether dog or man." It was true, thought Anderel, remembering the fallow fields and abandoned farmsteads she had seen as she rode here from Avalon. And over the years she had heard a steady series of tales from refugees. They need not wait for worsening weather to destroy them when they had worse men. "I think that Galid's sickness is something deeper, an emptiness that no amount of food can fill," she said then. "At least the wolf kills that it may live," said Sarin. Nuya wrapped her shawl around her as if to protect herself from the other's contagion. And yet, come the morrow, they would all make the journey to the henge, joining their powers for the sake of those they mourned. Anderel gazed around the room, seeking for the common quality that made them what they were. She and Kaisa were the youngest, the others between them and Lina in age. For in the normal way of things, a young woman would assist her predecessor for many years before death or retirement thrust her into the senior role. But of course these were not ordinary times. Leka was in her early 30s, strongly built with curly brown hair and a direct manner that was sometimes interpreted as harsh. It was said that the Ioxi had been warring with their southern neighbors, and she had received a few dark looks from Shizurat, the priestess of the Ilf, who was almost as old as Lina, and had had a husband and 6 children before a plague took them away, along with the woman who had been intended to succeed the tribe's priestess before her. Perhaps the similarity was that air of self-sufficiency, as if having looked upon the other world, they could not be defeated by any tragedy of this one. "I can foresee disasters in plenty, even if the island of the mighty remains above the sea," said Shizurat gloomily. "We are in for a hard time, my sisters, and we must set ourselves to endure. That will be difficult when our leaders put all their energy into fighting each other instead of addressing the ills that assail us," agreed Lina. "I am reminded of a litter of puppies someone had tried to drown. The top of the bag had come open, and they were struggling to stay afloat. But every time one reached the surface, another would try to climb up and push his brother under again." "Hard luck," said Leka. "What happened to the puppies?" asked Kaisa Zahn. "I pulled them out and found them homes." Lina's smile faded. "But I cannot do the same for your chieftains." Her gaze lingered for a moment on Sarin and Nuya, then passed on. "Our magic is for growing and healing," whispered Kaisa Zahn. "And the chieftains doubt our ability to use it," agreed Nuya with a venomous look at Sarin. "The only power men understand now is the point of a spear." Anderel closed her eyes, summoning up the image that had come to her more than once in dreams. She had seen my Cantor, grown to manhood, striding across a battlefield with a sword in his hand that shone like white fire. Dare I tell them? They need that hope so badly, but it will be many years yet before what I have seen will come to pass. She bit back the words with a sigh. So long as Galid lived, the world must continue to believe that Uldan's heir had died. "And yet we are the sacred sisterhood." Lina straightened, the folds of her blue gown giving her gaunt figure a sudden majesty. "And if all we can do is to pull an occasional puppy from the flood, we will do that." "Or from the fire," thought Anderel, thinking of my Cantor, as she had seen him when she passed through the lake village on her way to this conclave. It must have been nearly time for Redfern to dye his hair again, for hints of red sparked through the dusty brown like a fire through ash. In the past year he had not done anything else so outrageous as the visit to the island of the wild god, or not at least with her daughter.
but he seemed to have twice the initiative and energy of any of his playmates. I will have to do something about that boy. "We must work with the children," she said aloud, one thought leading to another, although she was not conscious of the intervening reasoning. "This crisis will not be over soon. We must teach the children to trust each other, even the girls you are training, and we cannot do that if you keep them at home." "What are you suggesting?" Sarin asked sharply. "Send them for a few seasons to Avalon, both girls and boys. We will teach them healing and history, make them work together in the rituals. When they have learned and laughed and tested each other's minds, it will be harder to think of the folk of other tribes as those evil wretches from over the hill." "As we do here," Lina said dryly. And Darrell shrugged. "Send me the ones you think have talent, the ones with energy and inquiring minds, the ones who their parents think are troublemakers, but whose hearts are good. From each tribe take 2 or 3 between the ages of 7 and 14. "With a packload or 2 of supplies toward their upkeep," snorted Shazuret. "Or had you thought about what you were going to feed them? Children are always hungry at that age, and your marshes are not exactly the breadbasket of this isle." "Neither is Azan these days," murmured Nuya sadly. "The men of the lake village will teach them hunting," and Darrell smiled. "But we will not turn down any supplies you can spare." "Speaking of which, I believe that the oat cakes are almost done," said Shazuret, "and to waste the good food would be a sin." And that, thought Darrell, was a sentiment upon which all of them could agree. Torchlight threw the earthen banks that defined the processional way into high relief, leaving both the rolling plain and the river behind them in an even deeper darkness. And Darrell held the edges of her cloak together with one hand, for the wind had come up with sunset, and the black wool flapped around her legs. At least it was also driving the clouds away. The light brightened as Shazuret emerged from her tent to join the other priestesses who were forming up behind the Lady of Avalon, and her escort fell in around her. In the flickering light, the black boar sewn to the back of her cloak seemed gathering itself to charge. A few more moments, and Sarin and her wolf warriors followed and took their places in the line, the priestess in the middle, her torch-bearers to either side. Images of wolf and frog, hare and ram and bull danced in the firelight, for all of the priestesses wore their tribal regalia here. That was the last of them, and Darrell held up her staff, crowned with the same triple moon that was stitched across her shoulders. A glance over her shoulder showed the real moon already well above the horizon, easing shyly in and out of the remaining clouds. As the staff lifted, the whisper of conversation ceased until the only sounds were the crackle of the burning torches and the murmurous voice of the river. "Sisters, the moon is risen. The season of Achimayak is come. Is it the hour of the calling?" and Darrell cried. "The hour of the calling is come," came the reply. "Then let us seek the gateway between the worlds." She signaled, and the 2 lads with the bull-roarers began to swing their thongs. As they started forward, the eerie buzzing rose and fell, making the hair prickle on her neck with a chill that did not come from the cold. The way led to the right and up a gentle slope before turning west toward the henge. As the road leveled and they emerged onto the plain, and Darrell saw the line of barrows extending to her left, and brought the procession to a halt to salute the ancestors who lay there. Before her the avenue ran straight for a time, and the moon, escaping finally from the encircling clouds, revealed the plain with a cold light that made the torches pale. Here and there the smooth line of the horizon was broken by the tree-covered grave mounds of ancient kings. As they resumed their march, Kaisa Zan, who had a fine, clear voice, began to sing the verses that welcomed Achimayak, whom the tribes worshipped as grandmother,
and whose season was the winter time. High the eye of autumn's moon, rain scours the hill. Now winter chill chides the flesh and flays the bone. With shortened days, the wild wind's moan brings in the crone. And Darrell saw a point of light to the north, where at Carn Ava the balefire had been lighted upon the Lady's Hill. On this night the fires would be signaling from hill to hill, from the farthest north to the southern sea, sending the living to huddle behind their doors, calling the dead to their long home. At the sight her heart beat more quickly. The dead whose spirits had clung to bone and ash were waking, hearkening to the song. She calls you home no more to roam. She sets a light upon the height, hails plain to hill, and softly calls. Past good or ill, past praise or blame, your own true name. The priestess had a sudden awareness of the henge before them, even though at this distance it seemed no more than a leafless thicket, barely visible in the light of the moon. Despite that clarity, shadows were everywhere, more sensed than seen. The ghosts of the ancient folk whose mounds dotted the plain were welcoming the more recent dead, whom Darrell could feel gathering behind them. Follow, shadows, that bright road to its last end. The final bend shall bring you to the place where best you may find peace, yourself at rest, there in the west. The final note faded, and the bull-roarers began to swing once more. But this time that humming was supported by the voices of the priestesses, rising and falling in eerie harmonies. The tension thickened. The spirits in the barrows were listening. As the road curved once more to the left, and Darrell could see the paired stones that marked the entrance to the causeway across the ditch, the shadows of the priestesses lengthened before them as the torch-bearers fell back to follow in single file. And Darrell paused again when they reached the upright that marked the midsummer sunrise, and unhooked the flask of beer from her belt to pour over the stone in offering. Then their line bent around it, and they continued forward. As they crossed the gap in the bank and ditch and passed between the three boundary stones, their shadows changed again, for the men who carried the torches were turning aside to form a circle of fire outside the henge. As they moved, light and shadow began to weave a wavering pattern through the linked stones of the sarsen ring. The priestesses slowed their steps so that they entered it at the same time as the men completed their circle. But though only 7 living women had entered the circle of stones, a far greater company had followed them. Now the light steadied, raying between the linked standing stones and the circle of smaller blue stone pillars within them, so that as the priestesses arranged themselves within the semicircle of great trilithons, they seemed to stand at the center of a great wheel, but only light entered the circle. If there was any sound from outside, they could not hear it, and Darrell knew that the men outside would hear only the faintest murmur from within. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, directing awareness to tap into the current of power that coursed beneath the surface of the soil. Across the great island it flowed, from the southern coast through the henge and Carn Ava, and from thence northward all the way to the Siwanit lands. A lesser current connected the henge to the Tor. She stood at a crossroad, invisible to the ordinary eye, and as she brought the power back up her spine, activated a third channel that linked above and below. "Sisters, are we gathered?" she called. "We are gathered," came the reply. On this night they stood between life and death. The people of this isle had chosen their site well, and her other ancestors, fleeing the fall of the sea kingdoms, had done well to recognize the native wisdom, even those, or so said the legend, who had sought to appropriate the power of this place for their own ends. Anderl glanced toward the southern side of the henge, where the sarsen stones that had formed the fallen segments of the ring lay scattered on the dead grass. At Avalon, the story of how those stones had been knocked askew in a battle of magic between the priests of the henge and the Tor was taught to the senior adepts. It was said that after the conflict the survivors left the sarsens where they fell, as a permanent warning to those who would misuse their power. And now, thought the priestess, they no longer had the craft to erect the fallen uprights and replace their lintels, even if they would. The secret of shaping sound to make such magic had been lost in the generations that had passed since the stones were raised. But they still knew how to use the unique qualities of the henge. When you were standing inside the circle, sound had a peculiar quality, a vibration that was not quite an echo. Voices seemed particularly clear. "Call upon those who now must make their passage," she cried. Lecca of the Dales was the first to move to the center and lift her hands. "Ultaki, son of Izora, I call. You lost your life when the rocks of the sheepfold gave way before the flooding stream as you were trying to save the last of the lambs." "Blessed be your life and blessed your passing," chorused the priestesses. And Darrell felt the vibrations of their voices passing through her, took another deep breath, and as she let it out, opened her mind to the spirit who had been called. In the darkness behind her eyelids she could see the glimmering outlines of the stones and the misty shape of the man gazing about him in wonder. What was he seeing? "Ultaki, hear me," she sent out an inner call. "Your flesh is ashes, your spirit body unbound. Now comes the final sundering. Will you leave a part here to watch over your family and hold your memories?" She waited and felt a strong assent. No doubt an echo of the man would haunt the scattered stones of that sheepfold. She hoped that his descendants would be able to rebuild it one day. "It is well. And now I call your higher soul, the self that survives all changes." At those words the image of the man grew brighter, but it was shifting, the bone structure altering, the scars and lines of care fading away. A succession of faces flickered across that countenance, combining at last into an image that was beyond race, beyond age, beyond gender, and yet unlike any other soul. "This is the face you had before you were born. Go into the West, child of light, to consider what you have learned in this lifetime, and to rest until the time is right for you to take a human body again." And Darrell could feel the flow of power intensify in the direction of the Tor. She turned in that direction, the arms of her spirit body lifting, releasing that bright spirit into the west that lay beyond the circles of the world. This was the task to which the T-Saharan had called her, the wisdom brought from lost Atlantis, to ease the natural confusion of passing and speed the spirit beyond the circles of the world. There it had been a deathbed ritual performed by a priest for an individual, but the sacred sisters of the Isle of the Mighty already gathered their dead when the harvest of the crops was done and called them to the henge. Some early priest or priestess of Avalon had been inspired to guide the passing of the dead of all the tribes at once. The tribes called the goddess into whose keeping they consigned their dead Achimayak. But it was Niterat, the dark mother, who cradled the seeds in the tomb of her womb through winter's cold until it was time for them to be reborn, on whom Anderl called. As she relaxed from that first effort, she heard Kaisa summoning the next spirit.
Hilmi, son of Kusela, you raised 3 children to follow you, and died of the coughing sickness in your 45th year.
Blessed be your life, and blessed your passing, the others replied, and Anderil took another breath and prepared to receive the Aiutu man. The first spirit was always the most difficult, but with each successive calling it felt more natural to inhabit this space between the worlds. One after another, the priestesses summoned the spirits of those who had died during the past 7 years. She recognized Saren's voice, harsh with pain.
Krifa, daughter of Bujema, you died bearing your 2nd child.
This woman had been beautiful, and Anderil was aware of a moment of regret quickly suppressed for a life cut off too soon. Shazuret lifted her hands.
Amruk, son of Abrana, you were killed defending your farmstead by warriors from the Dales.
Even in her detached state, Anderil could feel a chilling of the circle's energy. Yet she knew this would not be the only one dead by violence to be called. They were always the hardest to send onward. The ones who died of old age or sickness were generally glad to be free of the pain, but the fighters still hungered for vengeance. The spirit parts they left behind were all too eager to continue the war. But Amruk's primary emotion was a great sadness, almost as hard to bear. With an effort she encompassed his spirit, and was rewarded when his darkness at last gave way to a luminous joy. She sighed, releasing him, and as the white moon passed the zenith and began to arc westward, the litany went on. Lina called,
Masine, daughter of Izoran, you died at the age of 77, leaving behind 6 grandchildren and 15 great-grandchildren.
This was a spirit matured and serene, already half transmuted to realization. As Masina moved on, the priestess warmed herself at her light. Blessed be your life, and blessed your passing.
Kalina, daughter of Oris, you died after being raped by men of the Aiushan.
That was Nuya's voice, shaking with anger. Anderil wanted to tell her to stay calm. Her grief would hold back the soul she was calling. But voice and vision were fixed upon an inner reality. Only the flow of power that linked above and below kept her upright, limbs locked, suspended between directions, between the worlds. Dimly she was aware of Lina's soft voice, soothing and supporting, and gradually the image of the violated woman became clear, and she too passed onward. The energies around her were beginning to shift. She could feel the moon low in the west. The air had the damp chill of the gray hour before dawn. Somewhere a bird chirped hopefully, then fell silent. But much more palpable was the emptiness of the spiritual sphere where once so many spirits had thronged. "Hurry," her spirit cried. "Soon it will be day." There was a pause, then Saren spoke.
Barket, son of Ailin, you died of cold and starvation while your mother wept when you were only 5 years old.
Anderil reached out to the small spirit, too intrigued by the strange place in which he found himself to move. "Come, little one, where you will be warm and well-fed and dry. You had no time to learn much this time around. May you be reborn in a better time. Come now, it is time to rest." As if he had been her own child, she took him in her arms and whirled him around, releasing him like a captive bird to seek the skies. "Blessed be your life, and blessed your passing," the priestesses sang. And in that moment light from without merged with the light within, as the newborn sun shouldered up over the eastern rim of the world. As the darkness retreated, and Darrell saw that sweep of shadow as the mantle of a mighty figure, the crone herself, in all her seer beauty and terror, gathering the scattered spirits and shepherding them away. For a moment she looked back at Darrell, her eyes luminous with love and sorrow. "Do not weep for those who are gone. Can you regret that I have taken them into my keeping, knowing that in time they will be reborn?" But Darrell could not forget the words with which the priestesses had mourned their dead. Whatever they had come into the world to be and do would not be completed now. "Forgive my sorrow. I see only the time that is given me. You see eternity," she replied, remembering Irnana and Durin. She had saved my cantor, but who could tell if he would live to become a man? As daylight filled the circle, the other powers that had flowed through it began to sink back into the land. With them went the energy that had sustained Darrell. The image of the goddess disappeared in a blaze of light. There was a moment in which inner and outer realities whirled dizzily, and then she was falling in a slow subsidence as if she had no bones. She felt the damp grass beneath her, Linna's thin arms supporting her, and then she knew no more. Woodpecker shifted uncomfortably on the wooden bench, wondering if folding his mantle into a cushion would make sitting through the lesson easier on his skinny rear. He had been excited when word came that he and his brother were to join a dozen other youngsters as students at Avalon. But today the sun was shining, and he found himself longing for the freedom of the fens. He was not the only one to find sitting in the stone room on a warm summer's day confining. "I am sorry if I am boring you," said Larrell, as Ruikhead stifled a yawn. He was a tall, big-nosed boy from the Dales who vied with Woodpecker for leadership in the children's games. "Sorry, master, I did not sleep well last night," the boy replied. "Nobody sleeps well," complained Vole, another lad from the lake village. "He wakes us up yelling." "Did you have a nightmare?" Larrell frowned. "It is true that children often have bad dreams, but sometimes such dreams hold seeds of truth." "I suppose," the boy hung his head. "I dreamed again about the flood that washed away my family's farm. Every time it comes, I'm trying to find another way to save them, but it never works, and when I wake, it's like losing them all over again." "I understand," Larrell said softly. "I know it does no good to tell you that there was nothing you could have done but die with them. But I believe that you were saved for a reason, and when you find your work, those memories will fade." "I know, but—" The boy looked up suddenly. "This dream was different. I stood on the hill, watching, and saw the floods spreading until they covered everything. It wasn't only my own home. The whole world was being washed away." A whisper ran through the children, and Woodpecker wondered how many of them had had that dream. "What can we do?" Ruikhead wailed. "Is everything we know and love going to be destroyed?" For a moment Woodpecker glimpsed an answering panic on Larrell's face. Did he too fear destruction, or only the prospect of dealing with a room full of hysterical children? Then the young priest got himself under control. "Do you think we are the first to face disaster?" he asked sternly. He pointed to an image, its colors now faint with age, that adorned the plastered wall. "Have you ever really looked at this picture? Do it now. What do you see?" A dozen pairs of eyes obediently turned to the wall. "I always thought it was a mountain," Teary said finally, "with some kind of cloud on top." "And more clouds around it," added Vole. "I suppose they do look like clouds," Larrell sighed. "The image was clearer when I first heard the story, but the damp has gotten to it. Listen now, for this is how the picture was explained to me.
That mountain, he rose and traced the outline, was called the Star Mountain, and it rose in the center of Atarath, an island in a far southern sea. What you see above it is not cloud, but fire and ashes, and what you see around it are the engulfing waves of the sea."
"It doesn't look much like it," Tiri said absently.
"What do you mean?"
The priest's voice sharpened.
Tiri looked up in sudden confusion, blinked, and flushed a becoming pink. "I don't know," she exclaimed. "It just seemed wrong to me."
"How could a mountain have fire?" Woodpecker asked quickly. "Did the forest burn?" "The way the story goes, everything burned. But in those lands fires live beneath the earth, and the mountain exploded from within. Those who could reach their boats escaped and sought refuge in other lands."
"Like this one," Tirilan smiled once more. "My mother told me that story when I was a little girl."
"Exactly. They had lost everything and had to make a new life in a new land. But they survived and brought their wisdom to Avalon, and blended their blood and their magic with that of the 7 tribes.
"But we will never match their wonders," said Ganeth wistfully. "We cannot even restore the glory of our own people. In the old days, they say, the kings of the Aesir marshaled armies of men to move the great stones, and everyone drank from beakers of worked gold."
"Nonetheless," Laurel said firmly, "they are our ancestors. If we do all we can to preserve the truth we've been given, I do not believe that the gods will allow our traditions to be entirely lost."
Laurel finished on a ringing note, and Ruiched managed a smile.
"But he doesn't say we all survive," whispered Grebe.
"I know," murmured Woodpecker, but he was determined that whatever happened, he would live, and make sure that Tiri and Grebe and everyone he cared for lived too.
"Do you think one life is all?" the priest challenged them.
"What does it matter how many lives we've had if we can't remember who we were and what we did before?"
complained Annalena, who came from the Aiutu lands, and thought herself sophisticated because she had helped her father deal with the traitors who came from Tartessos to buy tin in Beleriand.
"My mother says that a trained priestess can help the soul remember who it really is when it journeys to the other world," Tiri put in then. "That's what she went to the henge to do last fall."
Ganeth, who like Tiri was the child of a priestess, nodded.
"My mother told me that when you are alive, you only remember those other lives when you really need to know something you learned then."
He was a usually cheerful boy with a fine, clear voice who hoped to be a singer when he was grown.
"Sometimes I think I remember," Vol said slowly. "Different for you. You've been here all your life and heard things, so how could you tell? But some things I learn here, it's more like remembering something I know before."
Woodpecker grimaced, remembering how he had echoed Tiri's words in the old speech on the island of the wild god. Had he been a priest of Avalon and known those words before? And then there was that word that had banished the evil powers, and Darrell and the others had asked him endless questions, but he could not even remember what the word had sounded like, much less what it meant. But though he would not have admitted it to the other boys, if he had had another lifetime, he was pretty sure that in it he had known Tirilan. Though he had forgotten the word that brought the thunder, he still remembered the solid warmth of her small hand. Chapter 6. Woodpecker fainted with his staff and felt the shock vibrate all the way up his arm as Laurel blocked it. The staff was a priest's weapon, but the boy had learned to respect the bruises it could leave when wielded by skillful hands. He ducked, slid a little on ground still squishy from the last rain, and recovered with a swift twist that brought him in under the young priest's guard. Sheep kept the grass short in the field below the complex of buildings that he had come to think of as home. The youngsters in training took exercise here every day before the meal at noon. In the 3 years since he had come to live at the Tor, the boy had learned many things. This was one of his favorites, though he wished that the staff had been a spear or a sword. Lady Anderl said that those who honed their spiritual skills required no physical weapons, but her magic had not saved Tirelon's father. He sensed rather than saw the priest's staff whirling toward him and struck upward to deflect it, transferring the impact's energy to his own swing as he brought his weapon down and around to connect with Larrel's side. At the last moment he tried to pull the blow, but the meaty thwack as it connected made him wince, although not nearly so badly as it did Larrel, who reeled back with a stifled cry.
"Goddess, I think you've cracked a rib!"
The priest grimaced as he felt along his side.
"I'm sorry, Larrel." Woodpecker tried to look ashamed, when in reality his heart was thumping in triumph. This was the best blow he had ever gotten in.
"I didn't expect to hit you. At least not so hard. I suppose I should be proud of my teaching, if not of my skill," Larrel said ruefully.
"Ow!" he said again as he bent to pick up his staff.
"I had better ask Kiri to bind this. It won't speed the healing, but it will remind me to be careful when I move."
Mist still drifted on the lake, casting a ghostly veil across the trees, but as the sun rose it was burning through the clouds. Woodpecker flushed as a brighter ray gleamed suddenly on Tiri's fair hair. How long had she been watching him? "Shall I punish him for you?" she asked as Larrel limped past. "As if you could," grunted Woodpecker, and the other boys laughed. She stepped forward to meet him eye to eye. In the past year she had been growing until she was almost as tall as he, graceful as a swan, and as strong.
"What, are you going to put a spell on me?"
"Why, no," she answered wide-eyed. "That would be a misuse of my powers. But I know where you sleep." A giggle spoiled her attempt at an ominous tone. "Spiders? Grass snakes? What shall it be?"
Woodpecker glared. Boys were supposed to do that sort of thing to make the girls squeal. But Tirelon feared nothing living.
"Do you know that when you stand like that you look exactly like a grouse ruffling up?" she said cheerfully. He felt his skin heating, but could think of no reply. Turning his back, he challenged Ruikhed to another bout with the staves. He could hear Tiri laughing with the other girls as they strode away. The next time Woodpecker saw Tiri, she was weeding the little garden in the lee of the dining hall, where Ellet had been trying to get some of the wild herbs they used for healing to grow. When he realized who it was, he hesitated, but she was already getting to her feet and holding out her hand. It had rained earlier in the day, and she had a smear of mud across her nose. "Please don't go. I'm sorry I teased you this morning, but you did look funny standing there, and I was mad because you hurt Larrel."
"Do you like him?"
Woodpecker wondered why that thought should disturb him. He fixed his eyes on the row of chamomile daisies, avoiding her gaze. In the next row they had planted sunwort, and beyond it clumps of yarrow. Bees hummed happily as they moved from flower to flower. "Of course," she began, then laughed. "But I don't have a passion for him, if that's what you meant." It was, but he was not about to say so.
"Of course not,"
he echoed, careful to use the dialect of the Tor.
"You're too young to be thinking about such things."
"I am as old as you are," she replied.
"No, you're not. I am 13, and you are a year younger than me," he said stoutly, though he could not deny that in the past few months she had been changing. There were small but definite bumps beneath the breast of her undyed woolen gown.
"Really?" she said sweetly. "I heard my mother say that when I was born you were 3 months old, and you had bright red hair."
Reflexively he ran his hand over the hair he kept close-cropped, even though they had stopped putting medicine on it every month once he came to Avalon. When he let it grow, it turned into a mop of auburn curls. "There's nothing wrong with my hair." A bee buzzed toward him, and he waved it away.
"I know that." She looked troubled. "It doesn't matter. It was something I heard my mother say to old Kiri one day."
Woodpecker blinked, then grabbed her arm as she started to turn away. "Tiralan, you can't come out with something like that and then just stop. What else did she say?"
Tiri looked at him and then at his hand on her arm until, flushing, he let go. She frowned thoughtfully. "I didn't understand. She said they had to dye your hair because you looked so different from the other babies. Your enemies would have found you if you hadn't been disguised."
The medicine Redfern had used was a dye? For a few moments Woodpecker could only stare. "You must have misunderstood," he said at last. "My father isn't even the headman. How could I have enemies?"
"Perhaps I did," she said softly. "It doesn't make sense, does it? Although you don't look very much like Grebe."
"Lots of people don't look like their families. You don't look like your mother at all."
"Yes, but— Oh, never mind. I shouldn't have spoken. Carrie always says that people who eavesdrop never hear anything good of themselves, or anyone else, I suppose."
Her eyes glittered, and he realized that she was on the verge of tears. "It's all right," he said gruffly. "It doesn't matter." But both of them knew that he lied. And Darryl had made a point of spending time with her daughter every day. Perhaps having lost her own mother so early had led her to idealize the relationship, but she was determined not to leave her child entirely to the care of those who might treat her with too much reverence because of her parentage, or, for the same reason, resent her. And so, except when there was an evening ritual, in the hour after the priests and priestesses had their communal meal, she sat with Tiralan in the small chamber just off the dining hall that she had claimed as her own. They sat now by the little fire, hands busy with needlework. Tiralan had inherited her mother's clever fingers, and when there were no ritual garments to be embroidered, someone always had a garment in need of mending. Tonight, Tiri was fixing a 3-cornered tear in a shapeless mass of gray wool, and Darryl smiled a little, appreciating the picture the girl made with the firelight glinting on her fair hair. She was still a child, but she was growing fast, and every now and then one glimpsed the young woman, long-boned and fine-featured, that she would become. "What are you working on?" she asked, gesturing with the bone needle with which she was setting a hem in a linen veil. "Woodpecker's tunic." Tiri shook it out and held it up for her mother to see. It had already been mended in several places and was going to need work in several more.
"I wish he was not so hard on his clothes, although if he would give them to me before they got torn so badly, they would last longer."
"You shouldn't have to work on the boys' tunics," objected Aunt Darryl.
"I know. I only do it for Woodpecker. I thought I might as well get used to it. I expect I'll marry him some day."
"Has he been bothering you?" Aunt Darryl asked in sudden alarm. Of all the problems she had foreseen in preparing the boy to take his place in the world, this had not been one of them. And really, the child was at that awkward stage, all legs and elbows, when he was not likely to be attractive to anybody. "I would have thought him too young, but—"
Woodpecker? Of course not. He still thinks of me as a nuisance." She looked down at the tunic with a secret smile. "When the time comes, I'll have to tell him." And Darrell shook her head. "That won't be necessary. You may take him as your lover in the rites, but priestesses do not marry." "What if I don't become a priestess?" challenged the girl. "Nonsense!" her mother exclaimed. "You are priestess born. It is in your blood. If you had no talent, it would be another matter, but I have felt your energy rise in the rituals. You cannot deny that you feel the power. The potential is there. Your formal training will begin soon." "Woodpecker has the potential, too. Will you make him a priest?" And Darrell stopped short, staring at her daughter. Woodpecker must follow another path. How quickly the time was passing. Soon, she supposed, she would have to find a way to tell him about that destiny. "And I?" Tiralon had gone very still. "You will be Lady of Avalon after me." "Just like that?" asked the girl. "The Council of Priests will choose me because you have willed it. You may be Lady of Avalon, but who made you Queen of the World? I don't see you having much luck in stopping the rain from falling or the tribes from fighting. I think the world has other plans, and so do I." "You have no idea what you are saying," exclaimed Anne Darrell, stung to an unaccustomed fury, not least because so much of what the girl had said was true. "You are a child who dreams of playing house. Have you seen how those women live who are so proud to be called wives? My cousin Irnana was the wife of the king of the Aesir, and even she—" And Darrell stopped abruptly, realizing she had almost let out the whole tale. One day Tiralon would have to know, but not now when her head was full of foolish fantasies about the boy. "It does not matter." With an effort she restored her voice to calm. "You are still a child, and so is he. The time for choices is far away." The community at Avalon had done their best to provide a well-rounded training for the children with whom they had been entrusted. In addition to their own genealogies, they were taught the stories and great deeds of every tribe. They learned to take pride in the achievements of those who had raised the barrows and stone circles, and to sense and tap the power that those monuments channeled through the land. They learned the names and stories of the gods and spirits worshipped in each region, and how to calculate the turnings of the seasons by the movements of sun and stars, and the rituals for each festival, though with the weather so disordered, the rituals no longer seemed to match their dates as well as they had in the past. The students were taught herb lore and divination and meditation, and lest all this mind work leave them feeble, they learned to spar with the staff, to paddle a boat, and to swim. After that disturbing conversation with her daughter, for a time Anne Darrell kept a closer eye on the students than she had done before. But whatever Tiralon might dream, there did not seem to be anything but friendship between her and Woodpecker, and the priestess began to think it had all been no more than a childish fancy after all. But she was beginning to worry about the boy. He, who had always been eager to speak up in the teaching sessions, now replied in monosyllables if he answered at all. He had been a leader in the games, but now played without enthusiasm. He had taken to long walks and sullen silences. "It is only youth," said Belkacem. "Boys have these phases, and this one will pass." But Larrell, who remembered his own youth more clearly, was not so sure. "Something is bothering the child," he told her one day toward the end of summer. "Even his friends have noticed it. But I cannot get him to talk to me." Whether it is youth or some deeper cause, he is growing, thought Anne Darrell, as she watched him sitting in the circle listening to Belkacem lecture on the history of Avalon.
If he is to challenge Galed and rule the Aesir, there are things he will need to learn. Despite his sulks, Woodpecker had gotten bigger over the summer. He was taller than Tiralon once more. His hair had darkened from its baby brightness, but as he sat with his head bent, arms around his knees, the sun kindled fiery glints in his auburn curls. "You all know that our community here comes from the fusion of two peoples," said Belkacem. "The ancient tribes of this land, and the adepts that came here from the lost lands across the sea. It is said that one of them was not only a priest, but the prince of an island called Atarat, the heir of 100 kings. Mikhail was the leader of the adepts, whose singing lifted into place the great stones of the henge, and the husband of the first lady of Avalon. If there were a man of that stature among us, I might reconsider my position on marriage," Anderl thought wryly. Durin had been a wonderful singer and a charming man, but she wondered sometimes if her love for him would have lasted once she had grown into her own power. "The truth is, I need a man whose strength will match mine." But as leader of their community, she must be supreme, and although the lady might lie with a tribal king in ritual, that role was generally taken by the high priestess of his tribe. To take a man of the tribes as a permanent partner in the rituals would upset the balance of power. There was always a Morgan to serve as Lady of Avalon, but a soul worthy to assume the title of the Merlin appeared among them rarely. "And so," she concluded with a sigh, "I seem fated to lie in an empty bed." To be sure, for the most part she did not regret it. There had not been a man who could stir her blood since Durin died. It was only on days like this, when the sun had broken through the clouds and every leaf and blade of grass seemed to shimmer with life, that she remembered that she was a woman, and still young, and alone. Belkacem seemed to be droning to a conclusion at last. Anderl left the birch trees in whose dappled shade she had been standing and started down the hill. "Lady!" the old priest called, and the children who had been gathered around him made the gesture of reverence and stood aside. "Were you here when I was questioning them? They are doing well, very well indeed. So well I think we might give them some role in the harvest ceremony." "Yes, yes, we should do that," Anderl answered, her eyes on Woodpecker, who had said something to Grebe that made the other boy frown, and was now striding up the lower slope of the tor. By the time she was able to detach herself, he had disappeared into the tangle of oak and hawthorn that girdled the base of the hill. Anderl came to a halt by the westernmost of standing stones that crowned the tor, and paused to catch her breath. She had intentionally kept to a moderate pace, for to greet him wind-blown and sweaty would be equally undignified. But the boy was barely halfway up the hill. He walked with bent head, pausing now and again to examine a stone or detour around a flower. Sometimes he followed the wandering path the first priests had carved into the hill, but then he would gather his forces and charge straight on once more. Her lips quirked as she looked down the grassy slope. She had rolled all the way from the summit once when she was a child. Kiri had smacked her bottom until it hurt as much as the rest of the bumps she had acquired on the way down, but it had been worth the pain. She still remembered the dizzy excitement when all direction disappeared in a whirl of sensation, as if she were about to spin bodily into the other world. That was what she had hoped to do. It was said that from the tor one could pass into that other realm that lay upon this one like an invisible veil. Now, of course, she knew how to shift her awareness between dimensions, as she had done at the henge when she midwifed the souls. But it would be a fine thing to walk in her own flesh in that realm where there was neither sun nor moon, but only a perpetual luminous twilight, and to meet its ageless queen. Her shadow lengthened as the sun sank toward the bank of cloud that usually hung above the sea. Its light gleamed on Woodpecker's burnished head as the boy made his way over the rim of the hill. "Well met," she said softly. He started, eyes widening, and began a bow whose depth lessened as his vision adjusted, and he realized that it was Anderl. "I know who you were expecting. I am not she, but I am the Lady of Avalon, and you are in my care. Woodpecker, we have all seen that you are troubled. What is it, my child? We are alone here. You can speak freely to me."
"Woodpecker, you call me," he blurted. "Who gave me that name, and when? Who am I?"
He knows, thought Anderl, mind racing in speculation. Had someone told him of the prophecy that the son of Uldan would return to save his people? "Has someone told you that you have another name?" she asked, playing for time to let her speeded heartbeat slow, and like an echo heard, "I know the name you had before you were born," a phrase from the Mysteries. And was not the purpose of one's life the manifestation of that primal identity?
"No one had to tell me,"
he said quickly, but his flush told her that something had started him down this path.
"I don't know if I have another name, but I have only to look in the reflecting pool to see that I am no child of the village. You should have called me Cuckoo," he added bitterly. "Where did you find the chick you put into Redfern's nest?"
Anderl sighed. At least she could stop wondering how to tell the boy about his heritage. She should tell him to sit, but she was not sure he could bend without falling down. "I suppose that we should have told you before, but you must understand, you were still a child. We did not think you would understand."
"Try me," said his answering glare, and for a moment someone much older looked out of his deep-set eyes.
"You do have another name," the priestess said then. "It is my Cantor." He blinked, trying to process that information.
"That is not a name from the tribes," he said at last.
"Your mother was my cousin Irnana. Like me, she came of the sacred line of Avalon that goes back to the people of wisdom who came here from across the sea."
"Then why pretend I was a child of the lake?" he exclaimed. "Why?" He stopped short, staring. "The Lady Irnana was married to the king of the Aesir," he said slowly. "I have heard that tale. He died when Galed opened the gates to the Ocean, and his lady burned with their child."
"So it is said," Anderl agreed. "But I got you away. Galed knows that you lived, but not what became of you afterward."
"Then it is because of him that my parents died."
What, she wondered, had the boy heard? "It is indeed. So we must keep you hidden as long as we can." That would not be long, she thought, seeing already beneath the soft contours of childhood a hint of the stronger features he would have as a man. Though they had been refined by mixing with the blood of Avalon, he was still going to have the look of old Uldan. "It's as well that you know now. There are things you will need to learn if you are to defeat him. Your cousin Simara has no brothers. As her cousin, you have the best right to lead the Aesir."
"What if that's not what I want to do?" he said mutinously. "It seems to me that you have all made very free with my destiny."
"You are the son of 100 kings," she cried, temper snapping at last. "Azan is only the beginning. In times to come a defender will be needed to lead all the tribes. The gods tormented me with visions until I went to Azan-Ilir to save you. It was they who've given you a hero's destiny.
All I have done since then has been to make sure you live long enough to claim it."
She saw him recoil and took a deep breath, fighting for calm. He could not know how she had suffered on that journey. It must be hard enough for him to assimilate the facts. It was far too soon to expect him to show gratitude. "You are overwhelmed," she said, "and you have reason. I will leave you here to think about it. You are excused from lessons for the rest of the day." Woodpecker opened his eyes to a misty twilight. He was leaning against something hard. A dozen paces away he saw an upright stone about half his height that seemed to glow from within. Others stood to either side. It was the stone circle on top of the tor. He remembered climbing the hill and speaking with Lady Anderel, and then she had left and he had sat down because his legs would not support him any more. Images from that encounter surfaced, dim and confused, as memories from a dream. Once more he heard the Lady of Avalon calling him the son of 100 kings. Certainly that memory had come from a dream. Perhaps he was dreaming still. The top of the tor was always a little uncanny, but this did not look quite like the world he knew. He got to his feet. The Vale of Avalon lay before him, a marvelously variegated tapestry of marsh and meadow and woodland that, like the stones, seemed lit from within. He could see the 7 sacred islands clearly, though from here they seemed no more than radiant green hills in a landscape whose proportion of land to water was far greater than he remembered. How long had he slept? He could not see the sun, but perhaps it had just gone down, for the sky had that soft radiance that held the memory of light. But as he turned, his skin chilled, for the light to the east and to the west was the same. He had heard tales of folk who wandered into the hidden land, and when they returned found everyone they loved long dead, and themselves no more than a distant memory. He should have known better than to fall asleep in the circle. He turned again and sighed with relief, for the shiny lady was standing there. He stifled a laugh, realizing how long it had been since he had thought of Anderel by that name. And then the lady smiled, and he realized that, although she too was small and dark-haired and beautiful, she did not look like the Lady of Avalon at all. "Be welcome to my country, child of the ancient line." Her voice held the ripple of water and the lilt of bird-song. Without intending it, he found that he had fallen to his knees. He could see now that instead of priestess blue, she was wearing a garment of pale doeskin, and her waving hair was crowned with summer flowers. "Will you give me your name?" Once more she smiled. He blinked, aware that, like eating the food of the other world, giving out that information might mean more than it appeared. But just now he did not care. "The Lady of Avalon called me my cantor." "And what do you call yourself?" "I do not know." "Then I will call you Osanarmen, for that was your true name when I knew you long ago." He realized that he was gaping and shut his mouth. If he could say nothing sensible, at least he could avoid sounding like a fool. "You were older then, grieving because you thought that your only child was dead and your line would fail." She shook her head. "You children of Earth have such strange fears. In my realm we never die, but you who do may still return again. Do you not remember?" "I am not Osanarmen," he stammered. "His blood flows in your veins. You carry his soul." "And the word that brought the thunder," he thought with an inner tremor. "Anderel doesn't want me to be a priest," he replied.
although another part of his mind was telling him that this whole conversation belonged to some fevered dream. "She wants me to be a warrior king."
"And what do you want to do?"
"In this life?" he challenged. This was getting easier, so long as he didn't think of it as real. He could even allow himself to answer her question. "Keep my people safe," he said, remembering some of the stories he had heard. "And I suppose it's my duty to get back at Galed for what he did to my parents."
That seems an appropriate ambition for a warrior king.
From her tone, he could not tell whether she approved. "Do I have a choice?"
"There is always a choice," she said gently. "To act as your nature impels you, or to refuse the challenge. To stay here with me, or to go back down the hill to embrace your destiny. Be warned, the path I see before you may take you to places you cannot imagine. But if you are true to yourself, you will achieve your goal."
Now she did sound like Lady Anderel, and with that realization a longing awoke in him for the honest warmth of a hearth fire and the sight of familiar faces. If she had offered him food, he might have been tempted, even knowing the dangers. But she stood silent, watching him with that same tender smile. He shrugged. Compared to all the other revelations, to realize that he was a year younger than he had thought was a minor adjustment. Hard as it was to accept that he was the son of King Uldan of the Aesir, to think of himself as the priest Mikhail who had sung the stones of the great henge into position was stranger still. "I will go back," he answered finally. "I don't believe half of what you have said to me, but I won't desert the people I love."
"Then you have my blessing," she said gently, moving toward him. She scarcely had to bend to kiss his forehead. "And my farewell." And then she was gone. Gone, too, was the strange light that had surrounded them. Woodpecker, who was my cantor, stood alone atop the tor. It was getting dark, but her kiss still burned upon his brow. Chapter 7.
"Look! A sea-eagle!"
Woodpecker turned as Tiri touched his arm. Through the fringe of budding willows they could see the bird circling, black and white feathers flickering as they caught the sun. They hunkered down among the twisting trunks, more to stay hidden from any watching eyes on the tor than from the osprey, whose attention was on the patch of open water gleaming in the watery spring sunlight. As they watched, that keen gaze fixed on a ripple, and then the spread wings tilted and the long glide became a lightning swoop that struck the water in a flurry of spray. A few mighty wing strokes launched the osprey upward once more, clutching a wriggling stickleback in her talons, and she beat across the marsh toward the oak tree isle.
"We'll miss our breakfast if we don't go back soon," muttered the boy.
His belly was beginning to remind him how long ago last night's dinner had been.
"I don't understand why your mother won't let us have any free time together. We've been slogging away at all those extra lessons she added last summer, and we are doing well."
"I still think you should tell her about the Queen of the Hidden Realm," said Tiralan. As she turned her head, a little wind stirred the branches and let a dappling of sunlight through to play on her amber hair. After his encounter with the otherworldly lady, Woodpecker's standards for shiny had been considerably raised, but he saw some of that light in Anderel when she put on her robes to conduct a ritual, and sometimes he sensed that glimmer around Tiralan.
"She rules every other part of my life," he said mutinously, stabbing a piece of broken branch into the muddy ground. "She told the priests she had a vision that I should get special training. I've heard them congratulating her on my improvement. If I tell her what the Queen said, she'll try to turn me into a priest, or make me learn the genealogies of the sea kings as well as those of the Aesir. Don't you tell."
"I've sworn a solemn oath to keep your secret, my Cantor," she reproved.
"Don't call me that."
"It is your name."
"A dangerous name until I am old enough to defend it," he replied.
"I know, but if you never think about it, you'll never grow into it. That other name," she said, "well, that was another life, another man. You have to find your own path. My mother is determined to make me a priestess, but I think your task is more important, and I will help you any way I can."
He dropped the stick and met her steady, searching gaze. Nothing that had been said to him by Lady Anderel or even by the Queen of the Hidden Realm had shaken him like this simple declaration.
"If you believe in me that much, I swear to do my best to be a king."
Suddenly self-conscious, he looked quickly away.
"But I can't do anything if I starve," he added brightly. "Let's go before the porridge is all gone."
Anderel took a deep breath as Badger dug the long pole into the lake bed and propelled the narrow dugout across the water. It was one of those days which in recent years had come even in summer, when the morning mist clung to the reeds until past noon, veiling the distinctions between air and water and solid ground, until it felt like a visionary journey through the other world. She had forgotten how much she enjoyed the stately rhythm of this progress. Behind her, old Kiri, who did not enjoy being on the water, gripped the boat's sides. It would be pleasant to spend a whole afternoon simply sliding across the smooth water, but she only had the opportunity when she was on her way somewhere, usually worrying about whatever she would have to do when she got there. Badger's face gave her no reassurance that this trip would be any different. He had come to the Tor that morning with the news that Willow Woman was sick with some illness they had never seen before. Kiri had argued that she was the community's most experienced healer, and there was no need for the Lady of Avalon to leave her duties on the Isle. But Anderel, remembering the many times Willow Woman had helped her, knew that she must go, especially if this sickness proved to be beyond Kiri's skill. "How long has your mother been ill?"
"3 days now," came Badger's reply. "When the moon was new, a man comes up from the coast with cloth to trade. Says people sick down there ever since traders came from the Middle Sea. He was fine when he comes, a little fevered when he goes away. Willow Woman told him stay till he's better. Likely he's dead in the marshes somewhere by now. Guess he didn't go soon enough. A few days after, my mother starts feeling tired, has a fever, can't swallow food."
"Has anyone else fallen ill?" Kiri asked.
"Beaver, Sallow's son. He was always hanging around the stranger, asking questions. He throws up a lot, and now his neck swells like a bull."
It was a contagion, then, thought Anderel with a sinking of the heart, not some nameless illness that attacked the old. The raised platforms that supported the houses of the village were looming up out of the mist. Soon they would know. The dugout rocked, and she held on to the side as Badger brought it alongside the ladder and made it fast. The look on Badger's face as they gathered around the sick woman's bed told the priestess that Willow Woman must have gotten worse even in the time he had been gone. The sound of her breathing was loud in the quiet room. "She fades in and out," said Badger's wife. "Says it's hard to move." The headman nodded. "Mother, here's the Lady of Avalon. Won't you say hello?" Willow Woman had always been active, out in all weathers, and brown as a nut with exposure to wind and sun. Now she was deathly pale. Anderel knelt beside the bed and grasped the thin hand, her apprehension increasing as she felt the pulse in the woman's wrist racing like the heart of a frightened bird. "The blessing of the goddess be with you, my dear one," she said softly.
Willow Woman's eyelids fluttered open and her lips twitched in what might have been a smile.
"Night Lady takes me soon," she got out between labored breaths. "Watch over the boy."
"Kiri, she is in pain. Is there something you can do?"
The older priestess gripped Anderel's shoulders and moved her aside. "Let me see to her now. Go out and purify yourself. There are evil spirits here."
"You have seen this before?" Anderel got to her feet, blinking back tears.
"I have." Kiri's face was grim.
She had always been a big woman. Now, as she interposed herself between the high priestess and the dying woman, she seemed to have the enduring solidity of one of the great standing stones.
The throat swells and becomes like leather until the sufferer cannot breathe. Unless she has great strength to resist, she will not survive. And she will not be the only one.
Woodpecker stood with the other students in the Hall of the Sun, trying to ignore the apprehension that coiled in his gut. This plague that had struck the lake village was like some terror in a nightmare, the faceless, voiceless kind that could be resisted neither by strength nor magic. Willow Woman had died from it, and his old playmate Beaver, and then Redfern, whom Woodpecker had thought of as his mother until a year ago. Even old Kiri's legendary strength had failed. She had sickened and died. And Vole, who had been her student in healing, had succumbed as well. He tried to comfort himself with the fact that Tirelon was still healthy, and Lady Anderel must be all right, for she had ordered them to meet her here, and she would not have done so if she were sickening. But the early summer sunshine that filtered in through the openings between the lower part of the roof and the upper canopy that let out the smoke from the central hearth had little power to dispel the fear that chilled his soul.
Had someone else died? Since Vole fell ill, the students had been kept isolated from the rest of the community. Waiting to see if anyone else was going to get sick, the boy thought dismally.
Each morning food had been left for them at the dormitory doors. "Perhaps the danger is over, and she will assign us roles in some great ceremony to mourn those who were gone."
But he knew this was not how such news would have been given, and Anderel's face when she appeared in the doorway was gaunt and grim.
Woodpecker saw with shock the first threads of silver glinting in her dark hair.
"I am happy to see you all in good health," she said as she took her seat in the carved chair.
And as Woodpecker and the others made the formal obeisance, they knew the sentiment was no empty formality. "This disease seems to strike first at the young and the old. Belkacem has died, and Damar is stricken." Without giving them a chance to respond to the loss of a teacher who, if not beloved, had seemed as eternal as the distant hills, she went on. "But we have lost only one of you children, and we mean to keep it that way. Avalon is no longer a safe haven. To continue to expose you to this danger would be to betray the trust of those who sent you here. I am sending you all back to your tribes."
"On foot?" asked Ruiked.
"Alone?" echoed Annalena. "What if the plague is at Belerion, too?" "So far the illness seems confined to the south coast." Lady Anderel answered the last question first. "I have gone out upon the spirit roads and spoken with the Saharan. You will follow the old trackway through the marshes to the east until you come to the Hill of the Winding One's Spring. Some of you, at least, know how to follow the flow of power that goes that way, even if you lose the path. Your tribes will send men to meet you there and take you home." Woodpecker reached out to grip Grebe's shoulder as the others began to ask questions. The lake village was the only home they had ever known. "Tirelon, you will go to Nuya at Karnava," the high priestess said then. "Woodpecker and Grebe, you will be taken westward to dwell with the shepherds on the high moors."
Woodpecker let go of his foster brother and took a step toward Tiralon. Why couldn't Anderl have sent them off together? But a look at the lady's face told him that it would be useless to protest. He did not think he had ever seen anyone who looked so desperately tired. She probably had not even been trying to separate him from her daughter, only to find safe nests for all the chicks she had gathered here. "Will I ever see you again?" his gaze asked Tiralon. "I will not forget you," hers replied. Summer passed into fall, and the plague ran its course. A messenger was sent to take Grebe back to the lake village, but Woodpecker was given a new name and ordered to spend the winter with Lady Lekka in the Dales, instead of returning to Avalon. As spring approached, he saw swans flying eastward, and wished he was seeing them on the marshes once more, descending in such numbers their white backs covered the pools. But when the priest Larrel came to the Iaxi lands, it was to escort him to stay for a time with the family of Annalena, in a coastal village in Beleriand. "I don't understand," the boy said as they made their way southward. "The lady talked so much about all the training I must have, but the plague is over, and still I am being herded from one place to another like a one-horned goat that nobody wants in his herd. Is Tiralon back at Avalon?" "Has she changed?" He bit back the question. "Have I?" He knew that he was growing when his tunic sleeves got too short and tight across the shoulders, and he, who had always been graceful, found himself stumbling over feet suddenly too large and legs too long. He supposed that was to be expected now that he was 15. A glimpse of his face in a woodland pool showed his serious brown eyes and a beak of a nose beneath a shock of dark red hair. They were crossing a long valley between two lines of rolling downs. On the slope to the south, someone had cut the stylized figure of a horse into the chalk. Every year the people of the Vale scoured the encroaching grass from its outlines as part of a great festival. As they followed the shaded land across the valley, the image of the horse appeared and disappeared through the trees. Larrel laughed. "The lady said that you would ask. Tiri came home again at midwinter, and we all wish that you could be there as well. I am to tell you that there are 2 reasons for keeping you away. The first is that a leader needs to understand the lives of his people. By living in different regions, you will learn things that cannot be taught on Avalon." Woodpecker sighed. It was true that the wind-swept rocky moors of the northern Iutu were a world away from the close marshes that protected the Tor. For the first few moons he had been dreadfully homesick, but in time he had learned to love the great sweep of open sky and the way the green turf clung to the bones of the land. "And the second reason?" he asked then. "It would appear that your secret has not been kept as well as we believed. One of the other students, no doubt quite innocently, must have said something about the bronze-haired boy who was so good at games that set your enemies to wondering. Galed especially fears that if you live to manhood, one day you will come after him." "And if I live, I will. He will be right to fear." "Are you moving me now because they know I was in the Dales?" he said aloud. "That is what we have heard," the priest replied. "What story will you tell to explain my presence this time?" On the moors he had been an orphaned cousin needing a home. By the time he was moved to the Dales, he had learned enough about sheep to be taken on as a herd boy. But he did not think there would be many sheep by the sea. "Annalena's father needs another clerk. The port where the tin traders come is a busy place, where people from all over the island come. Your northern accent will not seem too strange. You will be known as Kanto there." Woodpecker sighed. This would be the 3rd name they had given him, and none of them was his own. Until they let him settle down somewhere, he would never learn who my cantor might be. "It's not my accent, but my addition that will sink me," he said when the silence had gone on too long.
If you want sheep counted, I'm your man, but I don't know about anything more complicated than that." "When we camp for the night, we shall practice," the priest grinned. "I have brought slates along for that very purpose. You were quick at your sums, as I recall. We'll have you calculating higher numbers in no time at all." Woodpecker groaned. He had been very glad to leave the sheep behind, but suddenly he missed them.
Annalina's family lived in a village that edged the curve of a bay that faced south. When Woodpecker looked through the open door of the store shed, he could see across the thatched roofs of the houses to the water, blue today, with a ruffling of whitecaps fluffed up by a light breeze, to the pointed island that guarded the bay. After the windy silences of the moors or the dales, to share the busy life of a community again had been a shock. The clustered houses reminded Woodpecker of the lake village. Whether raised in argument or laughter, you could always hear human voices in Beleriand. Although at first he had startled at every sound, people, however noisy, were much more interesting than sheep. The sea breeze made the blood race in his veins. He fancied that beneath the briny scent of the ocean he could smell more exotic odors from lands whose names he was just beginning to learn. Or perhaps it was the things in Master Anaterv's store shed that he was smelling, he thought as he picked up his lump of chalk and his slate and turned back to the pile of fleeces he was tallying. Logs of a wood called cedar lay across the rafters, and bags of aromatic herbs hung from the walls, brought by the winged ships that everyone said would be returning as soon as the season of storms was past. Until now, it had never occurred to him to wonder where the traders who brought ox carts full of goods to the great festivals got their wares. Master Anaterv was a dealer who collected anything he thought might sell, but especially the bun-shaped ingots of tin he got from the miners who scraped the ore from the tin streams on the moors and smelted it in rude furnaces. In the world of the great, bronze was more valuable than gold, and since the gods in their wisdom had chosen to place the sources of copper and tin in such widely divergent regions of the world, the creation of bronze required trade. But the relative value of the ingots in relation to 100 other commodities was a constantly shifting calculation. How much was a fleece worth, or a golden earring, or an ingot of tin, when the basic unit of value was a cow? Within a few days it had become clear to Woodpecker why the merchant required the services of a servant who could count a pile of ingots more than once and get the same total each time. And after half a year with the merchant, he thought he understood why the Lady of Avalon had sent him here. A sheep herder worried about taking care of his family. A king had to care for a whole tribe, and the key to getting all those things a family could not make for itself was trade. To acquire those things and to defend his people, a king must have bronze to arm his war band. If the great land needed tin from Beleriand, no less did the Isle of the Mighty need the copper with which it must be combined, and the supply of accessible ore in the mines from which the Iushan had derived their wealth was coming to an end. He cast an indulgent glance at Master Anaterv, who was examining the latest load of tin to come down from the hills. The merchant was a good man, who drove a hard bargain, but an honest one, and believed that men would always act rationally if shown where their best interest lay. But 2 years with the tribes had shown Woodpecker another side of humanity. When times became too dire, he thought unhappily, men gorged like starving wolves. That was not really greed, but the desperation of those who grabbed what they could because there was no predicting what they might need. Just as I can't predict my future, he thought, with a return of the depression that had kept him from forming close ties in any of the places he had stayed. Lady Anderel seems to have some magic that tells her when I get too comfortable.
The day I admit even to myself how much I like it here, I expect Larrel to come riding down the road."
But he couldn't help hoping that they would let him stay long enough to see the trading ships come in.
"Fair weather," said the merchant, coming out to stand at his side and shading his eyes with one hand. "The ships from Tartessos will be arriving soon, with their white sails like the wings of swans."
Had he picked up the older man's eagerness, Woodpecker wondered, as Anaturf took up the list he had been working on? Or was it something in the air? The ships came at the time when the swans winged eastward across the clearing skies, and he had been hearing them off and on all day. His nose wrinkled as the scent of smoke mingled with the briny scent of the sea.
"Is someone burning brush?" he began, and then, "Look! Smoke is rising from the island! There must be a fire!"
He broke off as Anaturf turned, a smile lighting his face like a new dawn.
"A beacon fire!" the merchant exclaimed. "As soon as the weather clears, we post a watcher there. It is a ship, lad!" He pounded the boy's shoulders gleefully. "The Tartessos wingbird's coming at last. Run and tell my wife to start cooking. The word will spread like lightning, you'll see, and everyone and his cousin will be coming in to see what they have brought this year."
But a messenger was hardly needed, thought Woodpecker, as he hurried down the hill to the house. He was not the only one to have seen that column of smoke, and the hubbub of excitement was echoing through the town. Master Anaturf had spoken truly. By the time the two ships had anchored in the lee of the island, the meadow outside the town was sprouting tents above the trampled flowers. Beyond them, rough pens had been thrown up to hold the sheep and cattle that would feed all these people. The foreigners would be buying animals and grain as well to replace their stores. Anaturf's store shed acted as a clearinghouse for much of this barter, and Woodpecker was kept busy tracking credit amassed and expended. The primary reason for the Tartessans to make so long a voyage was the ingots of tin that had been collecting in the merchants' sheds. But luxury items like river pearls and jet and the pelts of wolves and bears would not take up much room, and a few captives and criminals sold as slaves would serve as extra labor on the voyage home. It was not until the day before the Tartessian vessels had announced for their departure that things grew calm enough for an afternoon off to wander down to the harbor. Beneath awnings of striped wool they had laid out trays with ornaments in bronze and gold. One necklace had gold beads interspersed with others of a shiny blue that they told him was clay, that would have suited Tiralan. With what Anaturf owed him, he might have bought one bead, he thought, and laughed and moved on. Another booth held a display of bronze daggers from the Middle Sea, whose ivory hilts were wound with wires of gold. Weapons fit for a king, if any of their kings still had the wealth to buy. All those he knew of had spent it already to keep their people fed. There were lengths of wool and linen woven in patterns no one here knew, and pottery vessels burnished to gleaming smoothness, inside as well as out. "Not from here," all those bright objects seemed to say. "We come from another world where the sun shines warm on a blue sea." That sun had browned the skin of the men who sold them, dark-haired, wiry men in white linen kilts and striped cloaks, who chattered in a strange, swift language and wore gold in their ears. Arganthonios was the name, or perhaps the title, of their king. And Darrell wanted him to learn about the world. What if he went with these men to see the lands where the geese went when they flew southward in the fall? But even as the thought came to him, he knew he would never go so far. Not when he still woke from dreams of the Vale of Avalon with his face wet with tears. As the day waned, a rougher element was coming into the village. Drovers who had brought the animals that were now mostly consumed or sold. They had credit markers in their pouches and a healthy appetite for ale and that strange blood-colored drink called wine that was made from some fruit that grew in the southern lands.
Woodpecker had tasted it in Master Anaterv's house and not liked it much. Some of the men were drunk already, swearing or singing, and offering convivial swigs from their wooden beakers of beer to passers-by. Woodpecker took a moment to gaze across the water at the ships, their high-carved prows gilded by the setting sun. The trading had gone well, and Annalina's mother was cooking something special to celebrate. But it was time he was getting home. As he turned, a heavy body lurched against him, throwing him against a wall.
"Why did you shove me?"
"I'm sorry," the boy began, recoiling from the blast of beery breath as the man reeled toward him. "I didn't mean—"
"Drink with me," the fellow said then.
He was a stocky man in a stained tunic whose face was mostly obscured by a brown beard. He didn't quite sound like a local, but he was too drunk for Woodpecker to tell what his accent might be. "Thank you, but I'm late for my dinner, and—"
"Don't wanna fight? Gotta be my friend,"
the man went on as if he had not heard.
"Come on, have a drink with me."
A hard hand closed on Woodpecker's shoulder. If he made a fuss, he would sound like a little boy. He supposed he could spare the time for a sip of beer, and clearly the fellow would not give up until he gave in. Shaking his head, he let the man propel him around the corner toward the drink stall. But at the end of the alley there was no drink stall, only 3 more men with cudgels, and suddenly the one who had hold of him did not seem drunk at all. Woodpecker started to struggle, trying to remember the wrestling moves he had learned at the Tor. A lucky kick hooked one man's leg and brought him down. Woodpecker twisted, wrenching his shoulder free, and dove for the emptied space. He glimpsed the other man's cudgel whirling toward him. Then a blinding pain exploded in his head, and he knew no more. Consciousness returned with a wave of nausea and a throbbing ache, as if a bronze smith was beating out a spear point on his skull. The earth seemed to be moving up and down, and there were 2 moons in the sky. Did I get drunk? He could not remember it, but he dimly recalled that was often the case. He took a careful breath, and the nausea eased a little, but the surface beneath him was still heaving, and the fresh air smelled strongly of the sea. It was the sea. He could hear it and feel the stretched hide covering of the boat beneath him, the kind that fishermen use to fish the bay. He tried to push himself up so that he could see, and it was then that he discovered that hands and feet were both bound.
"Hey, Isri, the calf has decided to join us again."
Someone gave a rough laugh. Woodpecker twisted around and saw the man who had accosted him, as disreputable as ever, but no longer inebriated, if he had ever been drunk at all. "Who are you?" he managed. "Why have you taken me?"
"Who we are don't matter. 'Tis what we are, and that's Galen's men," said one of the others.
The third man, who was rowing, gave a grunt of agreement. The shock of that name left Woodpecker's mind for a moment far too clear. He pulled at his bonds, but whoever had tied them knew his trade. "What are you going to do with me?" His voice still had a tendency to squeak under stress, and he tried to keep it low.
"Galen wants to see you, so's he can finish what he started 15 years ago,"
said the one called Isri, and they all laughed.
"Queen Zamara's got no male kin left. You're the last of that line. When you're dead, she's got no choice but to make Galen king."
Woodpecker swallowed. They were angling eastward across the bay. On their right, the island bulked black against the stars. Ahead, a gleam of light showed where the Tartesian ships lay at anchor, preparing for tomorrow's journey. "I hope he rewards you well," he said bitterly. "Of course, the Lady of Avalon would pay better," he added then. Lots of gold at the Tor from ancient times. Of course, most of it was attached to ritual robes and gear, but although he had sometimes wondered whether Anderel even liked him, he was unhappily certain that to get him back she would strip Avalon bare. "And when she learns who gave me to Galed, she'll hunt you down," he added into the silence. "When she begins to sing to the spirits, I don't think his luck will cover you." Was he imagining that the man at the oars was rowing more slowly? "I promise you, I'm more valuable alive." He waited, poised between hope and dread. "'Tis true he's a likely lad," Isri said thoughtfully. "Pity to waste him, especially if Galard's a niggard with the reward." "What do you mean? He'll have our heads if we let the lad go." "Sell him," the first man replied. "There's the Tartesans, all set to haul anchor and go. We give them the boy, they give us gold. He's gone from the island, so there's Galed's purpose served." "He'll slit our throats," repeated the other man. "Not if we tell him the lad threw himself overboard trying to escape and got drowned." "Huh. Well, let's find out what they say." Woodpecker felt the boat dip as the left-hand oar bit deeply and the craft began to turn. Soon, too soon, they bumped up against the big ship's side. "Wait," thought the boy. Suddenly this didn't seem such a good idea after all. He might have found a way to escape between Beleriand and Azanilir, but unless he wanted to swim home, from the sea there was no escape at all. But the man who had hit him was already climbing up the rope ladder. Then the others dragged him over the side and dropped him like a netted fish at the captain's feet. "He's so," came the foreign voice. "He's a well-grown boy. Ugly, like all you folk, but seems strong. I give you 3 gold daggers for him and a jar of wine." Such an easy transaction. Was his fate decided so soon? Woodpecker's head throbbed as they hauled him to his feet. For a moment, only his captor's hands kept him upright. "Thank you for my life." "You think that was mercy?" came the equally low-voiced reply. "Maybe you'll come to wish you died before you're done. But make of your life what you can." And then they were gone. Someone cut the rope that bound his feet and pushed him along the walkway to the end of the ship. From the smell, he guessed this must be where they were keeping the wretches they had bought already. "What do they call you, boy?" said the man, one of the sailors, he supposed. For a moment he could only stare. In the past 2 years he had had so many names. "Woodpecker," he said finally. He would have to wait a long time to claim the name of my cantor now. By torchlight the waters of the sacred pool looked as red as the stain they left upon the stones. Anderel sat on her carved chair, a silver bowl that had been filled with that water on the little table before her. Her long hair fell down to either side of her face, blocking distraction and focusing her vision. The ornaments of the high priestess trembled on her brow. The regalia and the ceremony were traditional, intended to impress the priests and priestesses who formed the circle around her, so that they could raise the energy to speed her on her way. But tonight Anderel knew that she needed those symbols just as much as they did. She felt old and empty, drained of power. Woodpecker, no, my cantor was gone. Did it matter? Did anything matter now? She had raged when word came that the boy had disappeared from Beleriand. By the time Laral got there, Galed was proclaiming that the last heir to the royal line of the Aesir was drowned, and where he had ruled as a robber, he claimed now the name of king. And she could not tell whether the ritual for which they had gathered was the wise response to the need to plot a new course, or a desperate denial that the hope for which she had suffered and sacrificed so much had finally failed. But whatever her reasons, she must attempt it now. She gave a short nod, and the others began to sing, a minor, wavering chant whose words had been ancient when the priests from the drowned lands first came to these shores. Sink down, release the mind, go deep, beyond the door of dreaming and of sleep. Take now the path beside the holy tree, behold the sacred waters, and be free. The priestess took a deep breath and then another, letting the air out slowly, counting, in and out and in and out again, relieved to find a lifetime's habit overcoming the madness of a single moon. Thank the gods for the ancient disciplines. Already she could feel her heartbeat slowing, awareness narrowing to the familiar focus of trance. She could remember what had happened, remember even her anguish, but now she observed it with a detached curiosity. Passive, she waited for Larrel's word.
"Lady, we seek to know the fate of the boy my cantor. Open your eyes and look into the water. Tell us what you see."
For a moment all Anderl saw was the gleam of torchlight on water. Then she was falling into the fire. She gasped, believing that she was back in Azanilir, but this time she too was caught in the flames. Yet she could not pull away. And now she saw that this place was much larger, as if a whole village had been built of stones like the henge. It was not a village, it was a fortification with mighty walls. But they had not been able to keep out the army that surrounded it, and now it was burning too. "Where is my cantor?" she cried, and what she had thought were stones resolved into a pile of glowing coals in a forge. Within that pulsing glow lay a sword of light. A shadow bulked beyond it. She saw the burly shape of the smith as he lifted it in his tongs and laid it on the granite anvil. Sparks flew as he struck again and again. "Before the metal can be shaped, it must be heated," the answer came. "Forged and honed before it can serve a king. In fire the old world shall be destroyed and a new one born." The smith lifted the sword, and white fire ran down the blade. He held it out to a hero crowned with flame. Then there was only light, and Errol felt herself being swept away. When she could focus again, she was lying back in her chair, and her cheeks were wet with tears. Part 2. The Mold. Chapter 8. Valantos was in the smithy when the new slave came to call him to the king, working on a dagger with a narrow triangular blade. His arm muscles quivered as he whispered a prayer to the lady of the forge and tipped the crucible to let the molten bronze pour smoothly into the mold, but there was no tremor in his hand. The smithy was set in the lower citadel that had been added to the north wall of the palace at Tiryns when they rebuilt after the great earthquake in his great-grandfather's day. His workshop was walled on 3 sides, with doors that opened so that the flames could be fanned by the wind. When it did not blow, the heat could be stifling, but Valantos was accustomed to the sweat that rolled down his broad chest and spattered sizzling into the fire. "Lord, the king your father want you." The smith sent him a quick look from beneath bushy brows, suspecting irony. But Woodpecker was new, a lanky adolescent with a jutting nose and hair a little darker than old bronze, brought down to the Middle Sea from some impossibly distant northern land. No doubt they had told him that Valantos was the son of the king of Tiryns,
but not that his mother had been a weaving woman, little better than a slave herself, who had caught King Phorkya's eye as she served in the hall.
"A moment."
He turned back to the mold, watching carefully as the flicker of flame above the new casting died away.
"Great lord, he want you now!"
The slave's voice wavered, and Volantos realized that despite his height he was only a lad, still learning the language of his new home.
"Be easy. If there is delay, I am the one he will blame."
Carefully the smith set the crucible aside, then lifted the stone mold and set it on the broad rim of the raised hearth. Straightening, his gaze fell on the niche that held the image of Potnia Athana in her aspect as lady of craft, upright in her one-shouldered garment and pointed hat. Broad-shouldered Apaitios brooded from the other wall. Volantos nodded with a respect that had become so ingrained it was instinctive.
"He say quick,"
Woodpecker replied, coloring up to his bronze hair.
"A messenger come." "And why should that make any difference to me?"
Volantos straightened, stretching muscled arms until the bones in his back clicked. A breath of air drifted through the open door, carrying the scent of baking bread to mingle with the smoke. Though the brightness told him the day was hot, the air seemed refreshing after the heat of the forge. But the lad looked truly anxious, and Volantos had not the heart to worry him further by delay. The dagger would cool no more quickly for being watched. Consigning the work to the goddess, he stepped to the corner of the shed and dipped water from the big terracotta pithos set point down in the earthen floor, pouring it over his head and torso, and using a length of rough linen to scrub the worst of the sweat and soot from his body. Another dipperful sluiced back the dark curling hair that was escaping from the leather thong that tied it back when he was at the forge. His linen kilt hung from a peg. He wrapped it over the loincloth in which he worked and clasped the broad belt around his slim hips. A decade of smithwork had filled out a naturally burly build. Volantos had never taken any prizes at the foot races, but at the festival games he was a regular winner in the wrestling and when the discus was thrown. With visible relief, Woodpecker turned to lead the way.
"Have you seen this messenger?"
Volantos increased his pace to match the boy's long-legged stride. "He come from Mycenae, from the Overking." Well, that was not unusual. The kings of Tiryns ruled from a small hill on the fertile plain just above the harbor. The site offered good access to trade and raid, both of which had been a constant in its history. Though Tiryns was older, Mycenae loomed from the knees of the mountains to the north, a stronghold that had never been taken by an enemy. But Tisamenos, who ruled there now, was young in both age and power, eager to prove himself worthy of heroic ancestors. He was, in fact, the same age as Volantos. Did King Phorkya think that youth would speak better to youth? Was that why his father wanted him? They crossed the open space in the center of the lower citadel and climbed the roadway through the corridor to the great gateway that guarded the citadel's eastern side. They stepped into the shade beneath the high roof of the passage. The two sets of doors at its end, banded with bronze, were open, and something within him that had been tensed in apprehension began to relax. Whatever news had come with the messenger, there was no imminent danger, or the palace would have been buzzing with armed men and the great door barred. Up and around they climbed, through court and corridor, until they passed the painted columns of the propylon and emerged into the open air of the outer court. The citadel of Tiryns crowned the small hill. Volantos paused a moment to savor the breeze from the bay that sparkled below. Beyond the walls spread the tile-roofed houses of the city, and then the fertile plain, divided into plots of tilled earth or orchards of olive trees and fenced fields green with vines. To east and west the sheltering circle of the mountains ran down to the sea. It was a good, rich land, and one that many people had desired. On the summit of the great headland, a watch-post guarded a beacon, ready to give warning of attack from the sea,
as once it had waited to signal the end of the war in Troia.
At the thought, Valantos felt a flicker of unease once more. Without warriors, what use was warning? The strength of Achaea was not what it had been before the Overking led the flower of its warriors to Troia. That conflict had left not loot but legends as its most enduring legacy. So many of the heroes who survived the victory had failed to survive their return. Certainly the house of Atreus was diminished. In Mycenae, the grandson of Agamemnon still ruled, but Valantos wondered if even the gods could purify the family from the stain of that bloody kin strife, wife against husband, mother murdered by son. Surely their blood still polluted the ground.
"Lord, you must come!" Woodpecker's touch on his elbow brought Valantos to himself again. He realized that he had been staring unseeing at the shimmer of the sea beyond the wall. Light and shade succeeded one another as he led the way between the columns of the smaller entry and across the central court toward the Megaron, pausing to honor the sacrificial altar as he passed. He blinked as he came into the shadow of the Prodomos, taking a moment to allow his eyes to adjust. When he could see the blue rosettes in the frieze that ran along the walls, he passed through the easternmost of the 3 doorways that led to the Megaron. One of the 4 red-painted pillars that supported the ceiling blocked his view of the king, but he could see the messenger standing between the throne and the great circle of the hearth. A reflexive glance told him that the queen's seat by the pillar was empty. No doubt she was in her own rooms beyond the hall. Did the easing in tension come from this additional evidence that there was no emergency, or simple relief at not having to meet her flat glare? Perhaps he wronged her. It was well known that Naxamini's vision was poor, and perhaps she did not see him at all. That was, after all, the way a royal woman was expected to view her husband's chance-got child. But the Lady of Tiryns was a priestess of Era as well as queen, and the wife of the Cloud-Gatherer had a history of hostility to the fruits of her husband's love affairs. Her hatred had hounded Heracles and driven his children from the land, so that it was the princess of the house of Perseus whose marriage had made the line of Pelops the city's lords. But Era was still lady of the palace. Only in the forge did Valantos's own bright-eyed lady hold sway. "Podnia, be with me," he said silently. "Grant me the wit to understand, and the will to meet whatever test faces me here today." Composing his features, he crossed the stone threshold and entered the room. Tall and gaunted now with age, King Phorkyaeus looked up, greeting him with his usual tentative smile, as if wondering how he could have begotten such a broad-shouldered, burly son. When he was small, Valantos had thought that perhaps the king was right to question. He had always had a fellow feeling for the persecuted Heracles. King Phorkyaeus was descended from a bastard brother of Atreus, but Heracles was heir to the Perseids, and his descendants were Tiryns' rightful kings. In his more exalted moments, Valantos had dreamed that his mother's lover had been Heracles himself, returned to the kingdom he had loved and lost. One day he would stand forth and proclaim that he was a child of the great hero, come back to claim his own. But at other times, when his half-brothers had been tormenting him, Valantos would feel gloomily certain that some slave or guest must have begotten him, and not the king at all. He crossed the patterned tiles and moved around the right side of the hearth to stand before the throne. The messenger must be of some importance, for Phorkyaeus had put on the cap of kingship, and the fringed wrap that left one bony shoulder bare, and his sword. "You have called, my lord, and I am here. What is your need?" "The Over-King has had strange news. War is brewing to the west of us and in the north. Some say it is only a few ragtag bands of barbarians that are raiding, but others whisper that the children of Heracles have come at last to reclaim their land."
Valantos blinked hearing that name, but his wildest fantasies had never included a barbarian horde.
"It may be no more than rumor," the king went on, "but we should take precautions. Go as my voice to the Overking. You know our strengths. Confer with him on how we may defend this land."
"Our strengths and our weaknesses," thought Valantos. He was the one who supervised the workmen when they repaired the walls, and the one to whom the warriors came to repair a piece of harness or edge a new spear.
"Alone?"
he asked.
"If Iason comes back from Argos before you return, I will send him after you. He will need to talk to Tisamenos's commanders. But for the essentials, yes, you are the one who knows."
Valantos bowed, as much in gratitude for that recognition as to cover his unexpected pleasure in receiving it. The arms of the octopus painted on the tile at his feet seemed to flex, seen through unshed tears. However accidental his birth, he was valued. Only now did he realize that he had never been quite sure of that before.
"I am at your service. But if we are to go now, there is a thing I must finish at the forge." "Nay, nay, the enemy, if there is an enemy, is not at our gates. Finish your work and gather your retinue. I will entertain our guest as he deserves and the god requires."
"A retinue?" Valantos lifted one eyebrow. Apparently the king wished his standing to be clear.
"My manservant is ill," he replied. "May I take the boy?"
He nodded toward Woodpecker.
"Why not? I purchased him for the queen because I thought his novelty might amuse her, but she does not care for him. If you like him, he's yours."
Valantos cast a quick glance at his new possession and surprised a look of relief in the slave's dark eyes. Had the women been so unkind to him?
"Come, then," he said to the boy. "If you are going to serve me, you may as well begin by learning to assist me in the forge."
As they passed through the propylon, Valantos caught the flicker of a gown in the door that led to the women's quarters and turned. It was a purely physical reaction, for his mind was full of calculations. But the motion brought him back to himself, and he smiled to see Tanit waiting for him there. In a simple belted robe, with a band of bronze flowers that he had crafted for her, holding her dark hair, he found her more beautiful than any court lady in her bodice and tiered skirt sewn with gold.
"Good morning, little one,"
he began, his frown easing into a smile.
"I'd hoped we could be together tonight, but the king—"
"Never mind that," she interrupted him. "The queen wishes to speak with you." For a moment the conflict between the quickening in his flesh and the chill invoked by the queen's name held him speechless. Tanit's mouth twitched at the corner, just where he would kiss her when she was slow to warm to him. But she maintained the dignity suitable to the servant of a queen. "She will not eat you, you know." Of that Valantos had never been quite sure. But he was a man now, not a child. Stiffening his features, he followed the girl into the queen's megaron. Its plan was the same as that of the king, except that it was smaller, and the hearth was rectangular instead of round. Like her husband's, Queen Naximini's throne was on the eastern side of the room. Over her gown she had put on the robe of the high priestess, and the golden headdress with its pendant lilies bound her brow. Clearly, whatever she wanted him for, it was not personal. Whether this was more or less disturbing, Valantos could not decide. He made the obeisance due a priestess and stood waiting, trying to read meaning from the sculpted planes of her face, smooth as one of the golden masks that covered the faces of the dead. What did the messenger from Tisamenos have to say? For a moment Valantos thought of replying that if the king had not thought fit to tell her, it was not for him to say. But it was well known that it was the queen who was the strong one in their partnership, and if she did not know already, surely she would soon. There must be another reason why she was questioning Volantos now. He looked up, disturbed because the dangling ornaments kept him from seeing her eyes. "There's some tale of raiders, but such vermin have always prowled our borders. There is no reason to suppose."
"The goddess is uneasy," the queen interrupted him. "The children of Heracles trouble the land."
"Does she still hate him?"
Almost instantly Volantos regretted the question. The golden lilies trembled as a shudder passed through the queen's frame, and Volantos felt a chill without understanding why. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. "Heracles is now a god, but his children are men. This enemy is very old, but the war will be new. A kind of fighting that you have never known." Tanit took a quick step forward, then stopped, biting her lip. Abruptly, Volantos understood what had happened. He had seen Naxomene carry the goddess before at the festivals, but there had never been any reason for him to be near. His skin prickled, as it did sometimes on days when the wind was high, though the air here was warm and still.
"Yes, lady,"
he answered her as both goddess and queen.
"What would you have me do?"
"A new war will need new weapons."
"New weapons? How could he make new weapons when he did not know what the danger was?" "I will do what I can," he whispered.
"You will. I will make sure of it. That is what I do." There was something terrifying in her smile. "Knowledge will be given to you. Epaitios is my son. He will show you what to do." She sank back against the throne. Go quickly," whispered Tanit as Volantos stood staring. He had never been more glad to obey a woman's command.
"Yes, that one. Put it into the chest. Fold it carefully now."
Woodpecker glared at Astaros, the thin and grizzled upper servant who was supervising the packing, and picked up the robe. The man had been yammering at him since morning, as if he should somehow know not only what Prince Volantos would need for his journey, but where to find it. Barely a day had passed since he had been transferred to the prince's service. He was beginning to wonder if his first relief had been mistaken. Would Volantos beat him if he wrinkled a garment? He looked strong enough to do it himself, not like the boy's second master, or was it the third, who liked to watch as his slaves were whipped by his muscle-bound bodyguard. He shook out the folds of linen, as if by instinct knowing how they should fall, straight across the shoulders so that the garment formed a square, and then folded inward so that the design on the back would lie flat. But of course it would be familiar. He had often assisted Laral when he wore such robes in ritual. He banished that memory, then turned the robe and stilled, staring at the emblem embroidered there. It was the head of a bull with curving horns and a sun disk above its brow. Why should he be surprised? These people valued cattle. He had seen the stylized horns set up outside their shrines. It meant nothing that he should find such an image on a princeling's robes. But for a moment what he had seen was the bull's head emblem of the Aesir. He thanked the gods that such moments came rarely. Everything here, trees and flowers, the very shape of the hills and the scent of the air, was so different from his homeland that he could go for days at a time without remembering. And then some chance sight or scent, like the smoke of Volantos's smithy, would overwhelm him, and for a moment he would be lost.
"You, mooncalf, what are you staring at?"
The servant's voice seemed to come from some great distance. When the man slapped him, his cheek barely felt the sting.
"Do you think—" "Astaros!"
The deep voice that overrode the man's next words brought the boy around, flushed with mingled embarrassment and apprehension. Volantos filled the doorway, heavy brows meeting as he frowned. His forehead and cheekbones had the strong lines of cast bronze above the short black beard. Astaros flinched, and Woodpecker braced himself for a blow. This morning Volantos wore the long linen tunic appropriate to his rank, but when Woodpecker saw the prince stripped and sweating over the forge, he had been amazed at the strength those muscles implied.
How should the lad know what to do when he never saw my belongings before? We do not leave for 2 days. Give him time.
Woodpecker flushed again, hearing beneath the rough timbre a warmth that he found oddly comforting. He brought his fist to his forehead in salutation, then, with nimble fingers, finished folding the robe. In the end, Volantos's new servant spent more time organizing his master's belongings than he did learning smithcraft. For that, as the boy diffidently told him, there would be time, whereas the king wanted them on their way to Mycenae now. Volantos was surprised to find himself responding with amusement to the boy's insistence. His other servants, more used to growls than smiles, decided to treat the newcomer as an ally rather than a competitor for his favor. That surprised the smith as well. Accustomed to doubting his own status at Tiryns, had he been so thoughtless a master? Volantos was still mulling over the question as they turned off the main road across the plain and started the climb to the Overking's citadel. As they ascended the last slope and rounded the bend, he was recalled to himself by Woodpecker's whistle of surprise. The boy was staring at the fortress that seemed to have grown from the summit of the hill before them, an eminence that would have been called a mountain in most lands. Here it was only an outcrop, dwarfed by the sheer peaks that rose behind it. Walls of massive honey-colored stones wrapped it round, tier upon tier, crowned by the royal halls, their russet crenellations glowing in the afternoon sun.
Impressive, aren't they?
Tiryns is mighty, breathed the boy, but Mycenae greater still. Giants moved those stones?
That is what they say. Volantos smiled. It was built by the Cyclops for King Perseus when Tiryns was no longer enough for him. Of course, that was before Odysseus put out Polyphemus's eye on his way home from Troy. Even for a son of the Cloud-gatherer, I do not think the Cyclops would be so helpful now. Have they no such mighty stoneworks in your own land?
Not for the living, the boy said, frowning. I remember a thing like a great stone table, where a flood washed the grave mound that covers it away. There's great stones in the henge where priestesses do sacred rites, sung into place by masters of magic who come to my land from across the sea. But that was many lives of men ago. My people live in houses roofed with thatch and surrounded by wooden walls, easy to burn. He stopped, the emotion leaving his face as a sculptor smooths the clay of an image. Volantos did not press him. For all his uncertainty about his status, the smith had never doubted his physical security. Not until now. Dust rose from the plain in swirling clouds, through which the shapes of the maneuvering chariots appeared and disappeared like images in a dream. The walls of Mycenae, 3 times the height of a tall man, topped a hillside that already loomed above the sloping plain. From here you could see all the way to the hills that sheltered Argos, which was no doubt why Perseus had chosen it for the site of his citadel. The area where the chariots were training was closer, just beyond the road that carried the trade through the mountains from Corinthos down to Tiryns by the sea. From his place near the king, Volantos squinted to see their movements, memory imaging the braces and hinges, buckles and bits, and all the other hardware that passed through his workshop. When the warriors boasted over their wine in the hall, it had always amused him to reflect that no amount of courage could save a man from being dumped in the dust if he lost a wheel.
"Look at them go!"
King Tisamenos leaned over the wall.
"We had so much rain this winter, the pastures are still green, and the horses are fat and feisty. They can run rings around any enemy."
He straightened, laughing, a tall young man with wildly curling black hair.
"How can you tell?"
Volantos softened the comment with a laugh.
"Dust clouds are all I can see."
Folks sometimes wondered how he could stand the heat and smoke of the smithy, but the dust of a battlefield was thicker, and he could strip to a clout to do his work, while the chariot fighters sweltered in leather coats sewn with plates of bronze.
"Ah, but there are patterns in that dust," observed the master of chariots, "which the experienced eye can see."
"That puts me in my place,"
the smith thought wryly. The night before they had sat late in council, and the warrior had clearly wondered what Volantos was doing there, much less why the king paid him any attention. It had ended with a bland assurance that Mykenæ could not be taken. Tisamenos promised to call for men and supplies to withstand a siege, but it was clear that he did not expect to need them.
"To each man his craft," Volantos thought then. "I can tell when to put the bronze in the fire by looking at the color of the coals, where you would only know not to put in your hand. If they send chariots, your men will surely prevail, but they won't. That's what I've been trying to tell you," muttered the man from Corinthos, as if he didn't care whether anyone heard him. Thersander was his name. Certainly the king did not seem to have been listening so far. "Tell me,"
said Volantos, taking his arm,
"and since neither of us seems to be wanted here, perhaps we could go somewhere cooler to talk."
They made their way along the wall, almost as wide in places as it was tall. The chariots might fail, but when Tisamenos said that Mykenæ could not be taken, Volantos believed him. No human force could dislodge those mighty stones. Just past the grave circle from which the spirits of the mighty dead continued to ward their descendants, a stair led down to the granary. The guards at the lion gate saluted as Volantos passed, and Thersander lifted an eyebrow.
"My apologies, Prince. I had understood you were a bronze smith serving the court at Tiryns. Can I not be both?"
Volantos decided not to go into the details of his parentage.
"In my land, the crafting of bronze is one of the royal mysteries, and the kings are required to know something of its lore. It is tradition for at least one son in each generation to become a master, and I was the one whom Potnia Thana called."
"And you are a master of the craft?" the other man asked as they climbed the road, taking the left-hand way that led to the workshops and other buildings on the other side of the palace, where they lodged guests whose standing did not require they be given beds in the Xenonas near the Megaron.
"They call me so,"
Volantos said curtly. It still felt like hubris to claim mastery when he knew he had so much to learn.
"And what is your skill, man of Corinthos, beyond the bringing of news that no one wants to hear?"
That made the messenger laugh.
"My father trades in wine, and often sends me abroad. I am only a middling hand with a spear, but I have seen a great deal. My kings thought that I might be able to explain what is happening in words that King Tisamenos would understand. They do not expect you to help us, but even if we fall to these barbarians, our people will not be entirely without leadership if the heir of Agamemnon survives."
That made Volantos stare. The Danaans had not been able to agree on the price of olive oil, much less obedience to an over-king, since Agamemnon led the hosts to Troia.
"Are they really barbarians?"
he asked as they passed into the shade of the colonnade that surrounded the courtyard.
"I had heard they call themselves the Heraclidae, the children of Heracles, and speak some northern dialect of our tongue."
Thersander shrugged.
"Who knows?" He eased down on one of the benches with a sigh. "By all accounts, Heracles was a bull who sired as many sons as was himself. It was only his legitimate children by Deianira who took refuge in Athena. Heracles may be a god now, but he made a lot of enemies while he was a man."
Valantos twitched, hearing an echo of Queen Naxomene's words.
"I suppose his get took after him. Tiryns was not the only city where his offspring were not welcome. So they went north, some of them anyway, to the lands where men are as lawless as they are," Thersander went on. "Even if they were all as potent as Heracles himself, they could not have bred the hordes you're speaking of."
Valantos took the other end of the bench and signaled to a passing servant for wine.
"Tell them. Don't you see, this man Aletes, who is attacking Corinthos, says he's a grandson of Thestalos, son of Heracles. Other cities have been attacked by Shardana from some island to the west of here, or men of the north beyond Olympus. It doesn't matter who they really are. They have convinced themselves that they are something more than greedy barbarians out for loot. These freebooters have a story. They are the children of Heracles, and they have returned."
"Like our grandfathers when they went to Troia," Valantos said slowly. "They swore they went to avenge the honor of Menelaus and recover Helena."
Thersander nodded. "But they looted and burned the city all the same."
"But they were Danaans," thought Valantos. "If our warriors could take Troia so far from home, how much stronger we will be when we are defending our own land."
"They haven't burned Corinthos," he said aloud. "Not yet. I got out just before they laid siege to the citadel. The city below could not be defended, and most of the people have fled. But the Acropolis has a good spring and a lot of stored grain. King Doretus thinks that disease and boredom will make Aletes give up before hunger forces us to give in. King Thetis is less hopeful, but then he was always less bold than his brother."
He sighed.
"The thing that your king does not seem to understand is that when they come marching up to the city, we sent out our chariots to destroy them, and they defeated us." "They came marching? They were on foot, then?"
Valantos frowned.
"Every army has some foot soldiers to skirmish in rough country and clean up after the chariots, but how could they get close enough to do massed chariots any harm?" "They've learned a new way of fighting," Thersander said solemnly. "Even if we survive, we will never make war in the same way again."
"What do you mean? No warrior on foot can stand against a chariot."
"Separately, that's so. The runners that go out with our chariots are there as backup to finish off enemy wounded or help get our wounded to safety. Caught in the open, they can be run down. But Aletes' men fight in units. Their round shields are big enough to fend off arrows, and one of their heavy javelins can bring down a horse. Then they charge in and hamstring the others with one slash of the sword."
"I don't understand."
His brothers carried long swords when they rode in their chariots, but they were meant for thrusting and rarely used. A disciplined body of chariotry mowed down their foes with arrows, and only the occasional skirmisher got close enough to require fending off with the long spear. Thersander got to his feet as if he had reached some decision.
"I'll show you. I think that you may be able to understand."
The Corinth man made his way down the colonnade and disappeared. When he returned, he was carrying a long bundle.
"This is what they use."
Laying it on the bench, he turned back the leather wrappings to reveal a sword. But it was like no sword that Valantos had ever seen. As long as a rapier, the blade swelled gently from the tip before curving in again, and the edges on both sides were wickedly honed. The smith reached out a tentative hand, let one finger drift along the smooth surface. The hilt was of bone, held by a netting of gold wire.
"The work is good," he said slowly.
Thursander nodded. "Can you make one of these?" Valantos grasped the hilt and got to his feet, testing the weight of it, the way it balanced in his hand. In a rapier he would have called it point-heavy, but the blade swung easily, as the head of a serpent swings in search of prey. It hungers for the blood of men, he thought, but surely that was a good sign in a blade.
"With this as my model, I think so, in time."
Thursander responded with an abrupt bark of laughter.
"All I can do is give you the sword. Only the gods can give you time."
Chapter 9. For a while it seemed that the gods had heard Valantos's prayer. The bare, bright days of the southern summer faded into fall, the ripe olives gave up their oil, and the wine-presses ran red with new wine. The winter wheat was sown, and soon the rains, more abundant this year than ever, brought up the first sprouts in the fields, and living green covered the hills. Despite the rumors of war, men looked forward to a good year. As the grain grew in the fields, the pile of weapons grew in Valantos's forge. Copying his sample, the smith had carved a blade of wood to make the first mold, but not well enough, for though the blade looked like the model, the balance was awkward. It took Valantos several weeks of trial and error to create a weapon that felt right in the hand. By then it was becoming clear that it would take a very long time to make enough swords for all of Tyrion's warriors, and supplies of bronze were running low. Word came that Corinthos had fallen, but the enemy seemed to have settled down to enjoy their conquest. With Mycenae standing in the way of any further push, few in Tyrion's were losing much sleep over the danger. Of all Valantos's brothers, only Iason seemed to pay much attention to his warnings. Sometimes Valantos thought the war leader was only humoring him, but Iason did take the first leaf-shaped sword that came close to meeting Valantos's specifications, and began drilling his men in close-order fighting with sword and the new round shield. So it went as storms lashed the citadel day after dismal day. In the summer the land was filled with light, but when winter's clouds closed in, they felt cut off from the world. It mattered less in the smithy, but not even the heat of the hearth could cheer the smith when he cracked the clay from his latest effort and found that several flecks of charcoal had gotten into the mold. He glared balefully at the bronze, then gripped the flawed blade and broke it across his knee. In the past months, Woodpecker, hovering now in the doorway, had learned a great deal about smithcraft, including when to get out of his master's way. But this time the rage that the boy clearly expected did not come. It was too dark, too cold, too impossible a task. The metal clanged as Valantos tossed the pieces on the scrap pile and sank down on a bench, his head in his hands.
"Lady, why can I not master this craft? I don't labor for wealth or glory, but to serve my people. If you want me to succeed, why won't you show me what I need to know?"
A cold breath of wind filtered in around the stout timbers of the door, waking the coals to sudden life and chasing shadows across the familiar shapes of the smithy. The painted lips of the clay image seemed to curve in an enigmatic smile. Valantos's gaze moved from hearth to bellows, passed unseeing across the smooth granite of the anvil and the small broom they used to brush away the particles struck off by the graduated hammers of stone and bronze. Fire tongs, sharpening stones, bronze swages, the heavy clay vessel of water, each in its place, and every one of them useless, it seemed to him now. After a few moments, Woodpecker picked up the pitcher that had been keeping warm next to the hearth, poured some into a kylix, and brought it to him. Valantos stared into the dark surface, cradling the shallow bowl, but saw only his own distorted reflection.
He sighed, lifted it by the arching handles, and let the wine slide down his throat. The heat had intensified the flavor so that he could not tell if the wine had been watered. Scent and taste were for a moment overwhelming. He drank deeply. It hardly mattered if he got as drunk as a northern barbarian. He would get no more work done today. "Did you think I would beat you because the sword failed?" he asked the boy after a while. "The fault was not yours." "Some masters would," Woodpecker replied. The boy's mastery of the Achaean tongue was improving. "The first man bought me, treated his slaves worse than his hounds, and a dog that barked at the wrong time he kicked across hall. When he died and his heirs sold the slaves, I was glad." "How many masters have you had?" Volantos straightened with a frown, a little surprised to realize that he had not thought to ask that question before. "Not sure," the boy said after a pause. "There are times I don't want to remember." "Not now, though," he added quickly. "This is the best place I've been." "The best? With a surly bear of a master who half the time forgets to feed you, in a city that may be soon attacked by some mysterious enemy?" Woodpecker shook his head. "I eat when you do, sir, and you work harder than me." Volantos noted that the boy had not mentioned the enemy. Well, he would rather not think about them either. Perhaps that was why he drove himself so hard. Enough work would leave him too tired to worry or even dream. These days he feared dreams, for too many times he had dreamed true. Clearly the slave's past was a painful subject, and Volantos forbore to ask him any more questions. But that night he slept lightly, and when he heard a sob from the pallet at the foot of his bed where Woodpecker was sleeping, he found himself wide awake. For a moment he lay where he was, unwilling to embarrass the boy by letting him know he had heard. But as the whimper became a cry, he rolled out of bed. With a sigh, Volantos bent over the sleeping form. He told himself that half the palace would be wakened if this turned into a full-blown nightmare, and, more to the point, that he himself would get no sleep if it went on. A more acceptable reason than the realization that for some reason he was hurt by Woodpecker's pain. He gripped the boy's shoulder and shook him gently. "Woodpecker, wake up, lad. You're here, you're safe. Wake up and look at me." The muscles beneath his hand tensed, and the boy surged upright with a cry. "Fire!" The word came out half-muffled by Volantos's hand. "Burning! Can't breathe!" The boy shuddered, seeming to relax, and, as Volantos began to let go, uncoiled with a blow that left him gasping. But muscles trained at the forge gripped the boy's long limbs tightly until at last the trembling ceased. "It's all right," he murmured. "You are safe with me," knowing even as he spoke that he lied. Life was uncertain. 1,000 disasters could overwhelm them, even if the children of Heracles never arrived. And so, he reminded himself, it was for all men everywhere. But in this time and this place, this moment in which he felt the boy's taut muscles gradually easing beneath his hands, he could protect this. He did not quite know how to define him, for he had surely ceased to think of Woodpecker as a slave some time ago. This fellow human who lay in his arms. Woodpecker was no longer a child, so why this surge of protective feeling? He sensed only that the fates had somehow spun their threads together. Whatever the reason, the auburn-haired slave had entered the small circle of those for whom Volantos allowed himself to care. On the headland above the harbor, orange flames blazed against the cool evening sky. Clytemnestra had set the beacon there during the years when the flower of the Danaans, led by her husband Agamemnon the High King, bled at Troia. By the Queen's command, men built the beacons that would declare from peak to peak that the black-hulled ships had at last set sail for home. The Achaeans had praised her devotion, not knowing that hate fueled those fires. In the years since that bloody homecoming, the more distant beacons had been abandoned, but as pirates became more active in the Aegean, the posts along the coast had been rebuilt. These days the men who tended them watched not with hope, but with fear. And now the beacons burned once more. Volantos stood upon the wall that curved outward from the western face of the Rock of Tyrins, noting with a detached aesthetic appreciation the vivid contrast of the fire against the deepening blue. Smoke alternately veiled and revealed the first stars. The plain below swarmed with activity as people carrying bundles and pulling creaking wagons bore their possessions toward the citadel. Volantos tried to tell himself those supplies might not be needed. The beacon had signaled only that warships had been seen. It was always possible that a few pirates were hovering offshore, hoping that a fat trader might put out from the harbor. In a day or three the alarm might pass, and the worst of their labors would be the confusion of setting all to rights once more. But a cold lump in Volantos's gut said otherwise. The green hills and warming weather proclaimed that the season when men might safely put to sea had arrived. The king had hoped they would come south from Corinthos and blunt their teeth first on Mycenae. But there had always been the chance that Aletes would send one of his cousins to tackle Tyrins, and crush Mycenae between Tyrins and Corinthos once they had both in their hands. "My lord Volantos," Woodpecker was standing on the stair. "My lord, they need you at the gate. A wagon lost a wheel. I already told them to take your tools down." The smith nodded. Thus it began. The maidens of Tyrins danced before the king, a sinuous line that twined and straightened as it wove around the great hearth. In the Megaron the feasting tables had been cleared away, and the commanders of the chariot squadrons lounged on their benches watching the dance. Faces smoothed by concentration, the girls curved forward, only to arch their backs once more, turning towards each other and then away, supple bodies obeying the sweet call of the flute and the patter of the drum. For this moment it did not matter that the striped and patched tents of the enemy horde sprawled along the curve of the bay. There was only the next step, the next dip and turn, the discipline of the dance. Perhaps, thought Volantos, it was so for men in battle as well, when existence contracted to a confusion of snarling faces in which all that mattered was the unthinking rhythm of attack and defense, trained into muscle and sinew. At times it was like that for him in the smithy, when he would straighten, suddenly aware of the ache in his arm as he hefted a finished blade, and realize that sunlight was slanting from the westward window across the packed earth floor. The coals in the great hearth pulsed as if to keep time for the dance, deepening the red of the painted pillars, sending the maidens' shadows leaping in their own dance across the tiled floor. The king watched with face smoothed to attention, but his gaze had gone inward. Since the enemy's arrival, events had progressed with the deliberate order of a dance. There was no question of surprise or strategy. The city could not run away. Tomorrow the chariotry of Tyrins would drive out to do battle, and Volantos would find out if Thersander of Corinthos had spoken the truth about the new swords and their power. In a way, he thought grimly, the slaves who survived the destruction of the citadel had the least to fear, though from what Woodpecker had told him, he doubted their new masters would offer them so civilized a captivity. He hoped the boy would find better fortune. He himself did not expect to survive. He looked up to see that the dance was ending, the maidens' circle unwinding as they moved toward the door. Tanit was last in the line. She met his eye with a smile, and his own spirit surged suddenly in response.
What was he about to respond to their performance with such gloom? The walls of Tiryns were mighty, her people stout-hearted, and her warriors strong. Even the gods could not deny fate, but until the folk of Tiryns had done all that men might to defend the citadel, it would be the act of a coward to give in.
The heavens blazed with the clear blue of spring, skimmed by the swallows that had gathered to harvest the insects disturbed by all these feet and hooves. There was no disaster that does not benefit someone, Volantos told himself with determined cheer. His fingers tightened on his brother's helm, testing the strength of the rows of boar's tusks and the hardened leather and lacing and wool cap beneath, wondering how they would stand up to one of the new swords. Somehow it was not much consolation to realize that no matter who ruled Tiryns, the swallows would continue to scour the skies.
"My lord, it is time."
The voice of his brother's charioteer recalled him to earth, where King Phorkaius's forces were forming up into 3 ranks spread across the plain. The ponies stamped and shook their heads, plumes tossing as their drivers reined them down. Warriors set their spears in the rests and slung their small shields, loosened the arrows in the quivers that hung from the chariot rails, and began to string their layered bows, diffusing their tension with laughter. Volantos handed up the helm. How beautiful his brother was, with the sunlight gleaming on the polished curves of the bronze neck-guard and shoulder plates of his armor, sparking from the bands of metal riveted to the leather corselet and the bronze greaves. His dark hair was bound up in a warrior's knot. Melandros, his driver, shared his splendor, his armor less elaborate, but equally well kept. Even the turn of his head echoed that of the prince. But then they had been lovers since boyhood. It was some consolation to know that in battle the two would fight with one mind. As the elder prince settled the helmet, his white teeth flashed in his beard.
"May the gods ride with you," Volantos said gruffly.
Of King Phorkaius's 5 legitimate sons, Iason, the eldest, had been the kindest to him when he was small. The smith's gaze checked greaves and arm guards one last time. They were of his own crafting, and he had blessed them every time his hammer hit the bronze.
"The gods and your good blade!" Iason slapped the hilt of the sword that hung at his side. "I am only sorry that we have no more of them."
Volantos shook his head.
"We did not have the metal to make so many, and it made sense to give them to the runners who are accustomed to fight with swords. My hope is that you will kill all your enemies with your arrows before they have time to test the strength of that shining armor you wear."
Now was not the time to complain that most of the proud chariot warriors who faced the mass of foot soldiers spreading across the plain had refused to exchange their father's tapered thrusting swords for the new blades. And why should they believe Volantos, a man who swung a hammer, not a sword, and who had only the word of a chance-met merchant's son regarding what one of those new swords could do?
"I hope that you have kept one of those blades for yourself."
With one of his unexpected leaps of intuition, Iason responded to the words his brother did not say.
"The last blade I cast is still in the mold. But you will not fail," Volantos replied heartily. "Our grandsires brought proud Troia to ruin. Surely their blood runs true."
"Now we are the ones defending our citadel," Iason replied gravely. "And they are the Hellenes, however barbarous, who seek to conquer." For a moment the shadow of Heracles fell between them. Volantos took a deep breath, smelling horse and leather and dust and the male musk of fighting men. A horse's flank and the hard muscle in the arm of a warrior shone with the same beauty, moving with the grace of a thing whose form was mated to its function, like one of the new swords. The paired curves, as an archer flexed his bow and released it again, were like the movements of the dancers he had watched the night before, and for a moment he understood them all as part of a single unity. Then the rough chanting of the enemy surged above the stamp of hooves and mutter of conversation around him. They were banging out the rhythm on their round shields with the flats of their swords. Iason brought up one armored arm in salute, but his gaze and his attention were already turning toward the enemy. The runner who would go with them hopped onto the chariot, shield bumping his back, gripping the curved rail with one hand. Valantos saluted in turn, knowing his brother would not see him. In their hearts they were already gone. "Athana protect you, brother," he prayed, "and Are strengthen your arm." There came a sharp call from the commander's horn, and the earth trembled as the chariots began to move. Valantos threaded his way among them towards the citadel. He had played his part in this battle. To wait with the slaves and the women was all he could do now. Most of the folk of the citadel were gathered on the wall already, but not the king. Tangible heart of his kingdom, for Chaos would be on his throne by the great hearth in the Megaron with the queen beside him, waiting to learn the fate of his city and his sons. Valantos wondered if he had left it to sleep in his bed the night before. He could understand. Coming up the stair to the western bastion, he had felt a momentary impulse to continue on to the smithy. But that refuge was for a time when all hope was gone. If his brothers could fight this battle, he could bear witness. He pushed through the crowd on the bastion that curved out from the citadel, and used his rank to gain admission to the tower, where the men of the king's personal guard had gone. From here he could see the curve of the bay and the black ships drawn up on the shore, the jumble of tents and the enemy horde, gathered in irregular groups that might represent clans. The chariot squadrons were maintaining their spacing, those to the left and right gradually increasing their pace to encircle the foe. At this season the land to the west of Tiryns was divided into pasture land and newly planted fields, the one already indistinguishable from the other as the armies advanced. Although the ground was not so dry as it would be later, dust was beginning to rise. By nightfall, red blood would soak that ground. Valantos tensed as the chariots neared arrow range. For all their valor and skill, the chariotry of Tiryns had never been blooded. There had been a brief conflict with Argos when his father was a young man, but until they began to train for this invasion, the only combat the current crop of warriors had seen were the yearly war games when the fields lay fallow in the summertime. The first volley of arrows streamed like smoke across the lessening gap between the armies, but the enemy had met this kind of attack before. In the midst of each cluster of warriors, the round shields swung up, overlapping to cover those below. Some got through, but the momentary gaps were covered as the shields joined once more. Faint from below, he heard the horns blat as the charioteers shook the reins on their ponies' backs and urged them into a flat run. Surely no man on foot could withstand the avalanche of horseflesh that was bearing down upon them now. A quiver in their ranks. They were breaking. No, groups were withdrawing in staggered sequence all along the line to let the first chariots through, then closing in around them. Another horn call, and still shooting. The second line of chariots wheeled away with the sweet unity of a flock of birds. But the first rank were trapped, held at bay like bulls surrounded by wolves. "Diwa's Thunderer be with them," whispered Valantos, knowing that Iason had been in the forefront of that first charge. Now the groups of enemy who were not engaged flowed around them and moved forward, opening their loose line again as the chariots charged once more. These maneuvers had made them a little more vulnerable to the showering arrows, and the second line of chariots had learned from the fate of the first. But some, unaware of the danger or unable to control their horses, drove forward and were engulfed in turn. The scene before him was disintegrating into a chaotic mass of plunging horses and struggling men. But Volantos had imagined the possibilities too often not to have a very vivid image of what must be happening down there. The mobile archer was safe enough so long as he was moving, but once his chariot was stopped, he must try to fend off attackers with his spear. In combat, Thersander had said that the leaf-shaped slashing sword would defeat the older style of blade. "Athana, shield them," he murmured again and again, and never knew that his clenched fist had driven his nails into his palm until he saw the marks there later on. Close to 350 chariots had sped forward in that first charge across the plain. Volantos could see less than half of them still moving now. A few were fleeing. It occurred to Volantos that they had better be prepared to close the gates if the enemy sought to follow up on their victory by attacking the citadel. But surely they were not defeated yet. The surviving chariots could keep moving, picking off the foot soldiers from a distance until they ran out of arrows. How many of the men of Tiryns would make it home? Volantos's heart keened at the certainty that Iason could not have survived that turmoil. How many of his brothers still lived? A deeper part of his awareness dared to ask. Was it possible that he would be the sole son left to King Phorkys by the end of the afternoon? There was a time when he would have welcomed that knowledge. It made him gibber in panic now. Another chariot wheeled away from the battle and headed homeward, and then more. They were fleeing, and though even tired horses could gallop faster than men burdened by shield and armor, the enemy would be on their heels. "Xanthos!" He gripped the guard captain by the arm. "Take half your men and get those people off the wall. Give the others to me. We must be ready to close the gate and hold it when the last of our men have come in." Tap, tap, tap. With exquisite care, Volantos drew the sword blade between the bronze anvils, hardening and shaping the curving edge. This last blade had come whole from the mold, the best one he had yet made. The hilt lay ready on his work table, waiting to be riveted on. It made sense that his skill should improve with practice. With another decade or two of work, he might even become a master. A pity, he thought bitterly, that he was not likely to have those years. Night had come to Tiryns, but there was little sleep for anyone in the citadel. It was clear to everyone that in the morning the final assault would come. At first, when the Heraclidae surrounded the fortress, they had expected a siege, a prospect that the people of the citadel, their granary full of winter wheat, could face hopefully. Sickness in a camp often made a siege as deadly to the enemy as to the defenders, and the longer they held out, the more time there would be for the men of Mycenae to come to their rescue. But Cresphontes and Temenos, the brothers who were leading that army, wanted the grain for themselves, and had no mind to sit waiting while the people of the city consumed it. The walls of the citadel were mighty, but determined men with ladders could get over them. The walls of Tiryns were strong, but her king no longer had enough men to guard every foot of them. If the sons of Aristomachos threw all their strength against the citadel, it would fall. At least Prince Iason had received due honors, even if for the rest of them the citadel would have to serve as a pyre. Volantos wondered if it had taken courage for the queen to lead the women of the city out to search the battlefield, or whether she was too numbed by grief to care. He was still haunted by the image of that doleful torch-lit procession of black-clad women with ashes in their loosened hair. They had gone out to seek their sons when darkness put an end to the battle, and the Heraclidae, fearing to see the kindly ones turn to furies, had not dared to hinder them. Iason and Melandros had been found, as all expected, together, limbs mingling in death as they had so often done in love. Melandros must have died first, speared in the back, for he was hardly marked except for that great wound. Iason had straddled his body, defending it until they hewed him down.
The queen had identified him by the fragments of embroidery that edged the tunic he had worn under his armor. If she could no longer recognize the child of her womb, still she knew the work of her own hands. When for a moment Valantos ceased his tapping, he could hear drumming and the sound of drunken laughter. Closer still, a woman's moan of pleasure told him how others were passing the time. That was better than the quiet weeping he had heard as he came down into the lower citadel. In such moments, he thought, people showed what they really cared for. He might have tried to find Tanit, but the queen and her women were keeping their own vigil. It was perhaps inevitable that he should take refuge in his craft. If this blade was the last piece he would make, he was determined it should be a worthy memorial. And he had made a private vow that it would drink deep of enemy blood before it fell from his hand. He knocked loose the blocks that held the anvils and took up the sword, reaching at the same time for the sharpening stone. This, at least, could be done sitting down. With even strokes he drew the stone the length of the blade. Presently he became aware that Woodpecker was humming in time to the scrape of stone on bronze. It was a strange, wandering melody in a minor key, unlike any music he had ever heard in his own land.
"What are you singing?"
Startled, the boy looked up. "An old song from my country," he stammered. "Don't quite know why it comes to me now."
"What are the words?"
Woodpecker shook his head in frustration. "It is hard to put the words in your tongue. I can't say it in poetry." Valantos waited patiently for the boy to gather his wits, for the bronze he was polishing to shine. From the passage outside came a burst of drunken laughter. The voices faded as the men went on. "'Tis the wild geese," Woodpecker said at last, "that fly in autumn. They come in great crowds, crying, crying, fill the lake, sky echoes with noise. Then one day they know it's time. First some, then all lift into air, wing higher, higher. The lake is dark, lonely. Only a few feathers float on water. All gone."
"By the gods, your people must be cheerful souls,"
Valantos mocked gently. But he was thinking that he had never heard Woodpecker say so much about his home. The boy shook his head. "I don't know why I think of it," he repeated. But to Valantos it seemed quite clear. His eyes smarted with a sudden vision of his city turned to a waste of tumbled stones where owls nested and sheep huddled for shelter from the wind. When the spring that warmed his own land now reached the north, the wild geese would return. Even now one heard them overhead, winging toward their distant summer home. But what would the folk of Tiryns leave behind to tell the men of some future year that once they had lived here? Sighing, he took up his hammer once more and began to rivet the hilt of the new sword to the blade. Chapter 10. Valantos turned as Woodpecker came up the stairs to the watch-post above the outer court, a sweating earthenware jug of water in each hand. As the boy reached the platform, the wind changed, and he bent over, coughing. The town below the walls had been burning since early morning, and acrid black smoke rose in a shifting column to stain the sky. Valantos set down his bow, lifted the cloth he had tied over his nose and mouth, and took one of the jugs. The cool water slid down his throat like a blessing. They had wondered whether the wells in the lower citadel would last them through a siege. That was no longer a concern. The assault had begun early that morning, and it was now becoming clear to friend and foe alike that Tiryns no longer had enough warriors to man her walls. The Heraclidae had begun with attempts on the main gate and the passage that led from the western bastion, though both were well fortified. Now they were beginning to send groups to assault selected points elsewhere.
It was only a matter of time.
"You think they meant to burn the town?" asked Woodpecker, shielding his nose with his hand.
Volantos glimpsed a new knot of men trotting up the ramp, handed the jug back to Woodpecker, and grabbed his bow. He had not his brother's precision, but his work in the forge gave him a range they would not expect, and packed as they were, any arrow he loosed was bound to hit someone.
"I doubt it," Volantos replied as the enemy recoiled and swung up their shields. "It's been abandoned since they arrived, so they've had time to collect any valuables left behind, and the smoke must be making it hard for the men who are trying to get up our walls. One advantage of being a defender," he added with bitter humor, "it takes less energy."
"My lord," one of Iason's slaves appeared in the stairwell, "they are running low on arrows above the gate." Volantos turned, trying to assess the activity on the other walls.
"Go to the western bastion and see if they have any to spare. That wall will give the scum a hard time no matter what we do."
It still seemed strange for men to come to him for orders, but he was not only the king's son, but one of the only unwounded men of fighting age.
"Wait," he added as the man turned away. "If they break through, I want you both to take refuge in the lady's shrine. That may stop them from killing you out of hand, and when they know you are a slave, you will be spared."
The goddess who had watched over him since the first day he picked up a hammer seemed very distant now, but perhaps her image still had power.
"I loved Prince Iason," the slave said reproachfully, "and I am still a man. You cannot prevent me from doing what I may to avenge him."
Volantos closed his eyes against the pain of that reminder. The stones of the great courtyard were still black from the pyre on which Iason and his brothers had burned.
"May the ancestors receive him kindly," he thought grimly. "May they welcome us all."
"And I will stay with you." Woodpecker gave him an impudent grin when the other man had gone. Volantos glared. How could he expect to command warriors when he could not make one young slave obey? But a dead body was neither slave nor free, and all of them were dead men walking now. His anger gave way to a wave of sadness. Before this began, he should have freed the boy and sent him to follow the wild geese to his northern home. Another contingent crowded through the opening in the wall and up the corridor toward the gate, overlapping shields like the scales of some great serpent. He straightened with an oath as he realized they were bringing up a ram. The main gate of Tyrann's was as mighty as the one at McCaney, but the weakness of any gate was its timbers. Theirs had come from the mighty oaks that grew in the mountains, but wood could not endure like stone. A rending crash from below brought him to his feet, staring. Woodpecker leaped to the parapet.
"The gate! The wood is in pieces! They use axes now."
Volantos nodded.
"In a moment they will be through."
He was surprised to hear his voice so calm. He could hear a muffled clamor as the attackers pushed through the roofed corridor beyond the gate. The defenders had broken holes in its ceiling through which they were shooting, but on the roof they had no cover, and the enemy had archers too. The life he had known was shattering. It was odd how little he felt now that the time had come. He began to understand why his brothers had yearned for battle. Everything had suddenly become very simple. He knocked another arrow and sent it toward the men who were still crowding up the ramp. He would shoot until he had no arrows left. Then he would draw the leaf-shaped blade whose form he had learned from his foes and strike, not until there were no more enemies, but until they cut him down. More crashes told him that the enemy had broken through the double doors at the end of the roofed corridor.
"Woodpecker,"
he cleared his throat,
"you have done more than enough. It is time to seek what refuge you may."
The boy shook his head. "I told you already, I stay with you." Unexpectedly, Volantos grinned.
You have put muscle on those skinny arms, helping me at the forge. But even your strong arm will do no good once they get this far. There are too many, lad. Go to the smithy. Your hair and skin will tell them that you are no man of this land. Tell them you understand metalwork, and they will spare you."
Reflexively he touched the hammer he had thrust through his belt that morning when he said farewell to the smithy. It was not a warrior's weapon, but when it came to close enough quarters for him to use it, no one else would be left to care. "Lord, I want no other master. I know them, or men like them. Better to die with you." Were those tears that glimmered in the boy's dark eyes? It must be the smoke, he told himself. His own eyes were smarting, too. "Must I make it an order, or bind you and have you carried below?" Volantos glared. "I will do that if you do not obey. You have served me well, but this is not your fight. We are not your people. Go!" For a moment he thought the boy would continue to argue, but Woodpecker gulped, bent suddenly to seize and kiss his master's hand, and clattered down the stairs. Volantos let out his breath on a long sigh. Everything that he had said was true. He told himself that at least he had saved one of those he cared for. But his post seemed suddenly very lonely. No matter, he thought grimly as the sounds of slaughter grew louder. He would have plenty of company soon. The sound of combat echoed from the lower levels, but a great quiet seemed to surround him. "Goddess, I've had little time to speak to you, and nothing to offer," he whispered. "And now all the time is gone. I thank you for all the help you've given me. Farewell." He closed his eyes, seeing in memory the image below which Woodpecker was no doubt sheltering now. And in that moment he felt a stir in his awareness and a voice in the silence of his soul. "Do not lose hope. We have work for you still." Before he could wonder what he had heard, or if indeed there had been anything at all, the first rush reached the court below. He set another arrow to the bow, feeling his muscles creak as he drew the string back to his ear. He could hear the thud of axes once more as the enemy reached the barricade they had thrown up across the passage to the great propylon. But the monumental entry, with its red pillars and painted processional scenes, had been intended to impress with its beauty, not its strength. It would not hold them long. As more and more men poured through, he continued to shoot into the crowd, dodging as javelins arched upward, bounced off the parapet, and rattled across the floor. A shriek from the southern side of the citadel brought him around, staring. Volantos had known the attack on the western bastion to be a feint. It was the strongest of their defenses. But he had thought the southern face of the Acropolis too sheer to tempt an assault. The oversight hardly mattered, for even if he had suspected its vulnerability, they had no men to defend it. He could see the first foes to get over threading through the passageways between the buildings now. He tried to remember who he had put in charge of defending the propylon. "Andaros! Where behind you?" he yelled as they burst into the open space before the entry to the courtyard. He knocked an arrow and shot, saw a man near the leader fling his arms wide and fall with the black feathers sticking from his chest, reached for another and scraped his fingers on stone. All his arrows were gone. With an oath he flung down the useless bow and reached for his sword, leaped from the platform to the roof, and from that to another, and ran across to the archive room, praying that the ladder by which in other times the women had climbed up to watch the moon rise would still be there. As he reached the ground, he saw the defenders edging back from the inner door of the propylon into the outer court, swinging round to face the new threat behind them. No need to guess what the enemy intended. The citadels were all built to the same plan.
one had only to go upward to reach the central courtyard and the Megaron beyond it, and there they would find the king. Volantos drew his sword as the first foes reached them, bracing his feet as the shock drove the man in front against him. He gaped as a spear point burst through the man's back, swung up his blade as the slain man slumped, and chopped down as his killer struggled to withdraw the spear. The sword caught in the man's collarbone, and he nearly lost it as the enemy in turn began to fall, wrenched it free with a gasp, and swung against the next contorted face beneath a bronze helm, aware at the same time of a dim wonder that it should feel so much like hitting the goat carcass on which he had tested the blade. And why not? He told himself as the man reeled back from his blow. They were meat, man and goat alike, compacted of bone and muscle and red blood that fountained when the sword bit through. He whirled and struck again, understanding at last the meaning of the battle dance of the Corites that they taught the boys when they were initiated as men. "Retreat to the entry! We'll hold them there!" he gasped, dodging a spear and sprinting between the pillars of the smaller gatehouse beyond, with the others behind him. They had not barricaded it, for the best defense in this narrow space was a hedge of spears. Orange sunlight poured through from the central court on the other side. He ran out into the court. A quick glance showed him the warriors of the king's guard forming up on the far side before the entrance to the Megaron. "Be ready!" he called. He turned at a sound more sensed than heard and reeled aside as a javelin sliced across his upper arm. There was a man on the roof of the smaller propylon. In the next moment, another appeared behind him, then more. The ladder! He should have brought it with him. But that did not matter now. He dashed back to the shadow of the propylon. "Andaros, they're behind us! Everyone to the Megaron!" Men tumbled out of the shadows of the smaller propylon as more and more foes reached its roof. They were the ones who could throw down missiles now. But they were too eager to come to grips. They brought up the ladder from the other side and began to scramble down. It became a chaotic running fight between the retreating defenders and the foes who were streaming after them. Panting, they attempted to form up in front of the king's guard. Baying, the Heraclidae charged. The first men clutched at the spears that spitted them, tearing them from the defenders' hands. Then it was work for swords. Accustomed to use either hand in the forge, Volantos hewed with the blade in his right hand and swung the hammer with his left. At such close quarters, the one was as effective as the other. The sword bit deep of flesh, but the hammer shattered bone. In such a scramble, no one could go unscathed, but Volantos never felt the blades that stung him. No decisions remained, no care, even for his own life. Only the need to strike and strike again until he could strike no more. He blinked as he found himself forced into the shadow of the porch, only then realizing that he had been retreating across the court. 4 of the king's guards stood with him, all that remained to guard the 3 doors that led within. A swing of the hammer missed and smashed into the alabaster rosette on the wall. Blue-painted chips flew into his opponent's eyes, and the man reeled backward. Volantos edged back through the middle door and cast a quick look behind him, glimpsed the king on his throne with the queen standing beside him, tried to turn back as foes filled the doorway, and went sprawling as they crashed through, sword and hammer sliding across the floor. He expected that moment to be his last, but a curt order halted the rush that followed him into the room. Volantos started to lever himself upright and stopped as a spear point swung down to prick his throat, the instinct to flinch battling the desire to lean into the blade and show his father that he too could die like a prince of Tyrans. In the distance he could hear the clamor of battle, and from somewhere closer a woman's scream. But in the Megaron, all was still. Heart hammering, Volantos tore his gaze from the spear point and looked around him.
A dozen warriors stood between him and the throne, big men in red kilts with scars on their bare chests, carrying spears and swords. Through their legs he could see the king and the queen. There was no point in trying to prove his courage to his father, he thought numbly, seeing the old man slumped as if he had fallen asleep in the great chair. The king was dead already, had been dead, perhaps, since word came that the gate was down. Had he taken poison, or had his heart mercifully given way? The queen stood like an image beside him, the same faintly disapproving expression as always in her lips and brows. For a moment their eyes met, and he saw in her gaze a flicker of something that might have been pity, though he found that hard to believe. There was a stir at the doorway, and men stood aside to let another group of warriors, better armed and unwounded as the men of the king's guard had been until a little while ago. Behind them came an older man in a red cloak, with grizzled hair tied up in a warrior's knot, the scars on his face deepened by the lines of passion and power. "Queen Naxomene, I am Cresphontes, son of Aristomachus, and my brother and I claim this citadel." The queen nodded. "I see that it is so," she said harshly. "I will not bid you welcome." He shrugged. "Your husband has escaped us, but it is you who carry the sovereignty." "Do you think to claim it by taking me to your bed?" she laughed. "It is long since the Lady of Love shared her gifts with me. My sons are all dead, and my daughters all married into other lands." "Then you shall act as nursemaid to the children I get on other women." "How kind! Shall I give you a gift in return?" "You have taken Tyrans, but in times such as these the women of my line receive the gift of prophecy. And though you have asked no question, I will be your oracle. The line of Pelops is ended, and with it the age of heroes. From this time forward the plain of Argos will be ruled by the children of Heracles. But it is our stories that your sons will tell. And though you may have captured this citadel, you will not hold it for long." Now Cresphontes was the one who laughed, although through the ringing in his ears Valantos seemed to catch a note of strain. "Do you think Tisamenos will thunder down from Mycenae to avenge you? Once we have finished here, his citadel will be the next to fall." "You may conquer men, but can you stand against the gods?" asked the queen. "We are the heirs of Heracles," Cresphontes said proudly, "and we come to claim our own. Will the gods not support our right?" "Heracles was denied this city by the will of Hera, and she opposes his blood still," the queen replied. "Poseidon and Nesidione will shake down these walls rather than leave them in your hands." Some of the warriors made a sign against evil, and she smiled. "That is not a curse. It is a prophecy." "I give this for your prophecy." Cresphontes made a rude gesture, and his warriors laughed. "You are no longer a queen. You are my slave, and you shall grind the grain to bake my bread. Bind her." Valantos realized that all the warriors were staring at their leader and the queen. He raised himself on one elbow. The hilt of the leaf-shaped sword lay just behind his hand. If he could reach it, what could he do? Leap between Naxomene and the men who were starting toward her to delay for a few more moments the death of her pride? "I can die like a smith," a deeper knowledge replied, "with my last work in my hand." As the first warrior reached for the queen's arm, Valantos grabbed for the sword. But before either could reach their goal, another blade flashed. A twitch of her wrist brought the dagger the queen had held reversed against her inner arm out and up and into her heart.
Bright blood blossomed on the fine stuff of her gown as she curled around the blade, sank to her knees, and then to her side on the tiled floor. "It is my blood that curses you," she gasped, and then a last shudder took her, and she lay still. Volantos surged to his feet, the sword whipping out to take the nearest warrior in the side. Beyond him he saw Cresfontes, and lunged toward him. But the enemy was already recovering. Swift as hounds they turned on him. His left leg gave way as a spear slammed into the calf. Swords that would have pierced him clanged above his head. As he hit the floor, a heavy sandal stamped down on his arm, and the sword was torn away. At least, he thought with a last flicker of triumph, the boy will live. He saw blades gleam above him, and turned to welcome them. The sounds from the upper levels had changed. Woodpecker lifted his head, listening. The full-throated shouts and the clangor of arms had given way to footsteps and voices. Except for the screaming when some woman was seized, it might have been the noise of a crowd on a festival day. But the clamor was all from above. Here nothing moved but the dust motes that swirled in the shaft of sunlight that came in through the high window. But Woodpecker knew that the safety of the smithy was an illusion. When the palace had been secured, the enemy would begin to search the rest of the citadel, and they would find him, and he would be a slave once more. He tried to tell himself that nothing had changed, that he had been a slave since... His mind shied away from memories of a grinning, bearded face and the harsh reek of smoke that merged with the mist that clouded a rocky shore. To Volantos, he had been a companion, and he had abandoned him. "Volantos rejected me," he answered that inner accusation. Woodpecker thought he had found a home in Tyrann's. To be told he had no right to die in its defense hurt. Was that why he had obeyed Volantos? Or was he afraid? He clasped his long arms around his knees and rocked back and forth. Fear was an old companion. It seemed a long time since he had allowed himself to think about his childhood, but there had always been an undercurrent of anxiety, even then, in the days when he had thought himself free. For 3 years he had been at the mercy of his masters. He had learned every gesture of submission, every way by which a slave might placate wrath or evade a blow. For 3 years all he had remembered was that he must survive. That was what Volantos had told him to do. He grimaced at the realization that he was still obeying a master. In the smithy, everything from the tools on their shelves to the scarred leather apron hanging from its peg on the wall resonated with the smith's identity. Volantos was still here, grumbling, teaching, and all too rarely loosing that deep-throated roar of laughter that seemed to roll up from his toes. Woodpecker had not left him on the watch-post after all. "No," he shivered. "He's dead. When he sent me away, it was because he meant to die." His gaze sought the clay figure of the goddess that always reminded him of the wooden image above the forge on the island of maidens at home. "Why couldn't you save him? He loved you." There was a shift in the light as if a bird had flown by the window, though he saw nothing pass. A phrase repeated itself in his awareness. "The god gives the power, but we are the tools." He could not, would not, remember who had said that to him. Perhaps it was the goddess herself, Potnia Athana, who in his own land had another name. Volantos had expected to die, but Woodpecker knew from his own experience that sometimes those who were supposed to die lived. What if the smith had not found death in battle? What would they do to him? Without intending it, the boy unfolded from his fetal crouch, legs tingling as he forced numbed muscles to support him.
They will kill him without honor, he thought grimly, enslave him to some wretched work that will grind him into the dust. Woodpecker knew all about the kind of labor that suffocated the spirit and deadened the senses. But such treatment would only goad Valantos to a rebellion that would end in a death more wretched still. Now that he was standing, cowering until he was hauled off to a new captivity was no longer an option. He looked up at the goddess once more. "You want me to do something, don't you?" he said aloud. Frowning, he took down the leather apron. It would go twice around him, but it might identify him as a skilled craftsman long enough to keep him from being spitted the moment he appeared. And he should take something to demonstrate Valantos's skill, not a weapon. His gaze fell on an earring in the shape of a pendant lily that Tanit had brought to the smith for repair. He tried not to think about what her fate would be now. He had heard stories from captive women in households where he had served. First rape, then, if they were pretty, service as a whore to the warriors until they were sold. To know that had happened to a girl he had loved must be as great a torment as defeat itself. Woodpecker understood why Valantos would prefer to die. But perhaps the smith was not dead. He twitched at the sound of voices in the street outside. They were coming already. A swift step took him to the back entrance that led to the sheds where they stored the charcoal, and from there to an alley. After a year of doing errands for Valantos, he knew all the back ways and shortcuts, and the ladder, if it was still there, that would get him into the upper citadel. "Take him outside and kill him. There's too much blood already on this floor." The voice seemed to come from a great distance away. The sword whose point was already cutting into Valantos's breast twisted, and he forced himself not to flinch from the pain. Rope rasped his left wrist as they bound it. He grunted in agony as they grabbed his right. But he had only to endure a few more moments, and he would be done. "Bind him, but do not kill!" A new voice cut across the moans of the dying and the jeers of his captors. Valantos's head jerked round, his eyes widening as he saw Woodpecker, the leather apron flapping around him, standing beside the hearth. "He's a master smith, valuable. See, that's his hammer on the floor. You want him alive." "And who may you be to give orders here?" Valantos's relief that Cresfante's voice held amusement warred with his own wrath that the boy had disobeyed. "I help him. I learned from him. I have some skill, too. But look!" Gold gleamed in Woodpecker's hand. "He made this earring. It's beautiful, yes?" "Our women are already weighted down by the gold we have won," said one of the warriors. "We have all of yours already, and the gold of McCaney when it falls. We don't need a smith to make more." "You still need swords," came the swift rejoinder. "He saw your kind of sword last year and learned. That one." Woodpecker pointed to the leaf-shaped blade that had come to rest against the curb of the hearth. "He made it. Look at it. Keep him and he'll make more." With a detached amusement, Valantos noted how the sight of the weapon had changed the expressions of the men who guarded him. Woodpecker had made a good try, but if they thought he would work for them, they were mistaken, and he would die after all, in some worse way. The gash where the spear had brought him down was still bleeding, and his leg was beginning to grow cold. If they waited much longer, it would not matter anyway, for blood loss would finish him. Someone had picked up the sword and set it in Cresfante's hand. "A year." The enemy leader extended the blade, swept it in a circle, and brought it down once more. There were a few nicks in the edge, and it would need to be sharpened before it was a really effective weapon again. But Valantos was distantly pleased that it had held up so well, and killed so many. His lips curved a little as his eyes closed. Very well. The words came from somewhere far away. Bind up that leg and take him away. You spoke for him, boy. You take care of him. If he lives, we'll see what he can do.
Volantos gasped as a rough bandaging woke the wound in his leg to screaming agony. But the fingers that untied the rope from his damaged wrist were precise and sure.
"Soon I'll get you water," came Woodpecker's whisper.
The voice was a line that held him to consciousness through the waves of pain, the long-fingered hands cool as they smoothed the matted hair from his brow.
"Don't die, Volantos. You've given me my soul again. Don't leave me alone.